Saratoga.
Right back at it, like we never left. Saratoga Live, look at that. Travers winning colors. A micropole do not touch, and that was the influence of how wet paint actually did get her name. Last year's Coaching Club American Oaks winner. This is Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Things happen pretty quickly around here. The orange and blue New York Met-inspired colors of the canoe, Fierceness. Yesterday's Travers winner and the winning team. They've been here before. Mike Rapoli, Todd Pletcher. They celebrated with Stay Thirsty back in 2011 and yesterday with the champ, Fierceness. Winding down Travers week. What Travers hangover? Solid afternoon of thoroughbred racing. Good crowd, good weather. With just 7 days left of summer racing at Saratoga. From the paddock, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. So much to unpack following yesterday's stellar afternoon of thoroughbred racing. The Travers, that stretch duel with the champ and the filly Torpedo Anna, just edged out by Fierceness. We'll recap all of it. As for today's racing, New York Showcase Day. First of 11 races in about 9 minutes. 6 stakes races. Today's races brought to you by Claiborne Farm. First of 11 coming up. Kicks off the early pick 5. The stakes racing starts with that Seek in the Annie. In the opener, West Point, Albany, Fleet Indian, Funnyside, and Yaddo. Exciting day after Travers. Sunday program. So I welcome in my co-host. He's a champion jockey, Richie Migliori, New York Racing Association analyst, Andy Serling, handicapper Jonathan Kitchen. Richie, this day of racing, celebrating the New York-breds. What's it all about, New York Showcase Day?
Well, it's a celebration of the breed of horses in the state of New York. About 1,000 foals annually in New York, and I always love this day because I think the New York breds have come so far, the evolution of them since I began in racing, and all of the owners and breeders are out. They come out to see horses that they've raised. They plotted and planned the matings, and it's just a fun day following up an amazing celebration of the sport yesterday.
Well, it's a meeting of old friends, too, right? You got a lot of relatives out there, enormous amount of horses that have or half or full brothers and sisters out there. My friend Harvey Pack used to say that this is the day they get in the paddock and they see their friends.
I got to tell you, my favorite New York bred is without a doubt sitting at the end over there, Richie Migliori, my favorite New York bred in racing.
Very well done.
But
very well done.
I will, it is a lot of fun, right? I mean, it's great to celebrate it. We talk about it all the time, these New York breds, and I think we're very proud that we feel we have the best state bred program in the country.
I agree.
Not in the rundown, but an all-time favorite for you, New York bred.
That's such a tough. I mean, obviously, Force today was New York bred win. Beating Cosine up here might have been my favorite moment with the New York bred.
Andy, one that comes to mind?
Well,
commentator. John
commentator.
Deere track conditions.
I mean, commentator won the Whitney twice, might have been the fastest New York bred ever, but I'm with Richie. Richie and I could come up and we could spend the next 3 hours just discussing our favorite New York breds.
We're going to do just that. Fast and firm. Postcard kind of afternoon. What a weekend it's been. And ready to start the Sunday program with the Seek in the Annie, 2-year-old fillies, and a $200,000 purse, 3/4 of a mile sprint key scratch. Bellicose is out. We'll see her in the Grade 1 Spinaway, Saratoga's most prestigious race for 2-year-old fillies, next week. Can't believe it's already the day after the Travers. 7 days of racing left. Embrace every moment, starting with this New York bred Showcase Day. There's Trail of Gold and 3-time Travers winning jockey John Velasquez. I'm speechless, too.
You're the 2.
I know, but that was a 3.
Oh,
that was a 3.
okay.
What
right.
Travers hangover?
She's too slow.
What Travers hangover?
I swear I got home before
right.
midnight last night. That's the honest-to-God truth. I really did.
Accelerating. Daylight debut winner for 3-time ballerina winning trainer Steve Asmussen.
Definitely the horse to beat in here, but I don't quite trust that performance. It seemed a little too easy for me.
Carmen's Candy Jar, contender and sentimental favorite.
A bad scratch for Carmen's Candy Jar when the one came out because the horse who could press Accelerating comes out. Accelerating may have been bias aided, but he may just be too hard to catch in the front end. Though she ran well in her debut, Carmen's Candy Jar. Disappointed with her Skylar Villa. I think she lagged too much in that race.
Expected more from her in the Skylar, though. There's a central to success, the 7-length debut winner at Parks.
Yeah, this is my pick in here. The shipper. This horse ran extremely fast early in the last race. Early speed suggests talent to me. I'm looking for this horse to take another step forward.
Compact field of 4 New York-bred 2-year-old fillies seeking the ante. 6-furlong sprint, $200,000 purse. The early pick 5 gets started here in case you haven't signed up. 7 racing days left. NY-bets.com. Use that promo code SPOT250. Get involved any track, anywhere, anytime. NY-bets.com. As we welcome Maggie Wolfendale to the broadcast. Maggie, you've been tracking these New York-bred fillies from the paddock. Now front side, what are they showing you?
Well, we've got some sassy little ladies here for this Seeking the Ante, as we'll begin with your current favorite in number 4. That's Accelerating, as she was a little bit wound up in the paddock when getting saddled. Assistant trainer to Steve Asmussen, longtime assistant Scott Blasi, was on her head. Now, that's not necessarily out of character. She was that way first time out too. Today, it's spilling over a little bit to the racetrack, but again, she's a filly that has that speed, and it must be who she is. She must be a little bit of a high-strung individual, but physically, she looks tremendous, and I do prefer her. Of the 2 favorites in this short field is number 5, Carmen's Candy Jar. She was being a little bit cantankerous as well back in the paddock, kind of, rearing up, a little bit of kicking, nothing too bad. But the problem with her is she's just a little bit underdeveloped, talking about number 5 in here, Carmen's Candy Jar, and physically just not as appealing as some of the other ones, as we do see a Parks Invader. That's number 2, Central to Success. And physically, not a bad looking filly, as she was hard pressed from the start, hustled, took a lot of pressure, and got to the inside by the turn, and then really kicked on late here. Oh, look at Carmen. I feel like the camera works a little behind what I'm talking about today. But Carmen's Candy Jar looking better out on track than what she did in the paddock, that's for certain. But back to Central to Success, she was a handful. She didn't want to let them get the tack on. Then she bolted down the racetrack when they first got onto the track for the post parade. But since she's linked back up with her lead pony, she's been good. But she's going to have to step things up, I think, to take down the top 2 in here. As honestly, the horse that I would take for 3rd, not that you can do that, but maybe a horse that I'd use underneath of the 4 in here is number 3, Trail of Gold. She's been the most well-behaved by a mile here for Dave Donk and John Velasquez. Physically, an imposing sort. Now, I know her races look slow on paper, but she has given me the impression that she has really stepped forward with each and every start. So I don't mind her at all, as she is the longest shot on the board today, Lafitte.
The New York-bred fillies here, Maggie, Seeking the Ante. Who you rode, Richie?
Yeah, Seeking the Ante, one of the offspring of Chester and Mary Broman's foundation mare.
Anti-spent.
Anti-spent, thank you. And she was a half-sister to Friends Lake, who I also won the Florida Derby
with. Like, is that right when they reconstructed Gulfstream?
No. That was the last year of the old Gulfstream.
Before they
that was 04. That was the
03,
that was
04,
read the
somewhere
footnotes, and ultimately the Smarty Jones year, right?
Yeah.
Yes, and because I remember winning that Florida Derby, going, "Wow, I'm going to be on that wall," and they did away with the wall, so I never made the wall.
There's a bit of truth to the rumor that they've got rid of the wall because
not a
Richie won the Florida Derby. I not buy into it, but I've heard it from some people.
Seeking the Ante. They'll be loading into that starting gate in just a moment. Can we circle back to Accelerating? Who is 5-2, owned by Kaleem Shaw.
1-2.
1-2, yeah, 1-2.
I mean, listen, if he runs his debut race, he's going to win here. But I think, I won't speak for Jonathan, but the trepidation one would have for this horse is it was a super gold rail that day. But his pace was very fast. I'm going to be surprised with a clean break if he's not in front of the 2 in here. I know we may disagree a bit about that. He beat a promising an OXO horse that Chad Brown trains, named Off Script, who's in Friday. That horse did blow the break in there, but he got in a big duel with Miss Welch. And ran very well. But I hear you, Jonathan. He was with the track. I just feel like with a scratch of the 1, he's going to be on a merry chase.
She.
Guys, we're doing great right now. I got to tell you, we're doing really good.
Blazing start.
Don't worry, it's going to get worse. Okay, this is just the beginning.
This is the highlight. Todd Pletcher,
That's right.
a 3-time Travers winner now, and had Fierceness ready to rock and roll. It sounds like his next start will be the Breeders' Cup Classic at Del Mar, and Fierceness giving Todd all the right signals right after the Jim Dandy. We don't know about the Travers. It sounded like more likely we wouldn't see him in the Travers than we would see him. Fierceness giving him every indication he was ready to bring his A race after the Jim Dandy and how he recovered.
He's now arguably run 2 of his best races on 28 and 27 days rest. It doesn't mean you're not going to bring him back. He's not doing well, but he's shown he can come back and run big in a month.
Listen, Todd is such a top horseman, and the horse's weight has been good. He was very light going into the Derby. His weight was great in the Jim Dandy. His weight was really good. Maybe not as good as it was in the Jim Dandy, but close into the Travers. I wasn't crazy about him. I thought there were questions. I didn't love his energy after his last work. I was 100% wrong. Todd Pletcher has the answers.
Post-race, I appreciated the sentiment and the recognition of the effort by Torpedo Anna. Mike Rapoli, Todd Pletcher, John Velasquez, right from the start, talking about Fierceness was just that. What a special filly she is. And Todd Pletcher in that canoe earlier today. How great is that?
That's outstanding. That's awesome.
I never thought I'd see that image.
No, and no life vest on.
Safety first, Todd. Safety first.
Absolutely great.
Todd Pletcher, Mike Rapoli, again, they struck with Stay Thirsty and the 2011 Travers, and yesterday with Fierceness. What about Carmen's Candy Jar here at 5-2? Again, looking to bounce back. We were expecting more in the Skylar Belt.
I picked her, guys. I thought the 2 Central Success maybe takes on Accelerating early.
Post time, Seeking the Ante, all set for the Sunday opener live from Saratoga. Here's Frank Mirmati.
They're in the gate. And they're off in the Seeking the Ante, and a little bit of a bobble out of the gate for Carmen's Candy Jar. A fast start for Accelerating. Central to Success comes away in second. Carmen's Candy Jar, 3.5 off the pace in third, and Trail of Gold is at the back of the field. Accelerating is the fastest, lets it out a notch, opens up almost 2 lengths on Central to Success in second. It's a gap of 4 then, back to Trail of Gold, who races on the inside of Carmen's Candy Jar. 22-3 for Accelerating. Central to Success moves to the outside to try and re-engage second. 4 lengths back, Trail of Gold and Carmen's Candy Jar. They're coming to the quarter pole, and Accelerating well within herself arrives at the top of the stretch in front of Central to Success. Carmen's Candy Jar trying to mount a bid through that half in 46 seconds flat, heading toward the 8th pole. Accelerating 2-length lead. Central to Success holding second, and Carmen's Candy Jar in third. They're coming to the 16th pole, and Accelerating and Jose Ortiz opening up now. It's Accelerating in front-running fashion, remaining perfect. Carmen's Candy Jar will complete the exacta. Accelerating wins easily in the Seeking the Ante. Carmen's Candy Jar second, Central to Success was third.
Easily is right. Accelerating. The Matoli filly, perfect in 2 starts, owned by Kaleem Shah, trained by Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, and even though the stumbling beginning from the 4 Accelerating, she was still able to clear the 2 Central to Success. Jose Lascano tried to go, couldn't make the top. He's back, took another shot at her here, turning for home. I thought they might have set the table, guys, for Carmen's Candy Jar to come on and pick them both up, but Accelerating just too good.
Yeah, her speed is a weapon for her. I can feel Jonathan over there thinking, I'm going to beat her in her next race, and I'm kind of getting a similar vibe. She is good, and I'm taking nothing away from her. I know you aren't either, but she's had pretty comfortable trips so far, though I would like to see the start, because both Richie and I, the head-on, thought she stumbled coming out of the gate, but it's a little unclear.
Yeah, I mean, I thought so too, and we'll see it. If she did stumble, she ran pretty darn well considering that. To still make the front with a 2 on a kind of a dead send to get to the front, she still made the front.
Stumbles are funny, though, because a stumble forward is never as bad as the stumble back. She kind of bobbled after the 5 came in a little.
Well, the 5 bobbled a little bit. She stumbled or bobbled a little worse, and actually bumped into the 5 and kind of put her back on her feet, straightened her up.
Yeah, I don't think this one affected her that much. The bobbles and stumbles forward as long as they don't fall back or they fall in their nose, you know what I mean?
But that's
Obviously, it's
not
not
nothing,
perfect.
and
It's
the
no.
athleticism by a young developing filly to recover that quickly.
No, I don't. I'm not trying to make light of it in any way. It's obviously not perfect, but there are severe stumbles that take horses out of the race and out of their game, and this one did not do that.
It's fair to say she stumbled going forward.
Right.
Steve Asmussen.
Something we do on the show quite a bit, actually.
About 18 of them in the first 15 minutes of the show. You know who didn't stumble yesterday? Society. Wow. In the ballerina, and a third now for trainer Steve Asmussen.
Some performance, showed a bit of a different dimension.
Yes.
Once she got to the outside, Tyler Gaffleone so adeptly got her to the right position outside the other speed, and she got comfortable. That was the key to victory.
You know, yesterday there were two moments, one that was beneficial to Jonathan and one to me, that we were behaving on yesterday's show, because Jonathan was dying to make fun of me before the sword dancer. And when you picked Society, I wanted so badly to say, she has no shot. And after the race, I thought, that was good.
Better left unsaid. Kaleem Shah, those colors. Saw him with Dortmund, third place finisher in the Kentucky Derby during American Pharoahs.
He was a big
Triple
guy.
Crown season. He was massive.
He was a big guy.
When he had the stretch to a couple of them with firing line, and it was like 2 to his 1.
I think I saw him in the winner's circle at Santa Anita.
Yeah.
From one of those races. I remember him walking by and thinking, he's big. He was like 17 hands or something, right?
Massive.
Big horse.
Massive. And a good filly here. Accelerating in the first of 6 stakes races, takes down this Seeking the Ante. Plus, he's a heavy, heavy favorite. Connections know how to have a good time. Panda Gate, odds on choice later in the Albany.
Volatile, winner of the Grade 1 Vanderbilt at Saratoga, is the sire of 2 promising first-crop 2-year-olds. In Saratoga Maiden special weight winner, Reliable Source, who will make her start next in the Grade 1 Spinaway.
And scores by 2.5.
And first out winner, Incentive Pay, a $315,000 yearling, who will make his next start in the Grade 1 Hopeful. Look for yearlings by Volatile at the upcoming Keeneland September sale.
Program trading in naval power. What a thriller. Photo! In Italian to win it.
Big F has won.
And it will be McCulloch. Domestic spending.
Ocean Road.
Victoria Road. Digital Age. And Pearl. State of Rest. Newspaper of record.
Off and running. New York Showcase Day. Seeking the Ante. 2-year-old fillies we just watched. Coverage as always. Saratoga Live brought to you in part by NY-bred Bets. But in track anywhere, anytime. Visit NY-bred.com to download the NY-bred Bets app To get started, see those colors, Kaleem Shah's colors, winning owner of the Seek of the Ante with Maggie.
Yeah, pleased to be joined here by Kaleem Shah, and no stranger to this winner's circle, but a really fun win with a filly accelerating, now 2 for 2 in her career.
Yes, many thanks to Steve Asmussen and Ben McElroy who chose this filly, and Steve loved her from the minute he got her, and so here we are today celebrating a win.
She was impressive in her sales workout at Timonium. Were you there?
I was there, and Timonium is always my favorite spot to buy horses. That's where I bought Bayern, and that's where I bought Dortmund from, Eden's Moon, so many grade 1 winners, so hoping this one follows in her footsteps.
Why is that? Is it the crab cakes? Tell me it's the crab cakes.
I guess, it must be, Boyd might have something to do with it, So Boyd's a good man, and hopefully this filly will go on to bigger and better things.
I was going to say, it's nice to take advantage of this New York bred program that, it's very wealthy and it has grown exponentially, but do you think she's good enough to take on open company?
That's up to Steve, which spot he decides to run these horses in. So this was his call, and I was okay with it. And just to give you and your viewers a little bit about the naming behind this horse, Accelerating, it's no secret, Steve has a few speeding tickets. So it was named after Steve for Accelerating. Okay, so.
He trains his horses fast just like him. He likes to go fast.
Just like the way he speeds on the highways. Okay.
I love that, Kaleem. Thank you for that tidbit, and massive congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Kaleem Shah, campaigning, accelerating. Yeah, she got a speeding ticket today, too. Lafitte.
No catching her, accelerating. Fillies that typically run well in the Seeking the Ante, where might we expect to see accelerating next?
Well, with our program in New York, we have the second, or the next logical step is late September, where I know the Joseph Jim is for the boys. It's falling apart. I know the Maid of the Mist is the New York bred showcase day at a mile.
Yeah.
And that's a question they want to go longer with her. Now, they also may want to see how fast her figures are and if they want to try open company with her as well.
Sure.
And there are races at Finger Lakes as well. So it's not clear exactly. Because the question with her, is she a sprinter type? And Steve will figure that out.
Yeah, but they do have a lot of options. Like you said, there's plenty of New York bred races coming up. And she looks like at some point she's going to have to try open company. Just it will be sooner or later.
Has it really been a decade since Kaleem Shah's Bayern won the Breeders' Cup Classic?
Wow.
A decade.
Yeah. Should we have a discussion about the non-DQ in the set for the next 45 minutes,
Yeah,
maybe?
if we want to fill the next 45 minutes,
Staying out of that.
absolutely. That, or we can
My horse
preview
ran
the
ninth,
Albany.
so I didn't have anything. I didn't really care about it.
Perfect segue in that you mentioned Finger Lakes. You look at the field for the Albany and Panda Gate, who is an odds-on favorite at 4-5. This was the New York Derby at Finger Lakes. Dylan Davis riding there instead of here. That was day 2 of the Saratoga meet, and Panda Gate stalking and pouncing here, Richie.
Yeah, and I think, the mile and an eighth of the Albany is just going to play to Panda Gate's strength. He's an arrow gate. He's got a big, long stride, and he just keeps coming at you with this continual, relentless kind of a stride. A little late getting to his right lead here, but he was best.
I would say a couple of things. The scratch of the Skylar horse, he takes some of the speed out of the race. Though I think that you'll see Manny be aggressive with Agalos the Great from down inside. So a little speed coming out works in the favor of Doc Sullivan, who's clearly the chief rival to Panda Gate. But I agree with you, Richie. The mile and an eighth, the extra distance helps him, and it might hurt Doc Sullivan a little bit. But I don't think Doc Sullivan should be ignored. He's pretty good.
And the pace of that New York Derby wasn't particularly quick, so that gives me more confidence that Panda Gate will run well with maybe hopefully a little bit more pace to close into, a little bit further. Panda Gate definitely the horse to beat.
Good to see him put forth that effort after the long trip to Dubai as well.
Yeah, absolutely. You never know how they're going to react to it. And I actually think he's doing better coming into this race than he was the New York Derby. He just seems to me like he's blossomed. He's gotten bigger and stronger looking to me.
Odds-on favorite in the Albany 4-5 in the morning line is Panda Gate, race number 5. Race number 2 looks like that, Andy, who graduates in this turf sprint, of course, New York Breds.
Well, my first dart landed on the 3 Swift Magic, the George Weaver horse, so he's intent to run on the turf. The other thing about this race is there's really almost no turf rarity to speak of. If you want to bet maybe the horse who has the best right, biggest right from the dam side to run the turf, and you want to bet at a huge price. Maybe you want Brimsley, the 10. Not sure I want to jump on that horse, but that horse has more turf pedigree in the dam side than anybody else in this race. Because I don't know about you guys, there's a dearth of pedigree to say I want to bet this guy on the turf.
All first-time starters, all 2-year-olds naturally. New York breds in the second race here. The colors, the Travers Canoe Fierceness. The champ was back indeed. You're watching Saratoga Live.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With NY-bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with NY-bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NY-bets.com.
$1 million dinner here. $1 million. $1 million a fee. $1,400,000 in a pie. $1,500,000 and $1,600,000. $150,000. $1,550,000 and a half. $1,500,000. Jody, thank you.
Please hold your applause.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at NY-breds.com.
Welcome to McMahon Thoroughbreds. I'm Joe McMahon. This is my wife, Ann. We're the proprietors of the McMahon Thoroughbred Farm. We bought this place in 1971. This farm here was 88 acres back then. It's now over 800 acres.
McMahon Thoroughbreds is the birthplace of Funny Cide, the winner of the 2003 Kentucky Derby and Preakness.
This area has become popular for horse farms because of its proximity to the Saratoga racetrack and the sales, to the extent that now we have 4 major horse farms right within a few miles of here. There's Mill Creek Farm, there's Rick Burke's Irish Hill Farm, there's Quest Royal North, as well as McMahon Thoroughbreds. Probably more importantly than those large farms, there's lots of mom and pop farms with 1 or 2 mares in the backyard. The area has really come into its own in the last 20 years.
I measure success by the quality of the New York breds that are now raised in New York State. With this fantastic breeding program, out-of-staters have been lured into the state, bringing better stock, better stallions.
Currently, we have a horse here called Central Banker. He's pretty successful. He's very popular. We're very blessed to have a good horse like that.
We're getting a much better product to race in New York.
Welcome back. You're watching Saratoga Live, and proudly brought to you by all of the connections for New York breds, but namely McMahon of Saratoga, as they bred number 10 in here, Brimsley, son of Solomini. As I'm pleased to be joined now here in the paddock with the SVP of Racing here at NY-bred, Andrew Offerman. And Andrew, we caught up, you and I, here in the paddock the day after the Belmont Stakes racing, well, Belmont Stakes Day up here at Saratoga. But yesterday it was Travers Day, and wow, did the horses, the racing, the fans, everyone put on a show.
Unbelievable show, Maggie. From top to bottom, the weather was perfect. The crowd was amazing. The racing was fantastic. it delivered from top to bottom, and the fans and the gamblers delivered as well with record handles. So great day, really, really exciting.
And two, putting that card together, 5 consecutive grade ones. Were you anticipating the participation? I mean, you look at the Allen Jerkins and the field that we got for that. When you're putting these races together, were you anticipating those fields?
It's definitely what you hope for, but you never know until entry day whether they'll show up or not. But everybody really did. I mean, what great races, fantastic wagering events. Not a ton of heavy favorites, and good field size, so it was really, really good racing.
Talk to me about New York Showcase Day. We have about 3 of these every year, and they celebrate New York breds, but every day there's racing in New York. We have New York bred racing. What is NY-bred trying to do to bring that incentive to breed in New York?
Sure, New York breds are really the pillar of the program. We run almost 600 New York bred restricted races a year. Give away upwards of $40 million in purses to New York breds. So they really do make cards in and day out. Last time we talked was the day after Belmont Stakes, like you said, the first of 3 showcase days. So it's great to be able to put on these 3 different events that showcase the best of New York breds, what they mean to the state, what they mean to rural agriculture, and what they mean to NY-bred as far as putting everyday racing product together.
When is the 3rd one?
End of October, Empire Showcase Day, so we'll probably talk again on that based on our history this year. But yeah, those 3 events really are the pillars of showcasing the best of what New York breds can do on the racetrack.
Well, Andrew, it's a date, and thank you, as always, for your time and the product that you put on.
Appreciate it, Maggie. Thank you.
All right, Andrew Offerman, SVP of Racing here at NY-bred. They've really done an excellent job the entire season up here at the Spotlight Feet.
Absolutely. Those couple of dates to circle on your calendar. As the saying goes, pays to own a New York bred. So this year, New York bred 2-year-old maidens just like these, running for a purse of $90,000, $90,000 purses. Open maidens, $100,000. For more information, by the way, strength of New York breeding, go to nybreds.com. Starting New Year's Day 2026, 2-year-old maiden races will have match purses for New York bred races and open company. 19% purse increase for New York breds from 2023.
It's a lot. It's good.
It is. It's great. I mean, it really is. And listen, we're very proud of the New York bred program around here. It's a huge part of our racing in New York. And I hate it when people say, oh, it's the New York breds, because that's just ridiculous. I mean, honestly, you can get extremely, and you do get competitive, interesting race. Not just the quality of the New York breds overall, but this notion of it's not a good race because the New York bred race is just complete BS. We have great racing with New York breds all year long. And by the way, we have some mediocre races during the year that aren't New York breds.
Absolutely.
They don't exactly have a hammerlock on mediocre races as well.
And Meg, it really helps the ecosystem, right? I mean, people can spend a little bit extra. They can raise their hand one more time at an auction knowing that they got a chance to run for $90,000 in their first start.
Yeah, and listen, New York breds, the way they've evolved from when I first came around to now, obviously they compete on an international level, grade 1 level. They don't look like horses that stand out from a negative point of view. Used to be that you could go, oh, that's a New York bred. Now they're as good looking as any Kentucky bred.
Don't disparage Fratelloet and Vandy Sue around me, my friend.
When Funny Cide won the Derby, it was like he was bred on Neptune. Right?
Yeah,
like just
well, also people
like
out there were
New York
saying, I've never heard of Barclay Tag either, so to be fair,
that
there
was
was
the
a lot
first,
of silliness out there.
And now the thing is, Maggie, we're just not surprised when we see these New York breds compete and succeed at the highest level, and excited to see what the colt we're looking at now, does in his debut and experience.
Yeah, interesting. I got to watch myself, actually. Can we move back, Leland? Because the 6 here, and I don't blame him, he's been double barreling, and the bugs are biting today. During that interview, I just got annihilated on my feet, so I'm really itchy myself. But let's take a look at number 1 here, and Experience. Look, he sold for $165,000 after working 10-2 at the Fasig-Tipton sale. He's a very good mover, which indicates that usually these are horses that want the turf. There is some turf and synthetic in the pedigree, and he does look well meant for it. Was a little bit green when he first walked in here. He came in with a training saddle on, is wearing a shadow roll first time out. Not too concerning. Maya tends to use maybe not your typical equipment at times. But since he's been saddled, has been fairly professional, and like I said, looks as though he'll handle the turf and well suited to a sprint. Yeah, he makes sense. He's your favorite. Number 4 is not taking much money. That's for Jorge Abreu, who is very good with his debuters. This one, a son of Volatile. And I know we don't have much data when it comes to this sire and whether or not his progeny will like the turf, but in my experience, the Violence progeny, which he is, do tend to do well when sprinting on the turf. Now, there's not much pedigree at all on the bottom. So that may be the second generation, but I do like the work that this horse comes in off of back on August 2nd. He was leading a mate on the inside. He took a little while to switch leads, but he maintained an advantage throughout, and I really like the way he moved over the surface. Now, he is quite a big, leggy, and lanky gelding. So I'm not exactly sure if 5.5 here on the turf is going to be to his liking. It feels like, looking at him, he wants more ground. But again, the Volatiles seem to want to sprint. He is wearing blinkers first time out, which I don't necessarily love, but with Jorge, it's okay. You know, with Todd Pletcher, for instance, it's a major red flag. Moving on to number 5, Calling Card. Don't have much intel on how this horse has been preparing, as he has done so at Turfway Park. He's a son of Complexity. Another sire with his freshman crop has gotten off to an auspicious start. The dam was actually decent going middle distance on the dirt, but 2 of the 3 foals have won on the surface, and he looks well meant for this for the grass, but also just looks a little bit soft. Like he'll need one. Not totally clued in either, so I'd like to take the wait and see approach with him. As number 6, More Therapy, son of More Than Ready. It's more dirt on the bottom, and good dirt too. The dam half to a stakes winner by the name Sentimental Lass, who was a stakes winner as a 2-year-old. This guy, though, very athletic looking. As I said, he was acting up a little bit, but it was because a bug was biting him. I can attest to that, as he's since settled down beautifully. And it looks as though Tony Dutrow has him really well prepared from a fitness perspective. But watching his workouts, he's always hard-pressed to get those times. And sometimes that just means that they want more ground, that they're not really fast on their feet. So we'll see. Kind of gives that vibe, too, that 5.5 might be a little on the short side for him. Lafitte?
More Therapy. After every summer with you gentlemen. Every summer
By the
with
way,
you gentlemen.
we wish an early
More
happy
Therapy.
birthday to our friend Maggie Wolfendale, whose birthday is tomorrow.
Happy birthday, Mags.
You're getting
23.
You're getting Piranha Fly Spray, Mags. Just kidding.
Thank you.
An early happy birthday. And how cool is that to be
How
up in
about
Saratoga on a day off for your birthday?
Not only that, she doesn't have to spend it with us, so that's a present in and of itself.
That might be the best
That's
present.
her therapy.
Might be.
No, us, Piranha Fly Spray. Win.
Maggie and my birthdays, we were talking about it. I'm often around the Belmont Stakes, sometimes on it, and Maggie's always around the Travers, sometimes on it.
These 2-year-olds, and at 16-1, Jovia's first, the debuting colt. Didn't Jovia run 3rd in the Belmont Stakes?
Okay.
Anyone?
Okay.
Bueller?
Okay.
Voodoo Economics? No, I think
not a lot of. This is just such a funny race, and like the one. Okay, now the dam of the one was run 3rd on the turf, ran 70 buyers. She has produced a horse that won on the turf with a 77 buyers. That's some pedigree. And the second dam was a pretty good turf horse. She's actually like the best turf-bred horse. Unfortunately, the horse has IRAD Ortiz. Now, obviously, it's good to have IRAD Ortiz, but you're also built in to get a mediocre price.
Yep.
And I don't want to take a short price. And they may be betting because Jeremiah's good with firsters. They like it. But you're losing at least a point and a half because IRAD's riding, aren't you?
I think that's very fair. I did think because of the Grand Dam there was some turf pedigree there. What's interesting, this horse has been here in Saratoga, all spring into the summer. I don't see any turf works.
Right. So I got a couple things. One, yes, Lafitte. Jovia did run 3rd to Sir Winston.
Thank
I
you.
looked that up for you. You're welcome. And I thought there was turf pedigree here. There was a half that won first time out. there's a half that won first time out, won first time turf sprinting at Kentucky Downs for $500,000, and then the dam ran 590 or plus buyer speed figures on the turf.
Who are we talking about?
The dam of the one.
The one. No, she didn't.
Blame
Yes,
it
she
on the
did.
Stones is
The
fire up
second
the
dam.
afterburners. Look at that, Richie.
Second dam, excuse me.
Second dam along the approach, was very, as I said, was very good in the turf.
The best television is when
You're in.
8 different
I've got
conversations
my eye
are
on
happening
you.
at the same time. Swift Magic pictured. Now, I lied earlier.
My
2
top
in here
pick
having
is
your top
Swift
pick.
Magic.
All right.
George Weaver, just sort of going with George Weaver, to be honest with you here. There isn't a ton of turf pedigree.
Doomed, as Maggie mentioned. Jorge Abreu, good at his first-time starters.
Yeah, does have a turf work, a couple turf races back.
Taking no money.
Number 5, Calling Card, 3 Diamond Farm, first-time starter.
Complexity on the turf. Is a half to 2 turf winners, so there is some pedigree in the dam
Taking
side.
some action, more therapy. Jose Ortiz looking to sweep the early double.
Tony Dutrow finally off the duck this week. See if he can get another one.
Number 8, 46-1 outsider, Kelly Begg's Kid, the other with experience.
Yeah, has some experience, but didn't do much running in that previous race.
Not much. There is the 9 in Epitaph, another debuting gelding.
Gary Contessa only wins graded stakes here with 2-year-olds.
With first-time starters?
Right, that's his fort. There just isn't much turf pedigree.
Brimsley, bred at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Yeah, 47-1 for a trainer who is 3 for 166 with first-time starters.
But you said there was some grass pedigree.
There is pedigree, though. The second dam ran 77 buyers. She's produced 2 winners in turf. I'm not. Jimmy Ferraro is a trainer. Jimmy wins a lot. He wins in New York. He just doesn't seem to win in Saratoga. But back in Aqueduct, when we were there, Jimmy does very well. He had a good winter.
Their hands full with Jovia's first, as Maggie described. Farrell, 21-1. Dylan Davis on this picture-perfect Sunday afternoon. The weather this Travers weekend, incredible. The racing yesterday and this Sunday program celebrating the New York-breds. And by the way, in case you're just joining us, want to play the races, don't have past performances, Equibase has you covered. Get all these stats on the jockeys and trainers. Free Equibase PPs. Go to naira.com/TV schedule. Another look at the co-favorite and experience for Maya Engelhardt, Arad Ortiz in the saddle, 5-2 as we've just about reached post time.
The 3, though, dipping down, is actually favored now, taking the money for George Weaver. And Swift Magic, they've been determined to get on the turf. Now, she probably has some speed, given, or he does, given that he had it on the dirt. And Pay the Juice actually ran very well in that race. He was the worst that had run well for Sugar McGay. It was a short price and ran well. But this is one that George is determined to go on the turf. You have any stories on this one, Jonathan?
No, I don't. I mean, the horse ran well enough last time. My eyes just went to the inside, and I thought that this horse, Inexperience, was going to run well. And one of the things I liked about Inexperience is, you know, we talk about the DRF Clocker Report or Clocker Reports you can get. DRF is the one that I look at the most. The last work was a C+, but that was on the dirt. And this obviously is likely to be a turf horse. Sometimes you have to be careful with those grades when they're running on different surfaces.
Do you think that's maybe why Jeremiah is running this horse on the turf, because the workouts haven't been very good in the dirt?
It could be that for sure. You know, you think the horse has some talent. You work him on the dirt. It just doesn't live up to what you think. Then you make another assumption. You look at the pedigree and say, oh, there's a little bit of grass here. Let's try the grass.
Yeah, we're always talking about, you know, usually the female side of families even more, but the 3, Swift Magic, sire Good Samaritan, he gets 15% winners with his turf sprinters as opposed to 10% with his dirt sprinters. So, there is a little something to go on there, and the fact that they've been wanting turf for this horse.
I mean, just because you have a dam, that wasn't a good producer, wasn't a good turf horse, but when you have a dam and she's a more than ready and the sire is a proficient turf sire, there's going to be turf pedigree there. There isn't any production there, but there may be pedigree from the dam sire and the sire of the horse.
Manny Franco trying to get Swift Magic focus, and then Inexperience, who you've kept your eyes on, Maggie.
Yeah, so I interpreted that work DRF Clocker Report a little bit differently. And yes, there is turf with this horse. I didn't like the fact that it was who this horse was all out to keep up with and, wasn't very impressive. It was a horse by the name Friday I'm in Love, who, yes, is older, but is not very good. So I don't know. I'll be proven wrong because it's Maya, and he's fantastic with his 2-year-olds, and this horse has done everything right so far out on the track today, and at least looks fit. So we'll see what he does. But moving on to number 3, Swift Magic, this horse was just not ready for that debut. And while George Weaver had a horse doing the exact same thing yesterday that I picked, because he kept insubordination in off the turf, ran second. Took a lot of money yesterday, I think ended up fourth, but was kind of part of a pace that eventually kind of incinerated a little bit. So I'm gonna take the fact that a lot of these George Weaver horses have appeared to have needed those starts, mentally and physically. This guy's a lot more tucked up mentally. I wish he was a little bit more professional, I'm not gonna lie, because he came in screaming and he's being a little bit silly out there on the racetrack, but I just think that this surface change makes a lot of sense for him. Andy, the long shot we were talking about, let's indulge a little bit with Brimsley, and not only is it a turf pedigree, but all three of Brimsley's siblings won first time out on the turf, most of them up here at Saratoga too. So, for instance, Lady Jasmine, Sunday Girls, more of a dirt horse, but it's there. This guy really well muscled too, behind the saddle, looks really strong. Now it's Jimmy Ferraro, this is not his strong suit, and this horse was a little bit green out on the racetrack, but with that pedigree, with the fact that he's really well muscled and quite the looker, he might be able to outrun those 51-to-1 odds. Lafitte?
Very interesting. A little more fuel to the fire there on a 50-to-1 shot in Brimsley. The bookends and experience. You had a thought on him here, Richie.
Yeah, just Maggie talking about 2-year-olds working with older horses. You know, Woody Stevens would take what he would consider his best 2-year-old and pair them with one of his slower older horses. Not that he had many slow horses at all. And
everybody has slow horses.
No, but if they could work well with an older horse, no matter what level, he felt like that was a true barometer of that they were going to be really good.
How much more common was that then than, say, now?
A lot more common back then.
But he was pretty good.
Test him that way.
Woody Stevens, right? He was a pretty good trainer.
But a lot of trainers would do that. Pair up a 2-year-old with an older horse.
5 straight.
That'd be an interesting
Belmont
conversation,
Stakes.
I think, with trainers. You know what I mean? To see how many trainers do that, you know? Because that's interesting.
All set for the second here. Moving into line, there is Brimsley. Best seat in the house, right there on Dad's shoulders. Frank Miramati standing by. Post-time race 2 live from the spa.
Thanks, Lafitte. They just opened the front of the gate for calling card. Goes in. And here's Brimsley. They're in the gate. And they're off. Calling card is quick out of the gate. Swift Magic is matching strides through the opening stages. Down on the inside, Blame It on the Stones is up close too. And Epitaph in the blue colors is in the mix as well. Down the back stretch, and here's Killybegg's Kid now battling for the lead. So it's Killybegg's Kid and Epitaph, stride for stride. Epitaph now takes over. 3 lengths back, Swift Magic in third. Calling card is now fourth with 6 to make up. Blame It on the Stones is next, followed by Jovia's First, who races 8 or 9 lengths off the lead. Doomed is starting to pass some horses now on the far outside. Down on the inside, An Experience and Brimsley. They are at the top of the stretch. Epitaph has been in front throughout. Now Swift Magic angles off the inside to come and challenge. Center of the course, Blame It on the Stones is starting to finish with some interest. And down on the inside, An Experience is coming fast, along with More Therapy. Past the 16th pole. Epitaph, 2-length lead coming for the wire, and it will be Epitaph. And Experience was second. More Therapy a good third. Blame It on the Stones a wide fourth.
The Country House gelding. Epitaph for Gary Contessa. Junior Alvarado in the second at Saratoga. Gives this field the slip top of the stretch. There'd be no catching him as he rebreaks.
Oh, good speed too. He was always forward in the race right away. And kind of an old school move here, Gary Contessa, right? Last 2 works, sharp 3/8 works, right? You're going 5.5. You put the foundation in them. Now make sure they're extra sharp. And for people that don't know, Gary Contessa was a longtime assistant to Frank Martin. Frank Martin, he's across the street at the Hall of Fame.
This was a very good performance by this horse, because if you look at the horses behind her, I mean, the race just fell apart. And I think year one, the first time starter ran well to be second. But didn't this race just completely fall apart behind Epitaph?
No, I mean, the pace was honest. They were stretched out pretty significantly for a 5.5 turf sprint. And, you know, turf sprints, you want to be forward. And like you mentioned, the horse that I picked, Ante Experience, I thought ran extremely well. She did not get a great trip and showed a lot of courage on the inside.
Gary Contessa shocked us opening day last year with a first-time starter. Becky's Joker in the Schuylerville 12-1 shot here. The first-time starter by Country House Epitaph in the second. And yesterday, all smiling faces following that performance by Fierceness, the champ, Fletcher, Johnny V, Rapoli, and the crew. The celebration of yesterday's Travers victory.
Down to the wire, Verstappen.
Here's the finish, Ancient Roll.
War Bomber's won the King Edward.
Seal Team has won the Twilight Derby.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No trip to Saratoga Springs is complete without a visit to Sacred Spa and Wellness, a state-of-the-art med spa just minutes from downtown. Whether you're looking for luxury body treatments, infrared sauna, massage, yoga and Pilates classes, or more advanced health and wellness treatments like chiropractic, hydrofacials, body sculpting, laser genesis, laser hair removal, and microneedling, Sacred Spa and Wellness is the destination for relaxation and rejuvenation. For a full list of services and to book your visit, go to sacredspaandwellness.com today.
In the winner's circle is Epitaph, the 2-year-old day held in by Country House out of Bars on End. Oh my God, the moon stable can't do racing and pick her up. The winning trainer is Gary Contessa from the Jockey Junior Albany. Epitaph is bred in New York by NK Racing. Wins his debut in 104.137. Exact of 55.75, with other 25.75, for another 22.40. Perfecta 126.25, Superfecta 1.
Welcome back. Saratoga Live. Brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm, 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. You gentlemen were just discussing Woody Stevens. Woody won a Derby for Claiborne. Swale, back in '84. Here, Gary Contessa had this first-time starter ready to rock and roll. Epitaph strikes at a price. Contessa with Maggie in the winner's circle.
Gary, I just want to know, you got a $15,000 horse to win, and not only by Country House, who I have not seen any progeny of his. This is the first one. Well done.
I have not seen any progeny of his either. I happened to be at the sale, and I thought he was a nice mover. And when I saw him at the barn, he was terribly studdy. I mean, he was just screaming and carrying on. And I said, you know, if I buy that horse cheap and I geld him, he might be okay. And that's exactly what we did, and it worked out.
And on the lead, too, considering the race virtually fell apart at the end except for you, I think it's a pretty good performance.
Yeah, I'm very pleased with him. And he's shown me that in the mornings. But, you know, you get a chance up here to work on the turf, and I thought he had a much smoother action on the turf, so I decided to start with turf. And I guess we'll just stay there now.
Yeah, exactly. And you've been successful the last few years with some of your first-time starters. Is that something you feel as though you've always been really clued into?
Yes, I think I love training young horses, and that is my heart. And I do think I do feel very tied into my horses, especially my younger horses.
Job well done here with Epitaph.
Thank you so much.
Gary Contessa, bargain basement price on Epitaph and delivers right away here at the spot, guys.
You don't associate Country House, big lumbering Derby winner via DQ with like debuting turf sprint winners.
With speed.
With speed.
Significant speed as well. These races are tough. But, you know, I mean, honestly, all things considered, $26 says he took a little money in this race, which I think is kind of interesting. And maybe we need to pay attention to the country houses now. Add them to your list. Sneaky.
You better keep evolving, otherwise you're going to get left behind in this game.
Never know.
Epitaph at a price in race number 2. Yesterday's DraftKings Travers race, an event that lived up to the hype in the billing. Top of the stretch here, Richie. Fierceness, the champ, is going to spurt away the acceleration. Torpedo Anna, though, the courage that she displayed in deep stretch.
She just kept bringing it. Listen, Fierceness was good. He got his trip right, set up shop outside, an unencumbered trip. Johnny asked him the question, and he had a big answer at the top of the stretch. But at this moment, it looks like Torpedo Anna might get him. This was an incredible horse race that did live up to the billing. How many times we've had the hype going into a big race and it doesn't happen? This was one for the ages.
I'm going to say it more than lived up to the billing, Richie.
Yeah.
I agree. I mean, this race was incredibly hyped, but, you know, Fierceness, last year's champ, the redemption. And, you know, she got to him, and he held her off. I'm not knocking Torpedo Ann at all.
No.
But it's not like, you know, people would say, oh, she was going by him. She had a chance to get by him, and he held her off.
Johnny Velasquez said Fierceness felt her presence and immediately jumped back into the bridle and gave him something else, that he was idling a little bit.
And I mean, I know Richie and I know there's a lot. Horses gain in defeat. We see what they can do and stretch their limit. Zenyatta, her best race ever was her loss to Blame.
No question.
And that's what when you find out the most about a horse, when they Seattle Slew and that incredible
Excella.
Jockey Club Gold Cup. Nobody talks about Exceller. They talk about Slew in the Gold Cup. Now, Exceller was a great horse in his own right. And this takes nothing away from Fierceness, who was terrific yesterday, but she showed up in a big way. She didn't get the money, but she did everything else.
Lafitte, I'm not sure that all three of those horses that ran first, second, and third didn't run their lifetime best race. Fierceness, I'm pretty confident did. Torpedo Anna, I'm pretty confident did. And I think it's an easy point to argue that even Sierra Leone ran his lifetime best race.
Well, he closed into a slow pace and still ran a credible race and a strong figure. And he also behaved himself in this race. Nobody's talking about the fact that if Sierra Leone had won, everybody would be talking about and saying Chad Brown figured it out. They got him to behave himself. Nobody seemed to notice because he finished third, but he ran straight as he could.
Well, I would have said Flavien Prat figured it out, but that's me. I'm a jockey guy, but
favoring those jockeys.
You know what was really cool.
We
though?
should have said Flavien.
No, I did say Flavien.
I know you did.
What I thought was really cool though was the reception that Torpedo Anna got coming back, even in defeat. People appreciated her effort. It was, to me, I was that 12-year-old kid again, watching the racing show on Saturdays. And falling in love with the game all over again. I love that horses can transport me to that place, that feeling. That's how great a performance it was.
And that's Saratoga, right?
That'd be just a great project, the greatest losing efforts in the biggest races on the biggest stages. You know, you think of a Bodemeister, you think of a Congaree, you think of a Zenyatta, and maybe this is right there. Torpedo Anna trying to become the first fielder to win that Travers in 109 years and just missed. As our coverage continues, New York Showcase Day and the funny side later on, the 03 Derby Preakness winner, fan favorite, his legacy honored later today.
He possessed such natural athleticism.
It is Golden Pal winning the Juvenile Turf Sprint.
He's very, very agile and quick.
Golden Pal has repelled the challenges.
Each and every race, he just got better and better.
Golden Pal broke like a rocket. Golden Pal, wire to wire.
He's a very confident horse.
Golden Pal, the lead is out to 5 lengths in deep stretch.
He's just got a brilliant mind.
They're all behind Golden Pal.
I'm going to be breeding everything I have to him.
These New York bred foals represent many sires: War Dancer, Salamini, Honest Mischief, Central Banker. But they all have one thing in common. Starting in 2026, they'll be running for the same purse money as open company 2-year-olds at NY-bred tracks. That's nearly 20% more than they run for now. Learn more about it at nybreds.com.
Just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a revolutionary state-of-the-art equine therapy and rehabilitation facility offering the most advanced equipment and knowledgeable staff to care for your equine athlete. From oxygen therapy and laser treatments to thermal imaging, dry saw room, and cryotherapy treatment, all alongside a 7/8 mile Tapeta training track. GMP Farm is revolutionizing equine care. To see a full list of services and book your horse's rejuvenation session, visit gmpfarm.net today.
Strength of New York breeding, celebration of New York breeding, New York Showcase Day. For more info, visit NY-breds.com. So many to choose from. For the Duncan Dash of the week, fireworks. In yesterday's Grade 1, Alan Jerkins, domestic product, unleashing a furious stretch drive, Andy.
He didn't even break that well in there. He got a fabulous ride by Flavian after that, keeping him in position. Just 3 really good horses coming across the wire. I don't know that Imposter is leading the horse in, substituting for the owner, but he's a terrific horse, and that was a terrific horse race. My friend, that's the famous Cousin Andrew. That's the immortalized by a horse, Cousin Andrew.
That is almost as animated as I've ever seen Chad Brown celebrating at the wire. Immediately that shot, that one meant a lot.
Harvard Stables and Chad, they won the Test and the Jerkins, their bookend races, the 7 furlong races for the 3-year-olds and the 2-year-old fillies Golds with homebreds. I said to Seth, I said, how many homebreds do you even have? I said 4, and I'm not even sure he has that many homebreds, and they won Grade 1s in the same summer at Saratoga, 2 of the biggest races of the year. It's a remarkable accomplishment. It really is.
What a performance. The Duncan Dash of the week, of course, day after Travers. A little fatigued, a little tired, so a second dose of caffeine was needed. Room for a second Duncan Dash of the week. The Dunk Tank, Andy.
I'm going to get even with that, man.
Splash, courtesy of Jason Worth.
I'm getting even with him. He won't know when it's coming.
You're
but
running
it's coming,
your mouth,
I'm telling you. I know he's a big guy, but
were you heckling him?
I heckle everybody. Of course I do. If you're in the dunk tank and you're not heckling people, then you're not the spirit of the whole experience. And you saw Barbara Banke behind Jason, and she was extremely generous in donating money for the dunk, and it's all a good fun. And it was great. And you were in there too, doing the right thing. You did.
Not that I'm saying there was more people there. Everyone was cheating a lot more.
Well, the kids, that's just not right.
They were getting me.
I'll beat a couple of those kids up. You point them out to me. I'll catch them away. As long as they're under 8, I can handle them.
Wanted to read, let's see what kind of trash you were talking to Jason Worth. Look at that. He's had enough. Like that, Serling.
Yeah. You see when that chair drops, though? Didn't it hit you in the small of your back?
No, but I had a little trouble climbing back aboard. It's a little tricky, right? It's slippery.
It's a lot deeper than it looks.
Listen, Best, the Backstretch Employee Services team, along with the chaplaincy, the BCCA, these are incredible organizations doing great work for the people who we have jobs because of them, the people in the backstretch, and they're really great organizations. And I hope people, if you can support, find a way to throw a few dollars their way.
Well said. Good sports, a lot of fun this weekend, and a terrific weekend of racing here in upstate New York. Horses in the Paddock, the 3rd in 10 minutes. You're watching Saratoga Live.
Core.
And core beliefs will come on and win it nicely.
By leading sire, Quality Road.
And here is Core Beliefs to take the lead. Core Beliefs on the outside. Here it is. Core Beliefs.
All the best attributes of his sire, a multiple graded stakes winner who's proven at the classic distance with tactical speed and a must-see physical.
It's Core Beliefs who digs his heels in to win the New Orleans Handicap.
Core Beliefs, standing at Walmack. It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle. The best races, horses, and destination venues. Cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America's Best Racing.net is a sport for you.
Welcome back, and thanks for tuning in here to Saratoga Live as we have horses in the paddock for today's third race. It's a second level allowance race, and we do see a horse favored here at the 7 furlong distance by the name Dr. Kraft. He is number 4, and he comes out of a common race with the 1. We'll get to the 1 in a moment, but Dr. Kraft spent the majority of the time on the gold rail. Then he kind of eased out when he hit the lead because Gerard Ortiz thought that the horse that was going to beat him was to his outside. But Dylan Davis said, hee, I'm going to sneak up the rail and nail you on the wire, which he did with Jackson Heights, who spent the entire race on that rail. Now, Dr. Kraft can win, but with 19 starts, he has finished second or third 13 times with only 2 wins. So he's not the winningest type. And for me, at a short price, he's not the type of horse that I'm going to automatically go to, especially with an enhanced effort due to the track. He looks great here. That shiny coat to him, he's really healthy, but he always looks that way. He's always made a good appearance prior to his starts. He just doesn't often win, though running races well enough to win here. As number 1, Barise, off the claim here from Akin Cantamasi and team, takes the blinkers off, where in that race, he was chasing 3 to 4 wide throughout. Now, not that the rail's good today by any means, but we don't know, but at least he's drawn inside. And he looks great. He doesn't look like a horse that was eased or virtually eased in his last 2 efforts. So now at least he gets to pair some races back to back. And I don't mind actually the cut back in distance for him, as we'll also take a look at the horse who's trying to come back off of that 6-month-plus layoff in number 3, Bourbon Chase. He was a horse that physically, really started to develop, especially when he started running those races. So mirroring the fact that he was getting better physically and on the track. Now he has to come back off that layoff with the trainer change to Mike Maker. He looks incredibly fit here, looks much the same as what he did prior to leaving the track. I do want to watch Lafitte how he warms up.
Bourbon Chase at 5-2, idle since February. See what he does in his comeback. $45,000 allowance, optional claimers here, 7/8 of a mile. Dr. Kraft, that makes sense to you, Andy? 2 to 1 here as the choice.
The problem with Dr. Kraft is, he's IRAD, so he's favored in a tight race, is that he doesn't like to win. And, You can say, well, Irad lost the race and he came off the good rail, the gold rail last time. He also rode the gold rail for 90% of the race, and I think after the race he's probably, beating himself up, saying if I should never let Dylan come to the
That's
fence.
the one Dylan came up on the inside.
But he spent a lot of time on the rail, but he certainly can win.
Post-parade, Barise for the Cantamasis.
I like this one. I'd like to see Manny try to wire the field here. This horse has excuses. It was wide against the gold rail last time, too.
Elysian Meadows back to the main track.
Yeah, it needs to break well. He's got a couple of slow starts on dirt races.
Aforementioned Bourbon Chase.
Listen, his last few figures are probably better than these horses, but I just want to know, is he going to run it back off of the layoff for a new trainer in Mike Maker?
Dr. Kraft and Irad Ortiz.
Yeah, complete underlay for me. This horse last time was the time. Overbet with Irad here.
There's still Bourbon Chase, and there, Dr. Kraft. That was a tough one. Tough pill to swallow. Tough defeat in his latest. And Silver Satin has won 2 of 3.
Boy, I thought he was in a little tough moving up. I know he won last time, but I bet him last time. I thought he got a very good trip to win.
Pompous Prince, 6 of last 7 at Finger Lakes.
2 lifetime best races that this horse won recently. 3 lifetime races they won recently. None of them are fast enough to beat this group if any of them show up.
3rd race, New York Showcase Day in 3 minutes. And a reminder, the more information, the better, right? Track stats, get the inside track. On handicapping with Naira Bets, track stats, one of the best races. To bet, to beat the favorites at Saratoga, track stats has the answer. For more stats on tracks across the country, visit nairabets.com. You look forward to these days, Andy, because I know it's difficult trying to pivot when you think you sense you might have a tendency one way or the other on a track where you have a bias, waiting for those horses to resurface and reevaluating their performances in previous efforts.
Well, Jonathan and I don't always agree in our selections and things, but I think we have a lot of very similar feelings about handicapping, and you said it that day on August 1st when we had that very strong inside bias, and you said it, and I agree that they're very hard to bet on those tracks because you have to find the horse against the rail, and obviously you have a clear speed against the rail, but these days they all get overbet anyway. It's the betting horses back, betting against horses that benefited from it, frankly, a little bit like Dr. Kraft, but also betting on horses that had wide trips against it. And Barisi was wide to nowhere that day against a fast pace that collapsed in there, and it makes his performance coming off a bit of a layoff look worse than it was. His prior race was off a 4-month layoff, and he came in a 1 1/8 race, which really isn't his strength. He's got back races that can win it. There is an argument that maybe he's just not that good anymore. But at 7-1 in this field as the potential inside speed, I'm going to lose my money finding out.
Yeah, if this horse was 4-1, then I believe this would be a bad play by you.
Okay.
But at 7-1, it makes a ton of sense.
Price is always the guide. We talked about it with Sierra Leone, right? And I said to you before the race, you like him. Do you like him at 8-5? I think that a lot of us were shocked he was that short.
Last week, we're like, here's your chance to maybe get him at 5-1, something in that neighborhood. Crushed throughout in the post-time favorite. Yep.
1940. Hello.
Bourbon Chase. Dr. Kraft, let's revisit that August 1st race with Irad Ortiz opening up, establishing a lead in the stretch, and then what happened with Dylan Davis, who just very quietly came up the rail and got him late.
Well, it took a Herculean effort to run down Dr. Kraft by both horse and rider. Now we're at Aqueduct now.
We'll get to Dr. Kraft.
We don't race when there's snow up here, normally.
This is Bourbon Chase's
last February.
Race.
I don't know. The Belmont went well, so careful what you wish for.
This is Kara's Times last race, actually. Now it's Bourbon Chase finishing second in his last start. Coming off the layoff, he's with Todd Bletcher. I don't know why they made the change. I guess I could have asked, but they've moved to. Mike Maker was very much the Three Diamonds, Kirk Wyckoff's trainer for many years. Gave the horse to Todd. I have no idea why they made the change, but to be fair, as good as Todd is, it's a lateral change. Mike Maker's that good a trainer.
Another great summer up here at Saratoga for Mike Maker.
Incredible, really. His horses have been performing extremely well. They look great on the racetrack. This horse has 2 wins, 7 seconds, not that winning profile you look for. Meanwhile, the horse I picked has 2 wins, 6 seconds. I just think Irad Ortiz on Dr. Kraft, having had that experience with him, will know him a little bit better. And I also thought he moved a little aggressively into the fastest part of that pace, even though he did take advantage of the inside, which was very good that day. I think Irad's a rider that figures horses out, particularly horses that maybe don't want to win or hang just a touch, and I could see him improving on that effort, just riding him differently.
To Maggie.
Yeah, I said back in the paddock I wanted to watch how Bourbon Chase warmed up / how he was handled in the warm-up, because before the layoff in those starts where he was quite good, we saw very aggressive warm-ups from him. And Luis Saez just kept him with the pony today, actually kept him fairly quiet. He's moving well, but I really wish you would have let him get into the bridle a bit more. As we'll check in with the horse I am going to pick, and that's number 2, Elysian Meadows. I know he's gotten unfair tries over the turf, eliminated by Carson's run in the Woodhaven and a bog last time, but I do think he looks more like a dirt horse. So I'm gonna take him coming back to this surface. And then number 5, Silver Satin. He makes a great impression. Is he good enough to take down this field? I don't know, but he's done everything right today in the prelims, Lafitte.
See if that's indicative of performance as they move into line. We hand things over to Frank Mirmati with the load and call. It is post-time 3rd race of New York Showcase Day at the Spa.
Thank you, Lafitte. We've got the group in here from the Backstretch Employee Service Team. Race call in the booth. Great cause you can support. Pompous Prince will be the last one to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. Awkward beginning for Dr. Kraft at the back of the field. Pompous Prince, on the other hand, had a beautiful start and will go straight to the lead. He was just headed by Silver Satin, so it's Silver Satin taking the lead over Pompous Prince in second. Buddy C is prominent on the inside, taking the second spot as they come out of the chute. They are followed by Bourbon Chase in between horses. Elysian Meadows and Dr. Kraft, after that tough start, is at the back of the field. 23-2 for the opening quarter mile. And it is Silver Satin just in front of Buddy C in second. Bourbon Chase in between horses. Pompous Prince fourth, but only 2 lengths off the lead. Elysian Meadows asked to pick it up on the inside of Dr. Kraft. They round the far turn, and Silver Satin has been prominent every step of the way. Leads it by a neck. Bourbon Chase trying to engage in second. Pompous Prince 3 deep. Buddy C on the rail. The half went in 46 3/5 seconds. They line up across the track with a quarter of a mile to go. Bourbon Chase and Silver Satin stride for stride. Pompous Prince is weakening on the outside. Dr. Kraft finds a seam with the white blinkers, and he's starting to come after these leaders down on the inside. Elysian Meadows, they're in the final furlong. Silver Satin and Bourbon Chase go on. Silver Satin clinging to the lead. Bourbon Chase trying hard, but Silver Satin took them virtually all the way to score by 3/4 of a length. Bourbon Chase finished up in second. Dr. Kraft was third.
Make it 3 of his last 4. Silver Satin, Ricardo Santana, the Matoli gelding, takes down his third at Saratoga.
Able to control off of the inside while Barisi tried to no avail to chase down the rail and drifted the stretch and got it done over Bourbon Chase, who has an affinity for finishing second, his second place finish. And Richie, I think this race gives a lot of credence to the outside paths being better than the inside paths, because both Dr. Kraft and Elysian Meadows just stalled rallying, and badly stalled in the 2 and 3 paths.
Yeah, they got there like they were going to pick up some momentum and finish, and they both just kind of flattened out there, and Silver Satin kept finding. Ricardo Santana has quietly put together a very strong meeting in a very deep jockey colony here.
I think Ricardo's an outstanding rider. I think he can get you any kind of trip. I think, he learned a lot from his experience riding basically first call for Steve Asmussen and being able to make mistakes, knowing you're going to get a leg back up next time. And I think it really kind of helped him develop a better game. And look, he spent a lot of time in Oakland on the dirt, but he'll get you a grass winner too. He's a Breeders' Cup winner on the grass.
What do you think about the racetrack, what we were talking about?
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't crazy about Barisi.
No, forget about Barisi, but I mean all of them.
I'm trying to remember what happened in the first.
No, well, the horse drifted off the rail. The racing was all done way out in the track.
But I think, to your point that you made earlier, I try not to get too carried away, because in the midst of a day of whether a racetrack has a bias, because you never know where horses are going to get. I'm like you, that I like to make that decision.
Oh, no, I know, but I mean,
moving forward.
Judging by this, I think the outside paths, I think it's a bit of an outside flow track.
Well, I think in that case, then Bourbon Chase hung really badly then.
Well, he's
Yeah,
He's made
fair
a
enough.
career of hanging like a chandelier.
Something to monitor throughout the remainder of the afternoon. All smiles. Ricardo Santana, silver satin, 5-3, 4-2, and the third results reaction when we come back.
Connect, a Grade 1 winning millionaire, making his mark as a sire with Rattle and Roll, a Grade 1 winning 2-year-old, and multiple graded stakes winner. Graded stakes winning 2-year-olds Hidden Connection and Whitwater's Rand. Graded stakes winning 3-year-old Implicated. Connect, a proven sire in the making. Standing at Lane's End Farm.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
It's amazing. I mean, we're used to having horses in claiming races, and here we're at the undercard of the Belmont.
And they're off in the Woody Stevens, and here's Bookham Dano, who has blown by them all. Bookham Dano, Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Bookham Dano!
Winning on New York's most important day of racing. I can't. That was awesome. He's the best.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
New York Showcase Day continues. Beautiful afternoon. Day after the day at Saratoga. Coverage is always brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Ricardo Santana, silver satin. Into the winner's circle. Winning trainer Jorge Abreu. 3 of his last 4. Very sharp, productive, another solid performance, JK.
No, absolutely. This horse ran pretty well. I didn't really have a lot of love for Silver Satin in here, and I know this might sound weird, but if I, for my brain, if I don't like a horse going into a race and they run extremely well, I give them bonus credit in my mind, because if I didn't like them, they ran really well. You know, that's, you got to think that way.
My friend David, whose opinion I respect as much, if not more than anybody's in the game, liked this horse, and I, for the life of me, have no idea why. I meant to ask him because I didn't see him at all either. I was completely wrong.
About Dr. Kraft's effort, Richie.
I thought it was a flat or a dull effort. I don't know that maybe he bogged down a little bit when he angled to the inside. I love the trip that Irad Ortiz was giving him. That's what I wanted to see. I think sometimes we get caught up and we say a horse doesn't want to win when in fact they just have a short run. And their run is used a little bit too early, so when they finally get there, they hang a little bit. I thought he held him up, gave him the perfect trip. He just didn't finish the deal.
But to your point, and obviously I agree, horses with really short runs are problematic. You know what I mean?
Of course.
You know, you think about some of the better horses. Think of the race yesterday Domestic Products ran. I mean, he was in a made a run about 5/8 of a mile to get that done, the best horses out of the run, and he loses because of that short run, and he makes riders look bad, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Time it just right.
You got to time it just right. And the key, too, is getting good early position so you're not having to use your horse to get back to the position you wanted to be in the first place.
More stakes racing coming your way. 6 total on the afternoon, and the West Point is coming up next. Race number 4 in about 22 minutes. United States Military Academy, West Point, U.S. Service Academy in West Point, New York. This is the oldest of the 5 American service academies and educates cadets for commissioning into the United States Army. West Point sits on strategic high ground overlooking the Hudson River, 50 miles north of New York City.
I love going by it on the train coming up to Saratoga, which I take quite frequently, coming down, because you can see it across the Hudson. I just, up on the
right
hill.
By the Bear Mountain
I just
Bridge.
love,
Beautiful.
I just love seeing West Point. It's such a beautiful, beautiful
They
sight.
still have the remnants of where they would pull chains across the Hudson so that the British ships couldn't go up the Hudson
Very
and attack
cool. Really?
West
You can
Point.
still-
Yeah, it's a lot of history there. It's really fun to explore that area.
Very cool. Very cool. Do you love Spirit of St. Louis here, though, who is the
Well,
odds-on favorite?
He's probably going to win here. He's really good. But I do think that City Man is going to run very well today. He's second off a layoff. I know he's 7, and he's clearly past his prime, and it seems like Spirit of St. Louis is in it, and he's a terrific horse. But that City Man, he still has 2 years ago the Forbidden Apple effort going a mile here, which is really an incredible effort by him. Sort of a grade 1 type performance. And I'm kind of hoping somewhere in there the old guy has at least one last good race to give Spirit of St. Louis a little tussle in here.
Yeah,
Maybe
I
I'm just reminiscing a little
well,
bit.
is it? I mean, even though Spirit of St. Louis is 5, he's the young upstart in this situation. And City Man has been capable in the past, certainly giving him a race. Spirit of St. Louis, how do you not love this horse? I mean, he just runs turf, dirt, doesn't matter. He shows up.
Does it all. Have a chance to see him in about 20 minutes. Grass Stakes Racing, we had a grade 1 on grass yesterday that we'll get to. How about the ballerina? Uh-oh, she doesn't need the lead. Society, brilliant in the ballerina. And the sword dancer, Far Bridge, wire to wire. Who knew? Onto the Breeders' Cup turf.
Marshalier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Who's still a nose in front. Carew is lifting late as well. Better lucky than good at the rail. Better lucky than good. Carew, better lucky than good, wins the finale.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
New York Showcase Day. You're watching Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. How many started Travers week golf outing? They're going to race these golf carts. The best part about it, look at Jason Worth. We know how far he could hit a baseball. A good-looking swing.
I hope he has more accuracy on the golf course than he does in the dunk tank.
5th annual Travers Tee-Off. Javier Castellano. He's perhaps better in the Alabama, better in the Travers. That was a nice putt. That was nice. Jockeys and golf, something that really caught on and started a couple of decades ago.
Not for me.
Not for you.
No.
Mini? You're a mini with me?
Mini golf maybe, but no. Nah, who's got hours to go spend on a golf course? They had things to do.
We saw who does. Javier Castellano, Tyler Gaffalione, perhaps some others.
All leading up to the big day yesterday, Travers Day, and just before, well, this was the first of the 5 Grade 1 events, Sword Dancer. Farbridge. How about Farbridge making the lead and repelling all challengers in the stretch?
What a great plan, whether hatched by the Clements or Joel or whatever. And the one thing about him is he's a horse that to do his best running, he needs to be inside. He's a quirky horse that does that, and I guess, Richie, best way to do that is go to the front in a paceless race.
Kind of simplifies things. You're going to get down to the fence. Now, Andy, I know you like this horse. You picked him. Did you anticipate him being on the lead, though?
You've got to be kidding me. No, of course not. And, you know, I mean, we're all entitled to sort of cash a bet when things don't
I don't
go
mean it.
No, I know.
I
I know you don't. No question about it. Jonathan and I were kind of laughing about it on the set when it happened. But it was a great plan that worked out. But no, I did not expect him to be on the lead, and I think it had a lot to do with him winning. But one thing I did have confidence in, that Joel Rosario would be on the rail. That's one of the things I really liked about it.
A fifth Sword Dancer for Christophe Clement. And in the ballerina, J.K. Society, who we've always assumed needs to be in front in order to be at her best. She's in front here, but she showed she can track.
Yeah, I mean, that had to be pretty comforting for the Asmussen team to see that she can be rated in here. And look, she's had some back races that don't make this too shocking, but she just hadn't been running like that as of late.
She's also rated,
yeah,
which I think makes a big difference here, and I think that's important. And to your point earlier, Richie, about horses on the inside, Vava really struggled down inside a horse. Now, maybe she didn't run her race, and we'll find out when she goes forward, but she's run too well, too frequently to suggest that something didn't go wrong, and being inside may have hit her a little bit.
Story going into the Forgo was what's going on with the sprint division. With the older horses, somebody needed to step up, right? Well, Mulligan Richie did just that in a big way.
Stepped up in a big way. I mean, I love the way this horse runs, right? With that intensity, almost like a mean face on. His ears are pinned, teeth are barred. He just runs all out, blood and guts. Now, interesting, the 3-year-old race, the Alan Jerkins, went a little bit faster, but it also had a much faster early pace.
Well, I only went, I think, a little bit fast. I mean, a little
only
bit,
4
yeah.
100s. I mean,
right,
it was very
no, but I mean,
comparable,
yeah, the early pace, yes. Listen, they're all good horses, and I think with the Chosen Vron losing out west, is Milliken now the leader of the older horse sprint division?
And Rudy Brissett, their first career Grade 1 win.
Well, the interesting, great congratulations to Rudy. The interesting thing about this race is that, and it's different from the fillies and mares, is that the Breeders' Cup is run at 6 furlongs when most of the big boy races are at 7 furlongs. So some of these horses, like a Mulligan, might appreciate the cutback, maybe not. Maybe better going 7. Domestic Product, who will, I'm sure we're going to see, is that horse going to appreciate it even further
Would
cutback?
he go to a mile? Is he going to run in the mile? I don't know.
This was, you told the audience before the race, your favorite race, you love the Alan Jerkins.
It's the best.
Yeah, and yesterday, this one it lived up to all the hype. Domestic Product from off the pace, and Flavian Pratt, another Grade 1 win.
And this was huge. Look at all the kickback he got covered with. That was the thing I questioned. Was he going to be able to handle the 7/8 with the amount of speed in there? Because he wasn't going to get like that soft trip he got in his previous start at Aqueduct, where it was a small field and he set up shop outside. Well, he answered that with an emphatic yes. He handled all of it, took the kickback, didn't break particularly well. This was a stellar effort.
No, but it was also an excellent effort by all 3. I mean, the 3 big dogs all showed up in here, right?
No, they absolutely. I thought they all ran extremely well, and I think that all 3 of them are drawing live, moving forward to wherever they show up. You know, a lot of times in these races, now the Travers obviously doesn't count. The Travers is the same way. When all the good horses show up and they all run their race, and you get to see them run down the stretch and just let the best one win, it's gratifying when it's all said and done. That's how I feel about those 2.
And you know, we all and Russ Fiveso talked a lot about Torpedo Anna and Kenny McPeak running in there. How about a tip of the hat to the connections of Bookham Dano?
Yeah.
I'm going to be honest. I'd run for the money at West Virginia at 3 to 5.
You
I
would
have
run Torpedo Anna in the Alabama. We already know that.
And they came and they delivered, even though you didn't win.
Maggie, your favorite individual performance yesterday in all the 5 Grade 1 races?
Lafitte, it wasn't a winner. It was Torpedo Anna and what she was able to do against the boys. And just to echo the sentiment of what Andy just said, I just really thank the connections for putting her in there, putting on the show, and wow, did she deliver. As yes, Brian Hernandez, we know him to be a ground-saving rider, and he did that with her and had her in such a nice position. But when I caught up with John Velasquez and talked to him after the race, he said, I knew she was there, and I just wanted to get to that spot on the outside, knowing that she wasn't going to get clear and get the jump on her. And I think that's what kind of made the difference overall. But she kept coming at him, and just really, truly showing the heart of a champion. And before I got to John Velasquez, Brian Hernandez turned her around and looked at me and said, did I get up? Because he couldn't see the wire and he knew she was gaining on him. And I sadly replied no, and he just bent over and hugged her. You can tell how much that Torpedo Anna means to Brian and her entire team of people behind her, and rightfully so. She has just provided us with so many thrills, and the people standing up and cheering in the 1863 Club and the clubhouse for her, just one of those things you'll never forget. One of those famous Saratoga moments that live with you in your mind and in history. So well done, Torpedo Anna. You may have finished second, but you're definitely a winner in all of our hearts.
It's fascinating, Maggie, because Brian Hernandez, he wasn't quite sure if he won the Kentucky Derby till he saw that photo, and that's just crushing hearing how you had to basically tell him, that no, you didn't quite get up with Torpedo Anna. You're in that unique position of being the first person to talk to a jockey after they win some of the biggest races in North America. Embracing that role, what do you look forward to most, getting ready for a big Travers Day and know that that's going to be your role in the afternoon?
Honestly, I'm such a horse girl that getting up close to the horses after they win such good performances, and I don't know, I think they do win. They do know when they win, and they appreciate the accolations that they get. So I love, being that first person kind of back and telling them what a great job they did. And then too, when the jockeys it's their first grade one, catching up with Dylan Davis after he won his first American grade one, or Brian Hernandez after she just destroyed them in the Acorn and the CCA Oaks. Brian's so humble and so well spoken, and a lot of times just the admiration. Loose horse. Okay, we've got a loose horse, guys. Yeah, that's all. It's all coming together. Lafitte, we're gonna have a delay here.
We'll continue that conversation. Head on a swivel. Maggie heads up. Yeah, a loose horse in the paddock.
Out.
Our viewers are not seeing it's coming together. The outriders doing the best they can to corner and corral.
We'll cheer for that guy.
They got him. They got him.
Yeah.
Wow. It can be jarring enough when that happens on the racetrack, but when you hear the hollering behind us in tight quarters and a lot of people in the paddock, it's frightening.
Well, especially when you get a whole group of people here, and if a horse gets wound up, they almost go a little blind, and they'll run through a crowd. So I'm just glad that no one got run into, and they apprehended him pretty quickly.
Maggie.
Woo! Those are some of the scariest times in doing this job. That's for sure. Especially when you have a full paddock of people, and some of them just not well versed in horse knowledge and what to do. And yeah, it's all coming together. Did have that wild look in his eye that he was just, and I screamed whoa at him. And luckily Jesse Costa and Lance on his pony Amos, they were able to corral this horse and kind of get him stopped. He's definitely not going to be a jumper, so that's good. He's a flat horse, because he looked at the flowers here and said, nah, I don't think I'm going to jump those, and turned back, and that's when Lance was able to catch him. But he's going to get looked over here, guys, by the attending veterinarians. We'll see what they decide. Honestly, he just ran around. So it's not like he did anything that strenuous. And honestly, Lafitte, I was impressed about how he stuck to the turf. Guess he kind of likes that stuff.
A lot of agility. It's coming together. And Big Brown, Rick Dutcher used to blow him out the morning of a race, right? Fortunate here. No injuries. Everybody's good to go. And the process now as far as determining, and a rider up, it looks like it's all coming together. It's going to be good to go.
Yeah, now Jose Gomez will warm this horse up, make sure he feels good underneath him. The vet will be at the gate, the examining vet, and they'll confer and make sure he feels good, he looks good, everything's fine. They will keep an eye on him. He really didn't do a lot. He just kind of had a little jaunt around here in the paddock. Nothing I think should be a problem.
He did a little to shake us up, but he didn't do a lot besides that.
I just get nervous because he ran at that crowd at one point, and he turned before he got to him. You just don't want to see someone get run into or run over, you know.
Had a situation a couple of Sundays ago with Lane Luzzy getting kicked in the face, and we saw the black eye, and somehow still rode 20 minutes later.
He got very lucky. It wasn't the horse's hoof that caught him. It was the horse's cannon bone that caught him. So he got hit with the horse's
Which
leg.
makes all the sense in the
But
world.
yeah, I mean, the two hardest points on a horse's body are their hooves, number one, and the pole of their head, number two. Listen, it wasn't good either way, but he did get lucky.
I got to say he didn't get incredibly unlucky. How's that?
Well, yeah, maybe that's a better way to frame it. That
was not. I mean, the fact that the guy came out 30 minutes later and rode, I don't even know what to say.
Warrior.
Incredibly impressive.
Riders up here for the West Point, and there's the heavy odds-on favorite in Spirit of St. Louis. Look, we know why he's such an overwhelming favorite. Any potential pitfalls here for Spirit of St. Louis?
He makes his own trip. He could be forward. I mean, if somebody's going to have to run better than him, and I think City Man's the only one that has a race somewhere in him that's better than him.
Yeah, I would agree.
I haven't seen it in a while.
And I think that's I think that's very important. Is that he can make his own trip. We talk about constantly with these races of these big horses on how they need this to happen. They got to have this happen. Oh, they need to make sure the pace and that's not for Spirit of St. Louis. If he goes out there and runs his race, no matter what happens dynamics-wise, he'll win.
Hoping he continues to keep it together. It's all coming together.
Yeah, I mean, he's the speed of the race, and he's actually improved a lot for Phil Serpy, but the problem is this division is very tough with the presence of Spirit of St. Louis.
Dakota Gold, Dylan Davis, fourth in last year's West Point.
You can't ignore how cold the barn has been. They've driven a couple of seconds, and the 2-year-old ran well yesterday, but they're waiting for their first win of the meet.
City Man, Sword Dancer winning connections, Rosario Clemon.
Yeah, I love this old guy, and if he shows up here and runs well, he can be competitive, but he's going to have to take a little step forward in Spirit of St. Louis, a little step back.
He's feeling it. He's bouncing. And then there is Spirit of St. Louis seeking a 6th straight victory.
Spirit of St. Louis is the best horse in here, the most versatile horse in here, and heck, they could run they could stay on the dirt and he'd still win.
I'm not really talking about the trainers thing. I think Chad Brown's up 10 now. It's kind of over, right?
It's felt over for me for a while.
Somewhere around January 3rd.
Jerry the Nipper Narad Ortiz.
I love Jerry the Nipper is one of my favorite horses. I love this guy.
Not the pony's favorite horse.
He's gotten more poor, not great tactical decisions in his career, but just afraid he's just kind of lost it. I just don't think he is what he was before, and I've always had great love for him.
On the engine today, though, aggressive.
Yeah, boy, he was trying to bull over the pony there, and they turned him loose. He went on his way. But sometimes, we'll mistake a horse's energy, like that's enthusiasm, when it's almost a little agitation.
Big difference.
There's a big difference, and that almost looked a little more agitation to me. He is 7 years old, and, Father Time's undefeated. We all lose a step as we go forward.
Maybe he just liked it in Barbados, and he didn't want to come home.
Richie said, I've been limping around here for 3 weeks, just walking to my car.
Richie's a warrior, true warrior.
Spirit of St. Louis winding up. And in his most recent, the Hudson Valley, that good tactical speed, turns it on in the stretch, Andy, and wins going away.
He's a heavy favorite. They don't need us to sing his praises, but you gotta like him, man. He's just good. He's got 10 starts, 8 wins, 2 seconds. He was second. His second start going 1.1 miles to the very talented Olympic Dreams, and he managed to lose to City Man last year in this race. But otherwise, he's flawless, and I do kind of think City Man maybe give him a run for his money today, but I can't make a strong case to bet against him.
He's a marvel. He's a gem of consistency. He shows up and runs. It doesn't matter. And think about his dam, Concord Kid. Every single one of her foals is a winner, but she also got Bar of Gold in there, a Breeders' Cup winner, Landmine, Spirit of St. Louis. And Spirit of St. Louis is not only very good, he has been extremely well managed. Only one start outside of state-bred company. Your best trainers win races with horses without them needing their A effort, because every horse only has so many A efforts. He's been so well handled and spotted, and it's there to look right on paper. 10 wins, 10 starts, 8 wins, 2 seconds. Incredible.
Lightly raced, Maggie, but when he shows up, he brings it.
He does, and he's also a specimen. He is just a big, good-looking boy, and warmed up beautifully, really nicely on the bridle. He's doing everything that a heavy favorite should. So I love what I'm seeing from Spirit of St. Louis. Now, with it's all coming together, getting loose in the paddock, it set a lot of horses off, including number 5, as you guys were just mentioning, and Jerry the Nipper, but also number 2, City Man, in that I've never seen. Look, Jerry the Nipper actually is warming up beautifully. I got to say that. And he looks better than what he did last time. I don't like him here on paper, but there's a marked improvement from this start compared to the one back at Aqueduct. But let's talk about City Man. He got, and it all happened behind him. You know, it's all coming together, got loose right behind City Man. So that really set him off a bit, and he was quite on his toes when he came out to the paddock, but Joel Rosario giving him a nice warm-up, expending some of that nervous energy, and he settled back down. I thought last time, going back to that Hudson Valley, that he needed to start coming back off of the layoff, and he kind of ran that way too. He kind of ranged up, and then he just flattened. But he is so much more fit, and he's so much more awake too, which obviously with the loose horse, but he was like that prior to that incident happening. So I just think that race, that Hudson Valley, set him up where he needs to be. As we often talk about with these horses, when they get older, they need a little bit more racing to get fit. And he is a 7-year-old now. You do wonder if Father Time has caught up with him, but after looking at him today, guys, I'm of the mind that he might have just needed that start, and we're going to see the good City Man.
All right, so maybe he does produces a race today, City Man, an 11-time winner seeking a 12th.
I mean, I go back to that Forbidden Apple, and I'm never forgiving Christophe for not pointing.
Day 2 of the 2022 meet on the Friday.
Day after that, yeah. This performance by him, I mean, it was electrifying. You see him sitting behind horses, he pulls his way through, he gets through, and he ends up winning this race by almost 3 lengths. This was a good field, and a 104 buyer. This was a grade 1 performance in a grade 3 race. You know, listen, he's got it in there somewhere, Richie, right? You know, maybe the old guy at 7 can't still run it now.
We might see it today.
I'm a big City Man fan. I just think he's a terrific horse. Right now, is he as good as Spirit of St. Louis? I don't know, but I kind of think he's going to run at least competitive with him.
He does have races in his past that will certainly give Spirit of St. Louis all he could handle. I loved the way he looked when he walked into the paddock. That's why I landed there. I'm just looking forward to a really good horse race.
We're on Flavian Prat watch, right, for most stakes wins in a single season. He's out west this afternoon, 14 stakes wins. We still have another week. That summer, that was Joel Rosario aboard City Man. Rides him again today. He was on that kind of run. He's one of the riders that have won 15 stakes races in a single season when he was winning with Epicenter, and he was winning with Jackie's Warrior, and on the biggest races making all the right moves. He was in some kind of zone.
I get why he frustrates a lot of horse players, because he's as great a rider as there is in the game. And there are times when you ask yourself, what's he doing? And I love Joel personally and as a rider. But there are times when you scratch your head, and part of it is because you know when he's on his game,
when Joel is Joeling.
He's outstanding.
Yeah.
There's nobody that gives me a better feeling than what I have when I've bet on a horse that he's riding, and when he's coming down the stretch in a hand ride. It's a very nice feeling. Irad shoulder tap is right there with it, but they're both right up there.
I think the way he rode yesterday, that great ride in the Sword Dancer, sometimes that pulls you out of a funk, because I felt like he was in a little bit of a funk through the first part of this meeting.
He's a good man, too.
Aboard City Man, yes, he is, and a Hall of Famer now. Spirit of St. Louis odds on post time for the West Point. Here's Frank Mirmati.
They're in the gate. And they're off in the West Point, presented by Trusco Bank. And it's a very quick start for Jerry the Nipper, who is intent on sprinting clear at once. It's all coming together. Will wisely set off that pace. Spirit of St. Louis is a joint third on the outside of City Man, and Dakota Gold is at the back of the field. So Jerry the Nipper is loose early on. In second, it's all coming together. Spirit of St. Louis just had some trouble, almost clipped heels. And City Man is just inside of him. It's another 3 lengths back to Dakota Gold. The opening quarter in 23-2 for Jerry the Nipper, who has a 5-length lead on It's All Coming Together down the backstretch. With City Man inching closer, in fact tugging his way closer. Spirit of St. Louis now just 3 lengths off the lead, and a couple more back to Dakota Gold. Jerry the Nipper's half was 48-1. It's all coming together. We'll put the heat on him now. Just behind them, City Man, Spirit of St. Louis, and 3 to Dakota Gold. There's been no change in the running order. Jerry the Nipper trying to fend off It's All Coming Together. City Man looming. And on the outside, there's Spirit of St. Louis, handridden, just got a little tap to come after the top pair. Dakota Gold is next, 111-4 for 6 furlongs. They're at the top of the stretch. On the outside, Spirit of St. Louis. Dakota Gold is coming today. Dakota Gold is starting to come very fast, too, after Spirit of St. Louis, who takes the lead. Spirit of St. Louis, Dakota Gold on the outside. Dakota Gold, Spirit of St. Louis. Dakota Gold from last to first under Dylan Davis. Nails Spirit of St. Louis in the West Point, presented by Trusco Bank.
Fireworks in the stretch of the West Point. Dakota Gold, Dylan Davis, furious stretch rally, picking off the favorite in the shadow of the wire, Spirit of St. Louis. Wow.
We found the anecdote to a tough meet. Dylan Davis. And,
All
congrats
long.
to them. And I'm sure for Danny Gargan, it's been a very frustrating meet, but a win like this has got to be a great relief. And he ran extremely well. I'm taking nothing away from him. But you could tell from the start when he didn't break that sharply that this was not the good Spirit of St. Louis.
No, he was struggling. He was under a long drive to keep pace around the far turn. It was not his A effort today.
No, look, it's they got a lot of pace to close into in this race where, Jerry the Nipper was on a mission early, at least it felt like it, running away from them. And look, Spirit of St. Louis, I didn't think really had an excuse. I mean, I know it was a little bit slow away from there. Didn't really have an excuse here and lost a nasty head bob to get Danny
But he should have won.
Gargan.
No,
Yeah,
he got a very good trip. I just didn't feel like you could see he wasn't really accelerating the way they had to ride him, right? The way Manny really had to ride him to even get by those other horses earlier. And that doesn't take anything away from Dakota Gold, who ran terrifically, and Dylan just continues to make every single right move.
What happened at the start, Richie?
Just doesn't.
Yeah, it looked like a fairly clean start. He just kind of ambled away from there a little bit, yeah. And you saw Jerry the Nipper was aggressive in the post grade. He was aggressive in the race as well.
Yeah, right, he breaks about 3/4 length. So I'm not saying I'm not making excuses for him. He didn't break, frankly, that much worse than the winner. And I don't make any excuses for him. I just don't think he ran his. You could see he kind of was never in the bridle. Is that fair, Richie?
No, I think that's a perfect way to frame it. He just wasn't carrying Manny into the race the way he normally does. Manny was having to ask him into the race. Now, let's be fair, too. Dakota Gold, they came home the last 16th of a mile in 6 seconds flat, basically.
Oh, he ran good.
So he had to make up, that ground to get there. His effort was strong.
Things didn't work out yesterday for Dornick. You just saw Danny Gargan, first win of the meet. Victorious in this West Point. Dean Reeves, Dakota Gold, Dylan Davis at 8-1. If you were writing a headline, a story about the jockeys this summer at Saratoga, let's assume just for a moment, Flavien Prat wins a 16th stakes race and sets the record for most stakes wins by a jockey at Saratoga. What would be your jockey headline for the summer? Would it be Rod Ortiz wins another riding title? Would it be Flavien Prat winning the most stakes races in an individual meet? Or would it be Dylan Davis?
It would be the best riders in the country put on a show in upstate New York.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many storylines because there's just so many talented riders. And the difference between this colony and the colony that I think was the strongest since in the 80s was this colony, the core of it is younger. This is a more youthful colony where you had other guys at that point that were more into their career, deeper, more experienced. This is incredible, but Dylan's maturation has been the key to me for him because now he's consistent where I didn't think he was as consistent before, but you could see in his preparation and his approach he has matured.
Day in and day out against the best.
Yeah, I mean, I think the answer is a 3-horse entry. I think if Flavien can break the record, that definitely deserves credit. if you can break any record here at Saratoga, that means something. And I think Tyler also needs to be part of the conversation for someone who's not here full-time in New York to have the success that he had. I'm just as shocked that Tyler's got 36 wins as I am that Dylan has 28.
Can I say something else? And I'm not. We're all just like, we're just dismissing Irad because he's Irad, you know. He's Will Chamberlain in his time. He's, you know, he's Michael Jordan. We just
become
assume
a victim of your own
that he's
success.
that he's going to do this. He was suspended for 3 days, and he has ridden extremely well at this meet, as he always does. But we're talking about all the other guys, and we're ignoring. And I'm not saying I understand why we are, and I think all of them deserve an enormous amount of credit, and we're all just sort of forgetting about the guy who's leading.
Well, I think we get desensitized because we expect it from him. He's just so
100%.
consistent and brilliant on a day-in, day-out basis. And what I marvel about Irad is you will get the same effort on a 10-claimer that you will in a Grade 1, and not every rider is that way.
Yeah. He's passionate about the game. The other day, he rode a first-time star that went up at 2-1 off the turf. I was standing out in front of the building, sort of whatever, just late in the day, and he was coming back, and he came in a beeline for me. He's like, "How is that horse favored? How is I 2-1?" And I said, "It was crazy." I said, "Even for you, the way they bet you, that was." And he said, "You know, he's a first-time starter trying to go a mile, a 2-year-old off the turf for his first start. They don't win at a mile." I was talking about the race, and he was done. He's into it.
I know the jockeys are all individual, and some don't care and pay attention to the tote board, and there are the prices, by the way. Dylan Davis off the pace, 1880. I know it would drive my father nuts when he was going really well, and he felt like everything he rode was being overbet, and he's riding a horse who should be 6-1. He looks at the board 3-1. What do you mean 3-1? And it would frustrate him because when it didn't work out, everybody's looking at him like he made a mistake.
Like when they did.
Right.
Well, it's their fault. Have this conversation with Irad many times, and people that don't think that Irad, I'm not saying others aren't, but they don't think this guy is engaged, they're kidding themselves.
This riding colony and what a show they've put on this summer. And that West Point you just saw in the victory by Dylan Davis from off the pace at a price 8-1. More stakes races coming your way. We have the funny side a little bit later on. The 2003 Derby winner, and here moments ago the trophy presentation. Richie, always it's one thing to be in the winner's circle at Saratoga, another when you're winning stakes races at Saratoga.
Yeah, absolutely. And listen, it's been fun to watch Dylan's evolution into the top rider that he is. And I enjoy this colony. I admire and appreciate good riders, and there's a lot to appreciate right now.
So Maggie with Dylan.
Yeah, and Dylan just said to me, he's like, I'm learning as I go with this horse, and you really have producing him at just the right moment.
Yes, Maggie, just we've run against the same group of horses previously, so I know how we stand there going into the race. Just saved ground that first turn, but you know, he doesn't like to be inside too much, and I just wanted to be in good striking distance with him into the second turn, just so he didn't have to make that much ground, and then from them to speed away from him and me chasing down the lane. I want to be right there when they got to running, and it didn't bother me that I had to lose all that ground turning for home, and I knew that he was able to produce what he showed, and just getting him into gear with everybody else and just keeping him to the task all the way to the wire. Danny and Mr. Reeves, they did a great job with him, and I'm learning as I go, like I said, and I'm thinking I can get a few more out of him.
Absolutely, because he's kind of one of the younger ones in this group, so obviously there's still room for improvement.
Of course, yeah, he's improving even with me, so we're learning as a team. You know, I think I think we can keep getting winners out of him. He's producing them, and he's running well. He's in good form. He's doing a good job.
Awesome. You're doing a great job. Congratulations, Dylan.
Thanks, Maggie.
All right, Dylan Davis, just the master class that he has put on for, you know, a rider, like you guys were saying, that wasn't consistent all the way. This has been a breakthrough season for Dylan Davis.
Could change the trajectory of his career, what he's done this summer.
Well, it should. I mean, you know, he's absent when it comes to, like, the bigger races, right? Triple Crown races, Breeders' Cup races. So he went to the Breeders' Cup.
Right.
It shouldn't be that way anymore.
We aren't going to be here anymore. Headed over to Fox Sports 1 as our coverage continues on New York Showcase Day. We'll see you there. I don't know, like now. Grab your remote. See you over on Fox Sports 1.
$1,500,000, $1,550,000, $1,550,000,
and a half. $1,500,000 in dollars, Tom. Thank you. $1,700,000, Jody. Thank you. Nine and a half. Thank you. Good night. In the back. $1,900,000. Thank you.
Please hold your applause.
For centuries, the bond between horse and human has been forged in trust and hands-on care. Now the sport of thoroughbred racing is combining those timeless traditions with cutting-edge technology to raise our standards of equine safety to the highest level. Wearable biometric devices measure subtle changes in a horse's stride to help optimize safety and performance. State-of-the-art imaging technology helps pinpoint areas of potential concern for early intervention by expert veterinarians. And the sport's new independent regulator, the Horse Racing Integrity and Safety Authority, is using AI and enhanced data modeling to help prevent injury.
Quarter mile was a quick one.
From sunrise to sunset, there's an ecosystem of trust and care and a commitment to well-being. So win or lose, it's safety that runs first. To learn more, visit safetyrunsfirst.com.
Why do the most successful owners, breeders, and horsemen select the Green Group as their tax advisor? We simply save them money. Over the past 40 years, founder Leonard Green has owned and bred some of the best racehorses in the history of the sport. His hands-on industry knowledge, combined with cutting-edge tax-saving strategies, has produced positive results for his clientele and has made the Green Group the top-rated accounting and tax firm in the business. For a confidential and complimentary consultation, contact us at 732-634-5100 or visit our website at www.greenco.com. The Green Group, proven strategies to save you taxes.
And they're off at Saratoga.
Welcome to viewers on Fox Sports 1 in Valley SoCal. There he is, Todd Fletcher in the canoe, newly painted in the Rapoli colors. Fierceness in yesterday's Travers, a third for Todd Fletcher. Lots to smile about. This is Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Winding down Travers week, solid afternoon of thoroughbred racing on tap. Good crowd, good weather. 7 days left of summer racing at Saratoga. From the paddock, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Yeah, it's the day after the day. What a sensational Saturday. Yesterday, the Travers and the 5 Grade 1 races. We have so much to recap. That thrilling stretch duel with the champ and the filly. Fierceness just getting the best of Torpedo Anna in Saratoga's marquee event. As for today's racing, New York Showcase Day, we still have 4 stakes races left. The 5th in about 16 minutes. Wall-to-wall stakes activity. Still coming up, the Albany, Fleet Indian, Funny Cide, and Yaddo. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. And as always, we invite you to get signed up. Play with us at NY-bred. And when you do so, use that promo code SPA250. Earn up to a $250 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now, NY-bred.com to earn your $250 deposit match. Joined by my co-host, champion jockey Richie Migliori, New York Racing Association analyst Andy Surley, handicapper Jonathan Kitchen. Richie, we have this New York Showcase Day, right? What is the concept behind this day of thoroughbred racing at Saratoga?
Oh, a day to celebrate the breed in New York. The thoroughbreds that these people, we have some big breeders, but a lot of smaller breeders, and they come out. And it's almost like a mini Breeders' Cup, a New York bred Breeders' Cup day, right? We get something in every division.
Yeah, I love these days. I've loved these days since we started doing them. I think they're really fun to showcase these horses. And even look at the last race. We talk all about Spirit of St. Louis. 2-5 shot was running in the prior race, the West Point. One of his only 2 losses prior. He's got 3 losses now, and 2 of them are in the West Point. They don't have to win. These are competitive, good horses that run fast.
Yeah, a long time ago, it was like, that one's just a New York bred. That used to be a punchline. It's not that way anymore. And, there's a lot of different horses. I'm sure we could rattle off hundreds of names of horses that have helped change that. One that sticks out to me, though, is Tis the Law, right? That Belmont Stakes winner, that Travers winner who showed up and beat up the Kentucky breds and just reminded everyone that these New York breds don't know they're New York breds.
There will be a Tis the Law at some point, right?
Yeah, the New York Reds have
Belmont winner.
consistently come along and won at the highest level. They just have. It's been happening for a long, long time.
Funny side a little bit later on, the 03 Derby and Preakness winner. As our coverage continues here at Saratoga on a clear Sunday afternoon, John Deere track condition report. Main track is fast. Turf courses are firm temperature in the high 70s. And up next, the Albany. About 25-minute drive south of here. 30, 35, a little bit farther, depending how fast you're going.
About a half hour.
It depends if you got TSA pre-check. Be careful at Albany Airport.
The state
I have
capital
a friend who missed a flight, got there an hour and a half early, missed his flight.
It's tough. It's tough.
I got stuck with him for another day.
But the state capitol in Albany,
The egg.
it is
The egg.
absolutely beautiful. In that building, the architecture is stunning.
Albany. And that's
Capital.
the influence of the 5th race and the next stakes race on the afternoon. Scratch, Skylar Starship is out. A field of 5 3-year-olds, mile and an eighth. Panda Gate, all the rage, even money here. Panda Gate, why such a heavy Albany favorite?
He's good. I mean, this is a horse that went over to the Middle East and did not run badly over there behind a pretty good horse. Some people think could be the 3-year-old nobody's talking about right now, Forever Young, and he acquitted himself well over there and finishing 3rd. Came back and won the New York Derby, which used to be part of the Big Apple Triple with the Mike Lee and the Albany. This guy's good, and I think he's going to get better.
He's good. He's a little bit of a bicycle horse. Got to stay on him a little bit.
Pedal.
Takes him a little while to find his stride, but he keeps coming at you. Big, long stride, son of Arrogate. I think he's actually doing better now than he was going into the New York Derby. He just looks like he's put on weight in all the right places to me.
Lafitte, one of the things I like about this race is that pace wasn't particularly quick in front of him. So while Panda Gate was coming from out of it, those horses up front still had a lot of energy left, and for him to get by him, I think says a lot about the performance that he had.
3 of 5 thus far by Arrogate. Fastest ever mile and a quarter here at Saratoga in that Travers back in 2016. See what Panda Gate does in the upcoming Albany. About 12 minutes to post. We'll be checking in with Maggie Wolfendale very shortly. See how these New York Breds look in the paddock. Panda Gate, even money. Doc Sullivan, strong second choice. Andy at 6 to 5.
Yeah, I think we all agree that the mile and an eighth, the New York Derby was a mile and a 16th. This is a mile and an eighth. This is a 16th, a mile longer. It's going to be in the favor of Panda Gate, who will get better with more distance, and it's not clear Doc Sullivan won't maybe get a little worse. What Doc Sullivan has over Panda Gate is more speed. He can make his own trip. He doesn't have to worry about getting compromised. Comparably, he's Fierceness, right? He puts himself in that position, not from a talent standpoint, from a tactical standpoint. Whereas a horse like Panda Gate's got a little more Sierra Leone in him, where he's going to have to maybe get a little help up front.
If that's the case, I'll take Doc Sullivan. Live look Panda Gate, even money, as we say hello to Maggie Wolfendale, standing by. Maggie, this Albany coming up, how are they looking in the paddock?
You know, it's funny, Lafitte, I've never seen a more smaller field of stakes horses have more lead ponies with them here in the paddock. I guess everybody here needs their security blanket. So we'll start with one of those horses that needs a pony with them, and that is your current favorite in number 4, Panda Gate. And I completely agree with what Andy's saying, in that this 9 furlongs is better for him than his main rival in Doc Sullivan, because Panda Gate, being a son of Arrogate, is your typical physical prototype from that stallion. He's tall, he's long, he's lanky, and the stride matches that physical makeup, and he just keeps getting better as he gets going longer. I have not seen this horse, though, since his debut. So he's a little bit more developed, a little bit more athletic looking. He looks incredibly fit here, second off the bench. And by all accounts, he is training better since that New York Derby and coming in here to the Albany. Let's check in with his main rival. Finishing second to him last time was Doc Sullivan. And the last time I saw Doc Sullivan was here for the Mike Lee, in which he was a wreck. He was washed out. He didn't want to let them get the tack on. He was agitated out on the racetrack. So hence he has a security blanket, AKA a lead pony, with him too. Now, ever since that day, obviously they've learned from that experience. They saddle him on the walk. They keep the pony with him, and he's handling himself well. He does get hot, and he is hot today, but he's just more of that bulky, more compact and robust horse where 9 furlongs doesn't really seem like his gig. I think this horse is best at a 1-turn mile. So again, I think he's got a tall task in front of him. A horse that's intriguing to me is number 5, Liberty Central, the other horse that has a lead pony with him. Yeah, Liberty Central, he is a little bit of a quirky horse. He'll be loaded into the gate as well without Jose Gomez on his back. He has had in the past that propensity to be a bad actor at the gate, behind the gate, though it seems like in his last few races he's been better. He's getting a little agitated here while saddling, but he does look incredibly fit. And 2, he is a long, scopy horse that I think, maybe this 9 furlongs might be in his wheelhouse. Acacia, as you're joined by a special guest.
That's right, Maggie. Matt Couture from Adelphi Racing, as we have traveled the world together with Panda Gate Matt, but back here to New York and against New York-breds. He is undefeated, so against his friends once again today.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's 2 for 2 against New York-breds. We love the New York-bred program. Obviously, your father-in-law, Miguel. We all try to win these kinds of races. It's a big New York-bred day. We want to win today.
Absolutely. And how fun has this horse been for you and for the partners, like I said, from Finger Lakes to Dubai and everywhere in between?
He's been such a cool horse, partly for him, but also just the group's great. We've got a lot of owners in this horse. We've had a lot of fun. Dubai was great. The party bus to Finger Lakes was great. That was on the bingo cards. I had to say that. But no, it's a cool horse. He's a cool horse, and it's always great when you own a horse with really good people, and that's what we got here. And hopefully, it kind of keeps it going.
Being a son of Arrogate, going the 1 1/8, it just seems like distance really is his friend as well.
Yeah, I mean, and look, and Christoph I trust, and he wanted to send him to Dubai to get the extra distance there, so I can't imagine he's not going to like it, stretching out from the New York Derby an extra 16th of a mile. Hopefully he's right, and he seems like one that's going to keep going, so hopefully we get the right kind of pace scenario in front of us, and he runs his race.
Well, great to see him back here. Best of luck to the whole team.
Thank you.
All right, Lafitte, Panda Gate. No party bus from the Oklahoma to the main track today, though.
Be worth it. Panda Gate, Dylan Davis looking for back-to-back stakes victories. The Albany Riders Up post-parade, post-time in 7 minutes. We'll be right back.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
3/4, 11-3. Hoodam has the lead by a length on the outside. 4-star Davis gaining ground in second. Only a neck off leader drawing alongside as they approach the 8th pole. Those two have 3. On Ekinar gaining ground now on the outside is Bellendagan. They approach the 16th pole. Hoodam on the rail on the outside. 4-star Dave. And those two race to the wire. It's Hoodam nearest the rail. 4-star Dave to the wire.
In that driving finish, not a Richie Migliori, but Angel Cordero aboard 4-star Dave.
Not only did Angel win this edition of the Albany, he won it with style. Did you see? I mean, win by a nose.
And a measured nose.
Put it away. And oh, man. What is a hand ride? A hand ride is a hand ride. If Angel's watching, he'll know. That was Georgie Velasquez's thing.
For people that were never around Saratoga in person when Angel was ruling the place, I don't think they can appreciate just what a figure he was, right?
One of the most popular racehorses in Saratoga history, being ridden by one of the most popular jockeys ever in Saratoga history.
The Sultan of Saratoga was being ridden by the king of Saratoga, and Angel Cordero was the rider that taught me how to compete. I thought how to compete. I thought I was competing. I thought I was making the right moves. And then I realized, wow, if I don't up my game, I can't compete with this guy. I credit him for really opening my eyes to how to prepare and approach this game.
This is not a shameless plug. I did a 3-hour podcast with Angel, and it was one of the best things I've ever done, the greatest 3 hours. It was so much fun. He is not only a great rider, he's absolutely hilarious.
It was a shameless plug, and it was one of the greatest.
It was hilarious.
He's a legend. I mean, he's a true legend in this game.
Angel, post-parade, Albany, Agelos the Great. Agelos the Great at 12-1. There's BD Saints and Ramon Vasquez.
I think Manny is going to send Agelos the Great. They're going back to the dirt with BD Saints. He's got one dirt race, gives him a chance to get approve off it.
Back to the main track, BD Saints. And the 3-4 heavy favorite here in Panda Gate, the New York Derby winner, Dylan Davis. Again, looking for back-to-back stakes wins.
Yeah, Panda Gate, I think, is going to appreciate this added distance and hopefully a little bit more pace to close into.
Trained by Christophe Clement. Teamed up for a Grade 1 win earlier in the meet, the Saratoga Derby. Davis and Clement. Clement yesterday with a 5th sword dancer. There's Doc Sullivan and Javier Castellano.
Yeah, I mean, Doc Sullivan's obviously the other horse that can win this race. But I think comparing the two prices to 3-5 to 3-2, I much prefer Panda Gate.
Liberty Central, 3rd in 3 straight.
If I wasn't convinced that the one was going to go, I might throw a couple dollars on this guy to wire the field. But I do question him getting the distance. But I think he's pretty good. And if the one doesn't go and he gets to the front in here, I think he's going to outrun his odds. Whether he wins or not is another question.
Jose Gomez and Liberty Central getting the starting gate in place for this 1 1/8. Albany, 3-4. Panda Gate, we check in with Acacia and Maggie, trackside.
That's right, Lafitte, as we'll take a look at the horse that Andy was just mentioning. Acacia could be on the lead, and that is Agelos the Great, a horse that I've been a fan of, but he's going to have to get faster and do it at a distance longer than he's ever traveled.
And it's true, and it's funny, Maggie, because he's a pretty good-sized horse. He looks like he might be able to handle longer, but his sprint races have just been better. He got really revved up at Finger Lakes last time. He's gotten himself really on the muscle out there on the track again today, but he's sharp, acting like he should be forward.
Right, but not expending too much energy. He was actually, back in the paddock, I thought one of the more relaxed horses that we saw. So we'll see. That physical makeup says longer might be okay, but dynamically, not sure.
Just real quick, that's an interesting point because he was over the top at Finger Lakes last time.
So this is I interpret this today as a better sign, trying 2 turns for the 2nd time. But I think we've all landed on Panda Gate. I don't know, the picks haven't flashed up there, but I know you and I at least have. I think the horse that has shown he's good, A, and B, he's going to be best at this distance.
He is. He's a horse that just has that big, long stride. I do feel attached to Panda Gate. I got to spend 2 weeks in Dubai watching him train every single day, leading up to try to take on the likes of Forever Young, who's so incredibly talented. And he's a horse that is spicy. He definitely has a lot of fire. Thus the lead pony back in the paddock, thus the training saddle, and 4s are wild. But for him, he's actually doing well today versus what I've seen from him in the past. It was a lot to handle in the likes of Dubai over there at Maidan, where you don't have the typical kind of lead pony saddling enclosure, all of the normal things that he's going to have here at the spa.
And Lafitte, it looks like those lead ponies back in the paddock have paid off for these horses, as they've actually all remained quite calm, cool, and collected.
Nice and settled for this Albany. Andy, Panda Gate, Doc Sullivan, both tackling a distance they've never raced here before.
Yeah, I mean, look, Doc Sullivan is a Salamini, so there is some distance
Should-
pedigree. I
shouldn't be an issue.
agree with you guys, full-heartedly that the Arrogate and Panda Gate, but Doc Sullivan's a very, very nice horse. I think he's just not getting the love maybe up here he deserves because of Panda Gate, and he's really good as all right. He's 7-5 for a reason. And tactically, he's going to be better positioned likely than the favorite.
Being bet like a two-horse race. Panda Gate odds on. Doc Sullivan 7-5. Jockey off Liberty Central. There's Jose Gomez. He'll climb aboard. The Albany New York Showcase Day, live from Saratoga on Fox Sports 1. Here's Frank Mirmati.
Doc Sullivan walking up to complete the line. Goes straight in. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Albany. Very even beginning. Liberty Central and Agalos the Great. These two will ensure an honest tempo through the opening stages, with BD Saints and Doc Sullivan racing third and fourth. Panda Gate is at the back of the field, 5 lengths off front-running Agalos the Great, who races a bit off the rail, and it's a tight spot there for BD Saints trying to sneak through. He's going to get there now. And outside of them, Liberty Central in third. The quarter went in 24-1. Agalos the Great now steps out to lead at a length and a half. Ramon Vasquez dealing with a headstrong BD Saints, gets him off the rail, and he'll come right after Agalos the Great as they run down the back stretch. It's another 2 back to Liberty Central, who backs off in third, followed by Doc Sullivan, 5 lengths off the lead, and another 3 to an unhurried Panda Gate. 48-1 for the half mile. Agalos the Great comes to the half-mile pole, leading by a length over BD Saints in second. Liberty Central third. They're in single file now. Doc Sullivan 5 off the lead. And Panda Gate is now starting to run, as is his main rival, Doc Sullivan. So those two starting to move as they go past the 3/8 pole. 113 for Agalos the Great, who leads at 3/4 of a length. But here comes Panda Gate. Panda Gate rolling on the outside with a huge move at the quarter pole, and Panda Gate comes for the lead at the top of the stretch, and Doc Sullivan has surfaced too. He'll angle out. Panda Gate got the jump and has a 3-length lead on Doc Sullivan in second. They're followed by Agalos the Great coming to the 16th pole, and it's Panda Gate in charge. On the inside, Doc Sullivan tried his best. Panda Gate and Dylan Davis to win the Albany. Doc Sullivan was second, and then it was Liberty Central a distant third.
Too much. Panda Gate, originally by Arrowgate in the Albany. Back-to-back stakes victories for Dylan Davis.
Yep, Panda Gate is a bicycle kind of horse. Dylan was trying to motivate him down the backstretch, and the problem, what happens is when they finally click in, now you've got to go with it, and it leads you to maybe moving a little sooner than you wanted, So Dylan made this kind of premature wide move, but because the horse kind of dictated that, once you get him running, you don't want to stop them from running. You've been asking them to get in the bridle. They finally do. Now you got to go on with it. And I think the margin of victory doesn't tell the whole story.
It's one of the things I enjoy, many things about working with you, but it was also talking during races. And you were saying to me at the point in the backstretch when they were in last, and you said the problem with a horse like this, because it takes a while to get into stride, is once you get them going, you got to go. And you said this to me as they were single file sort of down the backstretch, and that's exactly what happened. He circled, and it's almost like Javier knew what was going to happen, and he waited patiently with Doc Sullivan, and he wasn't right down the inside, but he sort of slipped in, saved a little more ground, and maybe a little deeper inside, but it was closer partly, and it's not that Dylan gave a bad ride, it's that he had no choice, is what you were sort of saying to me.
Once you get a horse like that running, you don't want to take it away from him. You might not get them running again.
And I also think it's pretty simple, too, the fact that, we talked about it at the beginning and at the top of the show and basically all day, that the mile and eighth probably played more to Panda Gate and less to Doc Sullivan. And I think that the result kind of plays to that. Doc Sullivan, a very nice horse, but this probably wasn't an ideal circumstance for him today.
The start, Richie.
Yeah, it was a pretty clean break. They kind of came in together and put Panda Gate in a little bit of an uncomfortable spot for about a stride, but he has no speed, so he was backing out of it at that point anyway. But you're going to see even into the first turn, Dylan was tapping him on the shoulder. Like, he's not a horse that carries you and you know exactly how much you have underneath you, and that's why it's hard. Once you get them running, you got to go forward with them.
Just for a rider, those types of horses that you're constantly having to stay after, is it more physically demanding, physically taxing to ride those types?
It is so physically demanding. You've got to be really fit because you basically have to ride them along. He's riding them along a bit here. Now, not an all-out drive, but continually reminding. Plus, he runs with his head out and down. And those kind of horses get you tired anyway. Even if they're generous, they get you tired. And you're going to see Dylan's reins are a little bit slack to lane because a horse like that pulls the reins out of your hands a bit.
Is it also interesting that going into the first turn, I don't think a single horse, at least heading into the turnaround turn, was inside the 3 pass.
Staying off the rail.
Yeah.
Everybody went off, and now, you saw Mon Vasquez going inside, but then he got off the rail.
To Maggie, you see top of her head right there with winning pilot Dylan Davis.
That's right, and Panda Gate getting a nice little sponge off because he took a lot of kickback, Dylan, but to him, I don't think it matters.
It didn't matter. He doesn't show a lot of gate speed, but more importantly is to get him into rhythm and get him in that good stride. And, he's faced these challengers before, and I know that I was able to make that wide move and be able to sustain it down the lane. But great job to the Clement team and everybody here. He's doing a great job. He's had a great career so far, and he got a lot more future in him.
Absolutely, and he's a horse that you can't stop him once he gets into that stride and unleashes it.
Yeah, exactly. So, I've known him from the beginning, so once he gets his move, that's what I like to do is to get him to the outside and just keep that momentum run. I don't like to stop and go on him. Once he gets going, he's ready to go.
Dylan, you got a lot of happy partners in that winner's circle. Go get your picture taken.
Thanks, Maggie.
A huge crew assembled here for Panda Gate in this Albany, guys.
They're gonna enjoy this one. Miguel Clement leading in Panda Gate for Christophe Clement. Dylan Davis, you could hear it, Richie. You can hear he did some heavy lifting during that 1.1 miles.
Yeah, Dylan's so fit, but he had to ride this horse a long ways, and a horse that will wear you out. Any horse that runs with their head out and down makes riders tired. I speak from experience, obviously, and I was a tall rider, so maybe it was a little easier on me. They didn't stretch me out quite as much.
Sure.
And I would be remiss not to mention, and being a homer, my son Joseph Migliori Bloodstock, picked out Panda Gate.
Congrats, Joseph. Look at the winner's circle. It's like they won the
really
Travers.
got it all in there.
Look at this winner's circle.
A lot of folks in there.
That's fun. More share
Winning is
the
fun.
experience, share the win. I mean,
Not just winning, who you win with.
Absolutely.
And I also think that sometimes we get a little jaded. We don't appreciate the privileges that we have in being able to sort of go where we want at the track. And I remember my mom a few years ago brought a couple of friends. Not one of them really a big race fan, one of them not really, but were able to go in the winner's circle after a race because their picture taken, and they just loved it. They were so thrilled. And I think sometimes we don't appreciate what a great experience it is for people. And I think it's nice for people to get a chance to do that. And it's something Dave O'Rourke believes in quite a bit.
What's that moment like, Richie, for Dylan there after a stakes win into the winner's circle, and you see that like massive humanity and how happy they are to see you on the horse they're affiliated with?
Every single one of those people love you in that moment. You feel their adoration. You're the returning hero, right? You've got it done. You were out there on the field of play and got it done. And listen, Panda Gate's very talented, but he's a horse that's a little tricky for riders. Yeah. And Dylan knowing him, and once he got him running, though, right, had to stay busy on him.
Track photographer has to be pretty excited as well.
He's fired up. They were poured in there. He was like, yes.
Cha-ching.
It's a rare Saul Human appearance there, right? There he is. That's why everybody's there.
Jam-packed winner's circle, the celebration for the win in the Albany. Team Panda Gate delivers. And that canoe freshly painted for the second time in those colors for owner Mike Rapoli. Fierceness in yesterday's DraftKings Travers.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
And they're off in the Naira Bets Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
Side of the field turns for home. Mind frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
They're at it again. The two Belmont first and second place finishers
will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stakes.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
Program trading in naval power. What a thriller. Photo. In Italian to win it.
Big F and one.
And it will be McCulloch. Domestic spending.
Ocean Road. Victoria Road.
Digital Age and Pearl.
State of Rest. Newspaper of record.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Panda Gate takes the Albany, as I'm very pleased to be joined by co-owner Saul Cumin, as well as Miguel Camon, assistant trainer, and my husband. Christoph ran away because he's saddling in the next race, so Miguel's stepping in. But Saul, we'll start with you. What a journey with this horse, and now a stakes winner here at Saratoga.
It's awesome. It's great to win a race on a day like today. That was a hell of a winner's circle. Big crowd. I feel great just being in between you two. I feel like the rose between two thorns, and I'm just happy to be in the middle here.
This is our next family Christmas card right here. As Miguel, we've been around the world with this horse. I know he means a lot to you as well. How gratifying to see him get another big one today.
Yeah, no, it's great. He's terrific. He's top class. He's able to perform aqueduct. He went Finger Lakes, Dubai. He's a very good, consistent horse, and it's very satisfying, especially for this big ownership.
How great is it to be able to make that many people happy at once with a win like this?
Yeah, no, that's the CC motto, you know. Bad's a big believer in making as many people happy as possible, so that's what we do every day.
Pretty fun winning with a group like this, Saul.
That was awesome. Great day, happy to be here, and thanks to these guys. Great ride by Dylan. It was, he's done a hell of a job. He's had a great meet, and that was another terrific ride, so it's awesome.
Could not agree more. Massive congratulations, guys, as I'm sure the party will continue with Panda Gate.
Fun scene in the winner's circle. We see it once in a while with Maggie and Tom. And there with Maggie and Miguel, Casse and Miguel, celebrating that win. Panda Gate over Doc Sullivan, Liberty Central, 4-6-5 in the Albany. Dylan Davis, 2 straight stakes victories. Turning the page to race number 6 here in 2-year-old fillies. 5.5 furlongs here, and it had wide open. We had a compact field in that last stakes race here. This one a little bit deeper with the inexperienced 2-year-old fillies coming up.
Yeah, and there's some interesting horses in here, not just obviously the favorite for the Clement stable, Tehila, who did run well. And she was very green, I thought, in her turf debut. But you've got a half-sister to Casse. Now, the Authentics haven't been doing a lot so far, so we'll see. But that's the 4 Charlotte's Heart, who's taking a lot of money at 5-2, cost $700,000. Either the 2 Grace and Grit, it worked very, very well at the 2-year-old sale, and I like that horse. And Maggie, when we were talking about the race earlier, she mentioned, don't forget her husband's horse drew in, Kyla's Cause. And Maggie sometimes has some trepidation with her husband's horses. She said this horse is good, and this horse has a giant pedigree for grass.
6-1 currently. 17 minutes out. Race 6 here at Saratoga, New York Showcase Day, and when we come back, we will recap. Thanks, man, I appreciate it. Travers, 155th edition yesterday with the champ, Fierceness, the champ in the Travers. You're watching Saratoga Live.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation was formed in 1940 with a simple goal: to raise funds for research to enhance the health and soundness of horses. Since then, we've provided millions of dollars to hundreds of projects at universities around the world, leading to major advances in welfare. Our process of selecting and producing peer-reviewed research has become the trusted industry standard. And with your help, we'll be here for many years to come, supporting the health and wellness of all horses.
Covering almost 300 acres near the borders of Vermont and Massachusetts, New Hill Farm was established in 1984 by the parents of current owner Lily Kobielski. She says she's guided by one principle.
It's got to be all about the horse. You know, everything we do is to make sure that we're raising healthy, happy racehorses.
That's me.
Lily's husband, Maciek Kobielski, is a famous fashion and portrait photographer. Lily is both a photographer and freelance writer whose work has appeared in Vogue and the New York Times. It's not surprising that they love living surrounded by beauty at the farm that Lily took over from her mother a few years ago. And they believe it's a good place to raise both children and horses.
You know, we'll have as much as 45 horses at the farm at a time, which gets a little crazy.
Lily grew up riding and showing hunters and says her children appear to have inherited her love for horses. Whatever path they follow, New Hill Farm will always be a farm.
Very committed to conservation, so all of the farm is protected as farmland. And about 70 of the acres are fenced off for the horses.
Thanks to our friends at New Hill Farm for the access, the strength of New York breeding. For more information, go to NY-breds.com. New York Showcase Day, those New York Met-inspired colors for owner Mike Rapoli. In the DraftKings Travers, lived up to all the hype. Top of the stretch, the champ, Fierceness, JK, and the filly, Torpedo Anna, calling on all her heart and class.
Yeah, I mean, she was outstanding. I want to give her all the credit in the world. I knocked her because she hadn't really run that fast, but she did run fast here in the Travers. But the champ, like Frank said, the champ is back. You know, we knew he was the fastest 3-year-old in the country. He was just inconsistent in the way that he did it, and he confirmed it yesterday.
And he found a little more when the filly was coming up alongside of him. And, you know, when a big race is run like this, Richie, and the best horse wins, and you get this kind of showdown, it's just a good feeling. Whether you liked him, and I've underrated Fierce. I've never underrated his talent. I just didn't like his chance in this race at all, and I was wrong.
Well, I think, you know, we were all fair in saying just which Fierceness is going to show up. Well, the good Fierceness showed up, and he needed to be the good Fierceness to hold off the filly. And I think that's one of those cases, Jonathan, like Torpedo Anna never had run that fast. But this is the first time, at least since she was a 2-year-old, at least this year, that she really needed to reach down and find more. Now, not all horses win easily and can find more, but the way she was winning easily led me to believe. Her ears up, kind of looking around for the next challenge, and she did find more.
I would also offer, this might have been the best trip she's had in any of her races this year. When you think about it, she was winning races. She wasn't getting good trips, and then she was involved in pace duels and fast paces with good horses and putting them away. She actually had a very comfortable trip in this race.
And I'll tell you this, you know, before the race, the narrative was, and one of the reasons I was finally against Fierceness when I've always been on him, was the idea that Todd wants to try to space his races a little bit more so he can, you know, work on his weight. And with 10 weeks until the Breeders' Cup Classic, if he can improve off of what we just saw yesterday, those older horses better be ready to run in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
How sweet that was, considering as a champion, ridiculed, criticized Fierceness, questioning his consistency. I think all of us had those conversations.
I think it's fair
and
that we did.
Absolutely, but how sweet and satisfying that one must have been for Team Fierceness in yesterday's Travers Stakes. We have an update here. We're being told in the 6th race, Grace and Grit is a late scratch, who was a contender going in on paper. Grace and Grit is out, and there's a second. Grace and Grit we know is out. Maggie, what's happening in the paddock with these 2-year-old fillies?
Yeah, unfortunately for the connections of Grace and Grit, when they went to put the tack on her, she went immediately up and over. Yeah, as it is protocol, if a horse goes up and over, and especially in those saddling stalls, and hits their head, they're automatically out. So I know, incredibly frustrating because she's been a scratch twice now at the meet because of races being taken off the turf. As we'll take a look, though, at some other first-time starters, beginning with number 4, that's Charlotte's Heart. They paid a lot of money for this daughter of Authentic, probably because of what's on the bottom side of her pedigree, and that she is a half to Casse Creed, multiple Grade 1 winner, sprinting and going out to a mile on the turf, and all of the siblings have won on the turf, as well as Greatest Stakes winner Chess's Dream. Charlotte's Heart, the problem is that I think she wants to go further. She looks well prepared in that she's fit and lean, but she also looks as though she could strengthen, and she's quite a big filly. She's been very professional throughout here, and she, as I always say, sometimes they can win at distances shorter than what they ultimately want because they're that good. But I find that that's often that much harder when you're dealing with a turf sprinter. So according to the DRF Clocker report, her last move from the gate was with Tis Her Money, and it was a good-looking one, but Tis Her Money came here and ran earlier this week, finishing 5th in a open maiden special weight, going a mile and a 16th on the turf. Moving on to number 8, Perugia for Linda Rice. This one has a lovely pedigree, but more for the dirt. And as we often talk about, sometimes Linda is just looking to give her horses a start. But I'll say this, she actually has very slack pasterns and a bigger hoof to her, so I'm okay with her debuting on the turf. She might be one of those horses that can handle both, and she actually looks very well prepared, as Linda's horses often physically look as though they need a start. She's very quiet here in the paddock, but the good thing for her is that she has been working fairly well with impressive maiden special weight New York-bred winner with the Angels, earned an 82 with her win earlier this week. She was a little hard-pressed to keep up, so yeah, maybe there is not the precocity that we saw with the Angels with her, but one I want to watch with some interest is number 9, is Bam's Bliss Kiss. They paid $95,000 for this daughter of Solomini. There isn't much turf pedigree to report home on, but she worked 9 and 4, and she just looks like a little pocket rocket. I mean, she is tiny and compact and looks as though she's just going to spurt out of the gate really quickly. And as we saw earlier with the boys' division of this race, that's how that race was won. So I think she is dangerous for trainer Dave Dugen, as she is wearing, I think, blinkers first time out. Now I can't see her. Yep, she is. Okay, number 11 is Kyla's Cause, daughter of Daredevil, Adea Maximova, campaigned by Christophe Clement. She was a stakes winner and graded stakes placed on the turf. And Kyla's Cause has a lot of substance to her. She's got a big hind end as well. Now, does she look 100% fit? No, but she's sharp in here. She's kind of bubbling under the surface on the bridle, wants to go in here and has been working well with a nice open company 2-year-old for Tom down at Belmont, albeit that was on the dirt. But Liffey, as her pedigree would say, she looks turfman.
By Daredevil, precocity, draws in. Those also eligibles that get lost from time to time. JK, not the case here. Casse for her debut, 5-1. With Dylan Davis looking for a third straight on the afternoon.
No, absolutely shows up in here taking some money. Yeah, it's a West Point thoroughbred, so you gotta those big groups. A lot of times their win odds can be a little bit deflated.
Maggie had good things to say about this horse when we were handicapping early, and she's circumspect with her husband's horses. She's afraid of, of overhyping them sometimes. I don't blame her, and I get what you're saying, but I've got a feeling, and she said this horse can run, and there's a lot of pedigree.
I'm looking up circumspect.
What'd you find?
You can't even spell it, so you can't look it up.
Is Dylan about to go 3 in a row?
He might. 2 straight stakes wins.
We should also mention the 8. I know it's IRAD. This horse getting bet. Linda, first-time star in the turf. Don't think of Frosted, a 9% turf sprint sire. The dam size a half to Amundsen. Now, I'd normally say this is a prep for Linda. Linda often likes to give them a race and get them in their second start. She had an impressive-looking 2-year-old first-time starter winning Move the other day. Got an 84 buyer. And I think this horse might have worked with that horse, Maggie said. But
Maggie just discussing her in the paddock, yes?
Yeah, and this horse is dangerous.
Well, she has a sibling, Umbria, that won on turf.
Oh no, she's
and she's Perugia, so another area in Italy. Maybe there's a theme here.
Meanwhile, the 7's okay. The 7 was very green first time out, and I think is going to run better today. I mean, I still think with the experience, she's the one to beat.
Do you look at it different, grass v. dirt, when it comes to the edge and experience with young prospects? Because it seems like there's such a discrepancy, one start versus a first-time starter. Does the surface matter to you?
No, doesn't matter to me. It may matter to other people. I'm not. That's just for me. I guess what I'd say about the 7 Heel is I don't love the race that she's coming out of, and I think if one of these horses is good, they're going to beat her or more than one. But I do think she'll run better than that, and experience does count for a lot. And I think she really needed her first start.
Fair.
And that key late scratch, Grayson Grit out. We start with Vino Paella, pictured there with Jose Lezcano.
There's a lot going on in this race, and none of it seems to be going through Vino Paella.
Charlotte's Heart live on the board. First-time starter by Breeders' Cup Classic winner, Authentic.
Half to Casse Creed, Charlotte's Heart. Let's hope she has the heart of her half-brother, Casse Creed.
Dual 4-star Dave winner, then Sunshine Thief and Katie Davis.
And Gary Contessa looking here, his second 2-year-old sprint turf winner today.
Frog Hollow Summer debuting filly by Good Samaritan.
Yeah, it did work on the turf. 3 works back. I like to see that when they show up on the turf. Carlos Martin, only 7% with first-time starters in his career.
5-2 favorite to Gila.
I thought this horse ran well despite being green first time out and will greatly benefit from the debut.
5-2. Then Perugia, Barry Schwartz owned, debuting filly.
And we talked about how gritty Casse Creed was. Amundsen, this horse's half-brother, also a very tough, gritty New York bred.
Jose Ortiz aboard Bam's Bliss Kiss, the first-time starter.
This horse could be fast. His 2-year-old sales work at 9 4/5 was very, very fast. You want a long shot to throw in? It's this guy, Gal.
Infatuation, 19-1, first-time starter by the Factor.
You got to be pretty quick, right, if they call you Infatuation?
Dylan Davis seeking a third straight. Kyla's Cause draws in.
Yeah, and I respect this one. I know what you're saying about West Point, and I think there's a lot of validity to that.
I think it's a combination of both. I think that trust me, I agree exactly what you're saying. If Maggie says horse can run a little bit, she doesn't want to say that. You know what I mean? She doesn't want to mislead people. But I also think it's a combination of West Point thoroughbreds.
And I love yet another social media narrative that Maggie is cold watering people. Her husband's gone.
100%
Let me tell you
not
something.
true.
Maggie is as deranged as I am, and a desire for people to see me be smart. If Maggie has an opinion, I get it out there. She wants it out there. But she's rooting for her husband, and she's giving her honest opinion. That doesn't mean if she's wrong that she's not going to be happy to see her husband win. It's so crazy.
It is a no-win situation for her to go out on a limb in either direction as it pertains to her husband's horses.
And she,
no win.
Believe me, she doesn't have it in her to lie and withhold. It's just not in her DNA.
And for Acacia as well.
Yeah,
with Christophe Clement
100%.
and the filly we're looking at here, Tehila. What did you make of her debut? Richie, back on the 5th of July at Aqueduct.
I thought it was a really nice effort. I mean, she kind of had to negotiate her way through some traffic, wait there, tip out into the clear. And certainly we've seen this consistently in these 2-year-old races where horses with experience have been getting the edge unless there's a really precocious, super talented young horse. Experience counts. They make a big move forward first start to second start.
Lots to like regarding the favorite here, J.K. Tehila.
No, I mean, and like you said, I think experience goes a long way. I mean, we see it in these races all the time. Those next fastest horse in the world races where everyone heard that this horse is their Sullivan's Derby horse, and they run second to a horse who has experience. Experience goes a long way for these horses, especially the young ones, and these big full fields.
As we get set for the pick 6, Andy, in the sequence, is there anybody you love later on in the program?
Well, I mean, I think the most obvious single for a lot of people is going to be Silver Skillet in the 10th, though I think Spinning Colors is a possible upsetter if you want in there. I don't really have, if there are clever ideas out there, I don't see them. I kind of like the one Busy Morning a little bit in race number 7, but I think there's other options in there. I don't know, Jonathan, do you have any strong opinions going forward?
Well, I will say this in the last, it looks like a wide open race, and it likely is a wide open race, but I thought Capital Spending, the 2-horse, ran outstanding last time.
I don't think it's a wide. I think the 1 and 2, but then I'm going to go past them in a second, are far and away the likeliest of the horses that have run. Those two, I think one of those two will win. But the 12 Sinead is supposedly a runner in there, has been working very well. So for me, if I could get involved in the pick 5 more likely than pick 6, if I'm alive to 1, 2, 12, I'll take my chances.
Pick 6 gets started here, Maggie, with these New York-bred 2-year-old fillies and the favorite Tehila. What are you observing in the warm-up as they cross over to the turf course?
Oh, she's much the horse to be in here because honestly, the horse that I think that is probably most ready in their debut and kind of fits with this condition is Linda Rice's horse in here at Perugia. But Linda she does win in these situations. I can't say that because she just won earlier on this week. But I just feel like the experience edge is going to make a big difference. And as Andy said, she was green first time out. She broke okay, but then she wanted to get quite rank with Manny Franco in that debut and was kind of wanting to run off between horses and up on heels. And then when he produced her to the outside after expending so much energy fighting him, she got a little flat. She looks really fit here. She's a beautiful filly. So 2 to 1 makes sense. So the horses that are taking, as we do see Arad Ortiz off of Perugia, a lot of times they know these horses. Obviously, horses have to get okayed by the starter to make it to a race. And so they know these horses. Obviously, Perugia may have been a little bit of a naughty character. She's going to have the chain over her nose, and she's going to load without Arad Ortiz here in this debut. Lafitte?
And they're ready for her. They'll coax her forward. Perugia, the debuting filly, and seeing some movement on the board. Andy, number 9, Bam's Bliss Kiss, you touched on in the post parade.
Unless I'm completely missing it, I believe this horse was around 19 to 1 when I mentioned the workout, and it's not because I talked about it. And this horse has come down more than half of the odds, and that was after the scratch of the 2. So this horse is taking, I believe, unless I'm wrong, I thought when I mentioned that she was like 19 to 1. This horse is getting bet.
I'm trying to look at a chart. There's a place you can see a chart. I see 13, but I don't know how long this chart. Somewhere in between. The point is the horse is being bet. Yeah. I'm not 100% sure.
Is the 8 coming out?
Oh, jeez. Oh, Maggie's. I'm sorry. No, the 5 came out.
The 5? 5, a late scratch, just announced by Frank Mirmati, number 5, Sunshine Theft, a late scratch before the start of this 6th race in Saratoga.
We've got to run this one soon.
At some point, 2 late scratches. Key contender going in, Grace and Grit, and now Sunshine Theft out. And for the rest of these 2-year-old fillies, Richie, and the lack of experience, the longer this process takes, the more likely you are to see the antics and that sort of thing.
It's a lot of nervous energy, right? And then it's building up. Now they're at the gate. They've been schooled at the gate. They know that they're going to go fast soon. And young horses have a little harder time containing it. Think about the younger the class of kids, 1st grade, 2nd grade, wanting to get out to recess and play on the playground. They got that energy and they want to get it going. Seems like everybody else, so like the gate crew, you see Irad there, everybody kind of chill, hanging out. Horses feed on energy, so I think that calm helps.
How different the atmosphere, the energy when you're schooling them, gate schooling them in the morning versus what the afternoon is like when it counts.
It's night and day. I mean, it really is. There's such a palpable electricity in the air in the afternoon. in the mornings, you're much more relaxed. And even if you're working with a team of horses out of the gate, everybody's working together to achieve a goal. Teach them how to break, maybe cover them up. In the afternoon, you're with a bunch of other horses. Everybody's working against each other.
And these are young horses, 2-year-old fillies. We saw a scenario earlier where a horse got loose in the paddock, right, earlier today, and Maggie pointed out it set all of them off.
Oh, absolutely. It's, you know, he's running loose. It incites them. It gets their blood up. And he actually handled himself pretty well earlier. It's all coming together. Yeah. I mean, he was loose, but he didn't go blind. Sometimes they will go blackout blind and run through things.
Everybody just fine in the aftermath. As for these New York-bred 2-year-old fillies, fingers crossed, they'll load quietly and they'll set sail momentarily as we get set for the day after Travers picks 6 and hand things over to Frank Mirmati with the call post-time the 6th live from Saratoga on Fox Sports 1.
So far, so good. Last couple left to go. Frog Hollow Summer. Must have heard that. Now she's in. Casse to the outside. And they're off. Bam's Bliss Kiss is going straight to the front. Frog Hollow Summer comes away in second. Here's Perugia moving up now to take that second spot. Kyla's Cause is widest of all. Just behind them, Tahila is in 5th, 4 lengths off the lead. It's a break of 3 back to Charlotte's Heart, who races on the outside of Vino Paella, and another 3 Infatuation, who had an awkward start, is the trailer. Bam's Bliss Kiss went through the opening quarter in 21 and 4/5 seconds. Leads it by 2 to Perugia in second. Kyla's Cause inches up a closer third. Then it's Frog Hollow Summer and Tahila. Another 3, Charlotte's Heart trying to launch a bit on the far outside. They turn for home. Bam's Bliss Kiss clinging to a 1.5 length lead. Perugia chasing, as is Kyla's Cause on the outside. Those two head and head for second. Now Tahila is starting to pick it up in the final stages, and Charlotte's Heart is coming fastest of all. Here's Charlotte's Heart, who really erupted late to pull clear and score by 2.5. Second went to Tahila. Bam's Bliss Kiss was third. Photo between Perugia and Kyla's Cause.
Charlotte Weber's Charlotte's Heart and those live oak colors from out of the clouds to strike in her debut with Javier Castellano. Wow.
Casse Creed Jr.
She looked like Casse Creed running down the middle of the track. Somewhere something tells me Lee Einseidler has got a winning ticket in his pocket.
Yeah, Casse Creed's little sister sold for $725,000 right down the street. She already had residual value being a half-sister to Casse Creed. And now, very impressive, coming from nowhere to break her maiden.
She loves Saratoga as much as her brother did.
We'll see.
The way she turned it on late, impressive. Photo for second. Mark Casse, what a meet. What a summer for Mark Casse. There he is, the Hall of Famer in Canada and here in the States.
And that's Charlotte Weber right in front of him there. But yeah, Mark has had a sensational meet, winning at over 30% with 12 wins.
2-year-olds, several.
Yeah, he talked about it early in the meet. Different approach this year, how he brought them here, got them prepared, and obviously it's worked out very well.
Yeah, and you got to love to see that because, like you guys mentioned, like Mark hasn't always had great meets here. So to be able to make the adjustments, it's why he's a Hall of Famer.
It's a relief. I don't know if it's exciting to have a great meet or just a bit of a relief sometimes.
That's an exciting filly. Name to remember moving forward with Charlotte's Heart. What a Travers week here at Saratoga. All the storylines, all the great performances we saw yesterday. The 2-year-old champ in Fierceness, Torpedo Anna. She brought her best, and what a finish in the 155th Travers Stakes. Thanks so much for joining us on this New York Showcase Day. More live racing coming your way. More stakes racing over on Fox Sports 2 as our coverage continues on the Sunday from the Spa. We'll see you over on Fox Sports 2.
Honor AP, a mesmerizing horse from the very beginning, who captured the imagination of the racing world and proved his potential on the track. A Grade 1 winner, out of a multiple Grade 1 winner. With incomparable looks and an unbeatable pedigree. The speed, the bloodline, the physical. Honor AP. Only at Lane's End.
You have to be here to feel the rumble from 40,000 race fans. Mixed with the Pacific breeds, you have to be here to taste extravagance and witness greatness, race after race after race. You have to be here to take home a memory you'll have forever. This November, when the world's best come to Del Mar, you have to be here.
The Best 2-Year-Old by legendary sire Quality Road.
Hit back, $1.5 million. Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home. Could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharaoh. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Corniche.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
So you've gotten comfortable with making the most basic bets in horse racing, win, place, and show. But today, we're gonna help you raise your game and up the ante. We're talking about getting exotic. When we talk about exotic bets in horse racing, we are talking about higher risk, higher reward. Exotic bets involve correctly selecting combinations of horses. You can pick the top 2 finishers in any race. That's called an exacta. If you want to bet the top 3 finishers, you're talking about a trifecta. You can even bet the first 4 finishers. That's called a superfecta. Sounds tough, doesn't it? Well, it's really not much harder than betting a parlay in sports. Again, the more elaborate the bet, the more money you could potentially win. And there's a bit of a safety play called boxing. When you box your combination in an exacta, for example, the 2 horses you pick can finish first or second in any order. Meaning, if you pick 3 and 6, you'll make money if the 3 wins and the 6 finishes second, or if the 6 wins and the 3 finishes second. Learn more about different bet types and how to get started when it comes to wagering at the races at americasbestracing.net.
They're off at Saratoga.
We close out Travers Week with New York-bred Showcase Day, including 3 stakes still ahead, and the Fleet Indian Landed is still riding high after a stakes win in her last start. She's crossed the wire first in 3 of her last 4 outings. Moplex scored on opening weekend in the Grade 3 Sanford against Open Company. Puts his perfect record on the line in the funny side. Silver Skillet just demolished the field from the outset in her Port Washington performance to win by 7 lengths. She'll be a heavy favorite as a result in today's Yaddo. And the Travers exceeded expectations. What a stretch duel as Fierceness prevailed over the Super Filly Torpedo. Anna at the wire. We'll revisit and talk what's next for both ahead. All that more coming up on this Sunday edition of Saratoga Live here at the premier meet in the country. What a weekend it has been, and still more to come here on a day where we highlight the New York-breds as mentioned. Right off the top, 3 stakes to come. Our program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. That's always a beautiful sight. The horse players will look at this historic racetrack and beautiful weather here on this Sunday afternoon. The canoe freshly painted and the silks of Micropoli as Fierceness wins the big one in that Midsummer Showdown in the Travers. We'll revisit that, of course. Incredible performance for the first time in Fierceness's career. He puts together those back-to-back performances. Introduce my crew here in just a moment, but we have some good stakes action ahead, including the Funny Cide, named after one of the all-time great New York breds for Saratoga stable. Put together the first 2/3 of that Triple Crown back in 2003, and some youngsters in here, including Moplex, who won that Sanford on opening weekend, trying to remain perfect to get the 3rd win of his career for Jeremiah Engelhart. With me, one of the winningest trainers in horse racing history, Tom Amoss, 4-time Major League All-Star, Paula Dugen, 4-time Breeders' Cup winning rider, Rajiv Mirage. Funny Cide, these 2-year-olds, they can change fast. What did you think of Moplex in that win in the Sanford?
You know, ironically, Moplex has drawn the outside post position in all of his 2 starts. He won an open company stake, comes back against the New York breds here. He does it by getting it done on the front end. And he likes to leave the gate in a hurry, and when he leaves the gate in a hurry, he likes to put him away that way. He draws the outside post, the 10-hole today. Big-time horse and a heavy favorite in our race.
He was blessed by the post draw. Very advantageous post, like you mentioned, and he's got that natural speed. One of the good things about being on the outside, he doesn't have to overcommit his jockey Irad Ortiz to anything, because there seems to be a lot of other speed in the race. Smile and Say Cheese was very fast in his debut. So was My Bago, and and in the chase. So I think there's going to be a lot of early speed. He's going to be able to track from the outside or go to the lead if he wants to.
I think it's to note, Dudley Do-Right did win his debut and came back, and he was coming at Moplex. So that's a nice horse that was running on Moplex there at the end of the race. And I'm with both of you guys. The horse to beat because of the draw, but I think the one will have something to say about it too as well.
We'll get to that to come. That man right there still leading the way, and a chance to try and make up some ground with Flavian Pratt out of town, out on the West Coast, riding an odds-on favorite.
Yeah, Sweet Azteca in the Rancho Bernardino, who's a really good sprinter, filly from Michael McCarthy. That's 3 to 5 on the morning line. So Flavian is there at Del Mar today, so guys can pick up a little money here.
Meanwhile, you're joining us just in time for the start of the late pick 5. See Pletcher in the canoe this morning?
I did. That was awesome.
I
didn't know they did that.
I didn't either. That's the first time I'd seen it. Just glad he brought it back in safely.
Did he get a ferry ride out there?
He was on a string.
He was.
They put him out there and brought him back in.
Mile and a 16th as we take a look at what's ahead. Presented by Claiborne Farm to kick off the late pick 5 on the turf. New York bred first allowance condition, and then 3 stakes, as I mentioned, to come part of this sequence. You can play all the action with the official betting app of Saratoga. That's NY-bred. That offer is pretty solid. $250 deposit match sign-up bonus with that code right there, spot 250 at sign-up. And bet any track, anywhere, anytime, right there at NY-bred.com. We need a break. We've done a lot here. That was a big first segment. We're going to be right back after this. We'll take a look at what happened. Some earlier stakes. In fact, one that kicked off the card in the Seeking the Ante for 2-year-old fillies. Stick with us. Just getting started on the Late Show. We'll be right back.
The classic looks of a 2-turn type, yet the precocious brilliance of an undefeated G1 2-year-old.
Maxfield, a breathtaking run at the top of the stretch.
Maxfield. He took it to the max in his chosen field. Now you need a mini Maxfield in your chosen field. His first yearlings are selling now. Maxfield. Classic looks and precocious brilliance. Darley.
When you can bring over a champion like this to the Night of the Stars sale, it's exactly what we dream of and what you hope for.
Anytime we've got a marquee filly that is ready to be brought to market, we know that the Night of the Stars is the venue.
It really wasn't a question as to where we were going to sell her.
We have had a long history of selling 7-figure mares here at Night of the Stars. Boyd Browning and his team just do such an exceptional job promoting these mares, getting them sold.
Back with you on Saratoga Live. Here on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. It's brought to you by Hillendale at Alapa. Gorgeous Sunday afternoon and a special card where we highlight the New York-bred program. And we had a stakes race to kick things off in the Seeking the Ante and a huge favorite in accelerating.
Yeah, who got the job done. And listen, Accelerating won the race out of the gate, kind of like what she did last time. Now, the 5 in there, Carmen's Candy Jar, got off to a really bad start, and I thought she was very brave, Rajiv, to run second.
Yeah, a very credible run from her to come on, but at the end of the day, Accelerating showed that her debut was no fluke. She's undefeated, 2 for 2 now, and this New York bred has a bright future. I even believe that she could be competitive against Open Company based on this performance.
Yeah, I'm happy for Colleen Shaw, too.
Gate to wire.
Yeah, gate to wire. And this horse was just so professional. And I remember after this horse won his debut, Colleen wanted a cut of the race because I think I got something special here, and boom, comes right back to win.
And Tom, like her demeanor, how calm she walks. It's great for me when I was riding that when a horse has speed but they're relaxed, does it well with themselves. Is that something as a trainer you like to see as well?
I think you'll agree that it's a fine line, right? I mean, you want a speed horse to be in control of their emotions, but at the same time, a little too edgy almost always costs you at the gate, right? They're in the gate, they get a little like this, and for a speed horse, that's death. So there's a fine line between what's good for a speed horse and what's a little over the top in the warm-up.
Meanwhile, the Albany Stakes, a rematch in here, and horse who really appreciates a little bit extra ground in Panda Gate.
Yeah, appreciates a little extra. That's him. You can see, look how dirty the faces of Panda Gate and all the mud. One of the few horses that came from behind in this race. Everybody else's soaks are pretty clean and gets the job done. Paul drifting out a little bit, but once again gets the job done.
Again, against Doc Sullivan.
Yeah, and it looked on paper that Doc Sullivan was going to be the only speed, but I thought Javier Castellano made a good audible because everybody kind of went to the front. He tried to cut some ground. He tried everything he could. But Panda Gate, when you just circle a field like that, Rajiv, you're just the best.
Yeah, he's the best coming in. And one of the cool things about this New York bred program, I mean, I was a jockey in New York based for many years, is the evolution of the breed. To see an Arrogant, one of the top stallions that is done so good with his limited foals, to one of them being a New York bred, I think it really says a lot for the New York bred program.
So he got 2 defeats in his career. Second start of his career, who got squeezed and steadied out of the gate, and then to maybe the horse who ran the best in the Kentucky Derby.
Wow. Yeah, you're right. I mean, he's running up a pretty good resume. It really is.
New York bred stakes winners so far today in those 3 stakes. Dakota Gold as well with an upset, bringing Guinea Gargan his first winner of the meet. Congratulations there at a big price with a bit of a stumble from Spirit of St. Louis, but Dakota Gold, take nothing away, ran big. We still have 3 stakes races to come on this New York bred showcase day. We'll look back to the big one, the Travers from yesterday. John Velasquez doing his thing again with a tremendous ride on the 2-year-old champion who answers some big questions in the Midsummer Derby. We'll be back.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With NY-bred. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with NY-bred. Join now for a new member bonus at NY-bred.com.
War Cancer, New York's leading turf sire, is on fire at the Big A with Dancing Buck wire to wire in the elusive quality.
Dancing Buck is almost there. Dancing Buck.
luck. Power Attack with back-to-back wire-to-wire wins.
It's going to be Power Attack.
As well as 26 Black.
Here's 26 Black surging by them all to win it by a neck.
And Roos.
Torigo trying to catch them both. Roos to the inside of the red blinkers. Roos gets the victory.
Breed to a winner. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
You're watching Saratoga Live on our Fox Sports coverage. Good to have you with us. So we close out Travers Week. Pick 5 begins with this race coming up, and that's a look at the current favorite, the 7 Island Fox, whose turf debut, just the second start overall for this filly. It was a winning performance for the Christophe Clement barn. Dylan Davis was aboard that day. He's got a chance to get his 3rd win on this Sunday card as we check in with Acacia Clement. Hi, Acacia.
Hey, Greg, as we'll start there with Island Fox. As you mentioned, Dylan has been riding great, not just today, but all meet here at Saratoga, and riding several winners for Christophe Clement as well, including Panda Gate earlier. But as far as Island Fox does go, this is one of those instances where keeping notes and following horses from race to race can be really helpful, because I had written down first time out that I thought that she moved more like a turf horse, had a higher knee action to her, and really wasn't handling kickback. And then I'd kind of forgotten about her, and then seeing her come back last time, and she was a big price, and she was able to hold on gamely to get the victory, but clearly taking to the turf. And she is by Catalina Cruiser, but there had been some questions with the way that she's been training so well on either surface, of which was her preferred, but clearly it is the grass, and that's where she'll get to stay. So now stepping up to face winners for the first time, second place finisher Summer Whirl came back to win in her subsequent start with the 72 by her speed figure. Island Fox, she's definitely much more mature mentally now in her 3rd start as well. She's been better mentally in her 2 starts coming back off that little bit of a layoff as well. And she has strengthened up too. Just everything's where it should be. Very, very fit and well defined. And we'll see if her lack of experience against this group will be something that's a little bit against her. But the number 1, Busy Morning, certainly has plenty of experience. Even though she's the number 1, she will break towards the outside. She comes in out of a race last time out, which was won by Awesome Check, who would come back to win the Susie O'Kane in her subsequent start. And I thought that it was a little bit of a tough trip for Busy Morning. She was up close, but then got a little bit keen when kind of being in the clear, and then ended up being shuffled back and really kind of taken out of position. And I think she runs her best races when she's able to kind of be in that forward stalking spot. And a little bit stops and starts. It's hard sometimes for horses to re-rally with that kind of trip. And I think that she, who ended up just not having enough late after that, would be one to give another little bit of a look to. Looks great again today. I thought that she actually looked best in the preliminaries last time out, and once again, I like what I see from her. I think she's a major player. The number 12, Midnight Concerto, also one that switched to the turf for the first time last time, and she ran very well, by far her best race so far. And she is a big, long, striding daughter of Mendelssohn, but I'm actually impressed that she ran so well going a mile and an eighth, because while she has a big stride, she's not the biggest and most imposing type, but she has a flatter hoof, slacker pasterns on her as well, a little bit more angular in her hind end. Everything about her looks like turf. So I love that they're sticking with the grass. Beautifully turned out as well, really healthy in her coat. I think that a little bit less ground is actually going to suit her well, but she does need to get out of the gate better than she did last time out. She's had a little bit of a propensity to kind of break in and hit the gate when coming out on turf or dirt. So that's going to be a key for her in here today, Greg.
That man right there will ride for Kenny McPeak Jr. Alvarado. And Kenny, what a job he's done. Saw him walking out yesterday after Torpedo Anna just came up short. The Fierceness, as we look at Tom's pick 5 here, and he said she ran great. She certainly did. Well, more on that coming up in a bit in the Travers.
Yeah, so let's break down this pick 5. So I'm going to be sprouting the first 2 legs. In this first leg, I hope we get a chance to look at Busy Morning's last race. really had no chance to run down the lane, was behind a slow pace. I think he's the top choice in here, although I'm spread out. I'm going to narrow down in the funny side, Moplex, winner of an open stake, coming back at State Breds. I like that horse a lot from the outside post. And then the last leg, Capital Spending, the 2-horse. I'm going to single there, keep this ticket at a nice, reasonable price of $30 that way.
8 minutes away from the set. What were you going to add something?
I like that ticket because I think the 2 Capital Spending, if you're going to get to a horse in the last, you probably want to land on that one just because the first time that horse went around 2 turns really improved.
So we're going to watch this busy morning replay, Rajiv. I just want to interrupt 1 second and say, you guys be the judge. When does IRAD get to let this horse run down the lane?
Yeah, I definitely see your case for this because he's behind. He's trying to find a path. He's trying to make it split. Had to alter again. That's a busy morning, which is in about 5th place, the number 8 in the white and blue. And once again, there's just no sufficient clearance in front of him. Never really had a chance to get to show what he was really made of.
That's why
what she was really made of.
That's why you're getting 7-2. Now the 7 Island Fox, she won last time, first time getting on the turf by a neck. Now she's facing winners for the second time. So I just don't know if you want to take her as the favorite. Here's her replay, Rajiv, and she had a target in front of her and she ran her down.
You know, the step up from running against all horses that have never won a race, in a maiden race, to facing winners for the first time. It's one of the biggest class leaps in horse racing. And we saw a big, massive favorite yesterday who dominated a maiden race by 5 lengths. Rhetorical. He was a big favorite in allowance races. He wasn't even able to win. So when you barely marginally win by a head in a maiden race, I think she's got to show it at the allowance level first for me.
And that was a perfect trip for Island Fox to break her maiden.
So here is one that we showed you, Busy Morning, who's going to break 3rd to the outside, by the way. Rad Ortiz Jr. looking for his first winner of the day.
Yeah, this one for New York Final Furlong Stable, and a horse that Tom likes, and I can agree with that replay.
Cannon Fire breaks 2nd to the outside with Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, stepping up in class here, you know, going from the claiming ranks up to the allowance ranks, a difficult move.
Lady Jasmine, she'll get the rail for Chris Englehart.
Yeah, tried long, then tried short, so maybe that will sharpen her speed.
Oh, this one was a player here. Starts now with Eric Cancel.
I agree. I think this horse is a player in this spot, and legit pace could help this horse.
Big price here on Janny May for Anthony Ferraro.
A horse that likes to go to the front end, got 1 start at Finger Lakes, but the races at Tampa always showed speed.
Saffy Joseph Jr. Barn, when she takes cash, she's 36% at the meet.
36%, so disregard that 9-to-1 odds. Saffy Joseph knows how to get him there.
Island Fox turf debut. It was a win for the Clement Barn.
You see Miguel Clement leading the 7 all the way out there to Philly, but she is your favorite, and you got the right rider right now in Dylan Davis.
Let's connect. Here's Katie Davis on a big long shot.
I appreciate you saying that after the way you treated me earlier. But let's connect.
I apologized already.
Blinkers off here, maybe makes a difference.
That's my top pick, by the way.
At 39-1. We'll get back to that. Here's Graham for Clement, stretching out.
Big transition from 1 turn to 2 turns for Graham. Probably a horse that will show a little bit more speed going to that route distance.
Rogna for the Jimmy Bond Barn, blinkers off.
Yeah, blinkers do come off. 4th race off a cycle for Bond race table. I'm waiting for them to strike at a price.
Here's Junior for Kenny McPeak on Midnight Concerto.
Yeah, first time Lasix for this horse. Going to come from the clouds at the end of this race.
And quick horse on dirt on the outside. This will be the turf debut for Chasing Daylight.
Chasing Daylight, turf debut. You got to take a shot sometimes. And the Mr. Greeley on the dam side says turf may be a real possibility.
Talk to us, Raj. What are you seeing at 38-1 on Let's Connect the 8?
This is a horse that I've been following that I really liked. His first time running in New York. And here's the thing. She's had some terrible racing luck. Both of her 2 races, she got bounced out around at the gate, stumbling and getting shuffled back. She has a lot more natural speed than she's been able to show. They take blinkers off today, and if she gets out of the gate good, I think she can sit a good stalking trip and maybe pull off a big upset.
And I'll say this about her, too. She had to break her maiden twice. I know it was a lower level, but she got DQ'd out of a win and came right back and had to do it again.
It doesn't happen a lot. I mean, it's kind of crazy. You know what I always would connect it to? Whenever you hit a home run foul and you hit another home run on maybe another, it's unbelievable. It's like impossible to do. And more times than not in horse racing, when a horse gets taken down the next start, they rarely do win.
Huge number here, an equipment change on Let's Connect for a barn that sent out very few starters. So we take a look at the 12 here. Midnight Concerto and the turf debut for this one. Productive third for Kenny McPeak.
That was a good run, and you know, she adds Lasix today, which should even help her cause even more. She finished third by 4 lengths. She had a bad start by hitting the gate, so that's going to be a key factor for her working from this outside post to be able to get off cleanly and be able to establish a decent position.
She's going to need some pace up front, and the pace maybe thralls to the 3 and the 5. The scratch to the 9 is big because that was definitely some pace there, but the 3 and the 5 to me, Paul, maybe the horse coming off the sprints, the 10, are the ones that can maybe give some pace to the 12.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. I think Lady Jasmine, the 3, will show some. You know, Cannon Fire has shown speed before, but the 2 draws completely to the outside besides the 14, so he's basically way out
guys,
there.
Remember, the 14 draws in. That horse has sprinter speed.
Yeah, 14 does.
I don't know how she's going to translate to the turf, but this could be a very impactful filly, at least from a pace standpoint.
3 minutes from the 7th to start this pick 5. Let's go back to Acacia.
Yeah, and just to pick up there, I'm sorry, guys, I'm going to switch my order as far as camera order, but we'll start with the 14, Chasing Daylight, because as Rajiv mentioned, a horse that is switching surfaces and stretching out, and one that I would imagine should be forward in here for Rudy Rodriguez and does draw in off the also eligible list, has shown speed and was pretty sharp in the preliminaries as well. And this is a horse who actually does have some pedigree. There were 2 siblings that won on the grass and one that was effective on synthetic as well. So I actually really don't mind her on the grass. I don't love her going longer, but I wanted to mention her because I do think that she could potentially be a part of the pace in here. But back to the number 11, Rogna, who gets the blinkers off. She was very keen last time out. And I'm wondering if that equipment change they're hoping will just to kind of help her settle, to not be so headstrong and fighting her rider as well. It was always just a short cheater cut blinker that she wore, but sometimes just taking those off can help a horse kind of take a little bit of a deep breath and relax a bit. So I think that certainly is going to be key for her, though she is one that typically does come from pretty far off of it. My big complaint with her, though, is that I've just been waiting for her to strengthen up behind, and I just haven't seen that much improvement with her overall. But we'll see if maybe just with some racing experience and with that equipment change, she can put forth a better effort. It's just you do like to see them be well muscled in their hindquarters and be moving freely as well, because that's where their engine comes from. That's where they push off of, especially significant for a horse that does tend to not break as sharply and come from off of it, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Wow, that pick 5 getting large, approaching $900,000 in a very difficult race to kick it off.
Yeah, because there's so many different ways you can go in here, right? There's a group of horses that are going to be close to the pace, the speed horses. Then there's some horses that are going to sit mid-pack. And then there's also some good closers. So what I think is going to happen is there's going to be a hot pace up front, and whoever makes the last run in the stretch is going to be the one that is going to win.
Did you guys see a race where you thought Lock City, we could single here?
In this race?
No, in the pick 5.
Ooh, what about Moplex? The thing that hurts Moplex is that if there's other speed to go with him, you know, if you're going to play against him, you got to find a closer.
A lot of people are going to single Silver Skillet. I think there's another horse that can maybe beat that horse. I do think the horse in the last race, the 2. I like the 1 a little bit too in there, but I think we'd be remiss if we don't mention the 6 in here for Tyler Gaffione and Safi Joseph, because this horse has run some decent races. I know he's 0 for 4 on turf, but I think the jockey switch to Tyler and the way Safi's going, that horse has shown speed before, has shown coming from behind, so maybe that horse lands in the candy spot.
You got to take an extra long look at everything that barn's sending out.
Yeah.
Those races were very slow at Gulfstream on the turf from this horse, but he's moving them up.
No doubt about it.
Tremendous meet. As we start our loading process, favorite. Busy morning. Again, don't be fooled with the 1 here. Going to break towards the outside. 3rd to the outside, in fact, for this Jorge Abreu runner.
Surprised he's bet down that hard, Greg.
6-1 morning line, down to 3-1. No doubt some of that, the man who's aboard.
Make that
Rad
5-2.
Ortiz Jr. And send it upstairs. We kick off his pick 5 on our Sunday card. Here's Frank Miramonte.
Okay. There's Rogna going in. That is the preferred pronunciation of the ownership, and that's the way we'll always go. Starts now coming up. Jenny May. She Takes Cash and Island Fox the next pair. Cannon Fire, number 2, but way out there. And then we have 2 more left to load. Waiting on Let's Connect. Rider just jumped off. I think that was starts now. 1 moment. Yep, rider off the 4. Still in the gate. Eric Consell gets back aboard. And here's Chasing Daylight to complete the line. Goes up. They're in the gate. And they're off. Jenny May, Lady Jasmine will vie for the early lead from the extreme outside. Chasing Daylight rushes right up to take the second spot through the opening stages. Then comes She Takes Cash, and Busy Morning is 3 deep into the first turn, racing 3 clear of Starts Now, who's right on the inside of Let's Connect, that pair with 7 lengths to make up. Island Fox is toward the back of the field along the rail, 10 off the lead. Then Graham, Rogna, Midnight Concerto second to last, and Cannon Fire at the back through a quarter that went in 23 1/5 seconds. And so it's Jenny May, the controlling speed, has it by a length. Chasing Daylight is racing now 2 behind in second, and Lady Jasmine in the Pink Silks third. She Takes Cash is 4th heading to the half-mile pole. It's another 2. Starts Now is racing on the inside of Busy Morning, who's still under a tight hold, 7 or 8 lengths off the pace. Island Fox and Let's Connect are right next to one another. Midnight Concerto 3 deep. Rogna is next. The half went in 48 and just under 3/5 of a second. On the outside, Graham is trying to launch a little bit of a bid, and Cannon Fire. They're coming toward the top of the stretch. She Takes Cash. Midnight Concerto is trying to get involved in the purple, 6 lengths behind, but She Takes Cash is up to challenge as Busy Morning starts to motor home. In between horses, Lady Jasmine is there too. They're inside the 8th pole, and here comes Busy Morning. Busy Morning cut loose, and Rogna has found a seam along the inside late. Busy Morning in front though, and Busy Morning wins it. Rogna had some trouble and was a solid second. Then it was Midnight Concerto third, Photo for 4th, between She Takes Cash and an oncoming Starts Now.
Busy Morning, big move with Rad Ortiz Jr. on this one for his 41st winner of the meet. He didn't really move a muscle late down the stretch either.
That horse went pretty easily. But, you know, look, got a good pace up front. We watched the replay. Busy Morning didn't get a chance to run the entire way down the lane, you guys. Go to the outside, you get all the run you want, and you get home first.
There was a lot going on in this race, and Irad always looked like he was loaded coming off the turn. You can see that he wanted to get to the clear today. He remembered the last time that he was stuck behind and didn't get a fair shot. Today he pointed his mount out to the outside. In the meantime, many horses seemingly had run behind him but didn't have the sufficient room, like number 7 Island Fox, who never got a chance to run at all. One to watch next time. And also Rogna, improved effort splitting horses, but too late.
I'll tell you what, Irad is brilliant because he sat there and sat there. He knew that Tyler Gaffleone had a lot of horse with She Takes Cash, and She Takes Cash just got to the front end probably before she wanted to, but Irad was always tracking her, using her as a target all the way down the lane.
Race that looks so wide open. It's the 5-2 favorite. Much the best here. 41st winner of the meet. For the man trying to win his 3rd in a row here. Rad Ortiz Jr. for Jorge Abreu in New York Final Furlong Racing. And a 5-year-old mare by War Dancer with the win. There's Jorge Abreu. Gets his 2nd winner of the meet.
And he's going to be hinging for Tom. Tom got the top selection here in race number 7. Hopefully, he's looking for Mr. Abreu to have a double with the 2 in the last.
Well, that would work well for our ticket now, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would.
Yeah.
Big win for Arad. Things so close with a couple of stakes win again yesterday for Pratt. It's just 3 separating them before this race, so every win matters here. And Arad looks over, no one coming, safely home.
Tell you what, Castellano gave the 11 a phenomenal ride. Rognan came up the rail and was trying to get to these horses late. And it's so tough to do. And Busy Morning always had him kind of measured, but Javier saved that valuable ground, was able to run second. But Busy Morning, much the best. Great call by you, Tom.
2 races in a row where Irad didn't let Busy Morning run. I mean, this horse won easy.
Yeah. 111, 12-6. It's the 5-2 favorite to start off this late pick 5. He finally did it. The 2-year-old champ silences his critics. Shows he can put together back-to-back huge efforts. Jim Dandy Travers double. For Fierceness, we'll take a look back at his performance next.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
Back on Saratoga Live, 27 minutes away from race 8. Our program brought to you in part by Mohegan Sun. All in for Mohegan. 7th race, number 41 of the meet for the leading rider, trying to win his 3rd Saratoga riding title in a row. It's Busy Morning. Wins for the 3rd time in 12 career starts. Jorge Abreu, the trainer. New York Final Furlong Racing, the owners. Let's go to Acacia.
And happy to be here with some happy owners as we have Sean Nettleton, Vincent Roth, and Dan Zanata. Sean, let's start with you. This is a filly that you guys claimed down in Florida because She's a New York bred, so she got to run against New York breds up here.
Yeah, we couldn't take a chance on letting her go. Claimed her down in Florida, and to bring her back here to Saratoga to home territory is just a thrill. So it's a dream and a victory, and couldn't say enough about these guys helping it happen, and so happy. Good job for IRAD, good job for us. So here we are.
And nice to see her get the win. And Vince, we mentioned good job for IRAD because you kind of see him when he gets beat on a horse. He comes back and he is not getting beat a second time.
I mean, he's one of the top for a reason. I mean, he came off the horse. He said maybe the last one was on me, but we trusted in him like many owners do, and he proved himself. But before anything, let me just thank what you do, what the guys do in the booth. I mean, you got us through the summer. Every day I have the show on, so thank you all for what you do. It's spectacular.
We really appreciate that. It means a lot. And Dan, I wanted to ask about another horse coming up, Venti Valentine, a little bit later in the Yaddo, as we'll actually get to see her half-sister landed running today as well, that you guys bred. But Venti Valentine trying the turf. Can you talk a little bit about that decision?
Sure. We didn't really have any dirt options for her later this meet. So after her last race, which was a bit of a debacle at the start, we breezed her on the turf, and she breezed really, really well. And I said, I'm not sure she has a turn of foot to be a good turf horse. And then I found out that she breezed with a turf sprinter who's quite good and completely outworked her. So we're hoping she can reproduce that firm turf breeze this afternoon. So we'll see how it works out.
And you never know with the rain in Saratoga, so, we would have stayed in the race either way.
You had a little insurance plan, some terrific insight, guys, but congratulations with busy morning. Right, as we see some happy owners celebrating with a New York bred getting win on New York Showcase Day, Greg.
Thank you, Acacia. Really nice to give a little love to the show. And I'd throw in even Paul, too. You've done a great job.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I'll tell you what, Vincent's son is quite the handicapper, by the way. He was giving me some picks yesterday. He's coming for our jobs, I'll tell you that right now.
Dressed for success.
Oh, my God, he is. But busy morning. Tom Amos mapped it all out for you guys. And apparently this horse won easy.
Yeah, it makes the lead and kind of cruises home, Paul. The safest trip home is go around.
Easy win, busy morning.
There's your boy.
So I was asking him about his haircut, where he got his haircut done. He told me a lot about his haircut. Then he started giving me picks for all the races. And I'll tell you what, he was pretty sharp.
He looks like trouble.
Yeah. $7.90 for the win. Again, number 41 for IRAD. What was that?
Trouble in a good way.
Yes, yeah. Absolutely. We move on to race 8. Stakes action returns. Fleet Indian, mile and an eighth, 3-year-old fillies. And landed. Wesley Ward talking very highly, not just about her talent. He feels that she's going to be very soon in open company, depending on how today's go. But he also thinks she can run a mile and a half if she wanted to.
That's crazy coming out of the Wesley Ward barn. You don't see a lot of horses going a mile and an eighth, but I would think lands on the front end, no pun intended. In a big scratch in here with My Main Squeeze, who chose Charlestown, did not run well at Charlestown, did not like the configuration. But Landon's probably going to land on the front end here and should be the horse to catch. I do think the 4 and the 9, Dolomite, obviously you can't leave anything out that Chad Brown brings out. I do think the 1, My Shady Lady, is the upsetter in here.
Talk about a race living up to and then some expectations, Raj. What we saw in the Travers on Saturday just was a treat for race fans.
I mean, the stars came out to play and they showed up with a massive performance. Neither one deserved to lose. What I loved about the race was there was a fair start for all. Everyone got to run their race that you expect and just put on a show for us. Torpedo Anna got a great start from the inside. Brian Hernandez didn't want to put her in a pace duel, kind of sat a beautiful pocket trip. John Velasquez, he just timed his moves so perfectly on Fierceness. You can tell how he's just letting the horse take him in the first part of the race. Just being a good passenger, falling into rhythm. That's something that was a benefit from him being in the outside post. It really aided him to be able to set up his position. Had he been drawn inside, he might have had to do a little more work and been pushed along a bit, but Johnny was able to set him up fourth here and really control the race from the outside.
To me, the race was one of the draw. When Fierceness drew the outside post and could be in his own world once again, just like he was in the Jim Dandy, it made his task so much easier. I think Fierceness is the best 3-year-old in the country, but I'm wondering in a big field and with an inside draw, if he can duplicate these last two performances he did in the Run Happy Travers and in the Jim Dandy.
Yeah, and like I said, it just shows you that the filly did not need the lead to win. Brian Hernandez basically gave the same ride he gave Mystic Dan in the Kentucky Derby. Just the bottom line, it's just he just fell short. But the thing that strikes me the most of anything, Fierceness has run some crazy races, Greg. And whenever he's run those crazy races, no one has made ground up on him. No one. And this filly threw a shot right at him.
He runs the fastest race he's ever run in his career, and he's run some monster races. She was right there.
Another 10 yards.
She is sensational in this spot. So it was interesting afterwards that Kenny McPeak comes out and says he's going to keep her against females going forward.
That made a lot of people uncomfortable that train good fillies or mares. They're thinking Breeders' Cup distaff.
You run 111 by her. I mean, it's just unbelievable. It just shows you she did have way more in the tank. Rajiv, I just haven't seen anybody. No one has passed Fierceness when he's had it his own way, and she almost did.
I'll say this, going into the race, I believe that there was a margin. Fierceness had a gap on the rest of the competition. When he runs his A race, he's quite a bit better than them. Coming out of this race, I think you're splitting hairs between him and Torpedo Anna. There's not much between them. They are the two best 3-year-olds, and it's not even close anyone else is.
She proved it there. It was sensational. That was our Miller Lite highlight of the week. Tastes like Miller time. Saratoga after the race. Here's Mike Rapoli.
What a Travers. It's one to remember as Fierceness holds off Torpedo Anna, and Mike Rapoli and the whole family joining me here. Mike, you have believed in this horse from the beginning. How does it feel seeing him win one of the biggest races here in New York?
You know, to see this horse finally put the back-to-back together and quiet the critics right now. I'm just so happy for Todd, who's put so much time and effort. This horse has baffled him the entire time. This was an incredible race, incredibly talented, full-stacked Travers, and a great race, and the filly ran amazing. I asked McPeak in the Topeka Anna's camp to please keep her with the fillies. I can't do this again, so God bless them, man. I did it with Nest. I was second in the Belmont. They took a shot here. That's a special filly, but Fierceness is special horse.
He showed it today, and as we touched on with the Jim Dandy, he's also a homebred for you, and he's one that, like I said, you have been part of from the very beginning. How much more special does that make this win?
You know, in 2007, I bought a horse at the Saratoga sale out of Go Sapper, and I named her Nonna Mia after my grandmother. She was a nice horse, and she's thrown out work and a couple great horses, but she was bred to stay thirsty and through a horse named Nonna Bella. Nonna Bella was a good runner, and, you know, this is Stay Thirsty and Nonna Mia creating Nonna Bella, and they created this horse. So my grandmother's here in 2011 when we won the Travers. She's here looking down on us, and, you know, to have my wife here, married 25 years, that's her anniversary gift, everybody. I just got her an anniversary gift. And my mom's birthday is tomorrow. Happy birthday, Mom. This is my gift. I'm not getting you a gift. This is it, ton. So I took care of 2 gifts, and I won the Travers. A lot of fun.
A gift that keeps on giving. Congratulations to the whole family and the entire team.
Thank you so much, Acacia.
How much extra special is that to win that race with a homebred as well? Fierceness answering a lot of questions, Tom, with that victory, showing yes, he can win back-to-back starts.
Yeah, I think that's correct. And, you know, going into the Jim Dandy, the race before, the question was, where is Fierceness after the Kentucky Derby? But, you know, in the Jim Dandy he showed he was real, and he's the fastest 3-year-old there is. And when he comes back in the in the DraftKings Travers, you know, you're looking at a horse that is not only the leader of the 3-year-old division, but I think one of the favorites in the Breeders' Cup long race.
You know, it gets to be, again, the draw.
The classic.
Because he's good enough to run against the older horses,
he is.
But if he gets the right draw, and you're going to California where speed is even more prevalent, better, so he could be dangerous in the Breeders' Cup Classic, but the draw is going to be key. And I'm going to be wondering if Todd lays them up all the way towards that just to give him more rest and rest him.
Sounds like they might. That might be the plan. I would think off that performance, yeah, he might be the horse to beat. 111 buyer speed figure in that performance. As for, real quick, Torpedo Anna, and we're going to go to Acacia. Sounds like Cotillion, she'll stay in against you know, fillies and mares from here on out. But what a performance from her in defeat. Take nothing away from her. Acacia, what do you think about the race?
I thought it was spectacular, Greg. It definitely was a race that lived up to the hype. And it's one of those things that we, as people that cover racing on a daily basis, and even just racing fans, dream about. You want to see the best horses line up in the starting gate of a race of such importance as the Grade 1 Travers and see them run their best race and duel it out and answer the questions on the racetrack. And that's exactly what happened. Take nothing away from Torpedo Anna in defeat. I thought that she ran so valiant. I actually just got a chance to catch up with her regular exercise rider, Danny Ramsey, who we showed the feature on yesterday, and he said we could not be more proud of her. He said she came back. Sometimes when fillies face the boys, they come back a little bit defeated, their head a little bit low if they get beat. He said she came back to the barn with her ears pricked, her head up, her eyes bright and clear, and so alert and still fresh. And I think that that's such a sign of her quality and her talent as well. I actually like the move of going back against the fillies, using the cotillion as the prep, because think about it, when you go to the Breeders' Cup, you have to face older. She's going to have the likes of Randomized, Idiomatic, Raging Sea waiting for her in the wings in the Breeders' Cup distaff, and that's going to be the next step, the next challenge for Torpedo Anna. But she has been such a joy, such a thrill, and Fierceness showing that heart. I think it was definitely a Travers to remember, Greg.
She actually, I think, gained in reputation in that runner-up finish. As far as Fierceness moving on, we saw Arthur's Ride, who's become now a force with back-to-back starts where he's been sensational. Arthur's Ride, Fierceness going head-to-head, two horses that like to be forward to. But Tom, Fierceness has shown he doesn't have to have the front now.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. I think the question is, if he's not in front, can he be crowded inside and still get to the position he wants, as he did in the last two races, the Jim Dandy as well as the DraftKings Travers? Because in those two races, he's all the way on the outside. Look, when the draw occurred for the Travers, they started icing the champagne. You know, they loved that draw, and they got their race.
And the horse was not getting bet early, and it was confusing to us. The horse was 8-1 at one time, was Fierceness, and it was kind of confusing. I remember Rajid sitting right next to me going, it's a plus for me. I like Fierceness. I hope he goes off at 7-1. And because you said, hey, listen, I'm banking on him to pair his efforts for one time in his life, and he did.
Yeah, he did. But like you guys say, you know, he might be a horse that's a bit claustrophobic. He doesn't want to be crowded. And also, he wants to have a clean face. So, yeah, the draw was great for him, and he delivered his performance. But that's something to note. You can't take these performances as face value when you're handicapping him going forward, because if he's in a race where he's going to have to face some pace pressure from the outside, if he's drawn inside, or might even get some dirt thrown in his face, then that 111 buyer might go right out the door.
Back-to-back races, yeah, he's been done favors with the draw, but still, he's shown up, he's delivered, shown he's the best 3-year-old in the country. But yeah, if things do not go his way, post position-wise, we'll see what happens in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Meanwhile, that's the spoils of victory. Todd Pletcher, little canoe paddle out of the infield lake, is the canoe painted in the silks of Mike Rapoli, with Fierceness victorious in the Travers.
The rumbling started early and only intensified, with performances that sent shockwaves across the nation. At the center of it all,
Epicenter is at the top of the 3-year-old class in the Run Happy Travers.
Epicenter, 3-year-old champion by Not This Time. Coolmore America, home of champions.
Complexion. Phoebe in Wonderland.
Galabrand asserts herself.
Poppy Flowers putting in a late burst here. Poppy Flower with the momentum. But it's all Pinehurst.
Grade 1 winner at 2.
Very impressive in the runaway Del Blanc Maturity.
Graded stakes winner at 3.
Pinehurst so gutsy.
The highest earning son of Twirling Candy.
Pinehurst lasted home to win it for the United States.
Bred on the same cross as Gunrunner. Pinehurst, standing at Womack.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on Saratoga Live on our Fox Sports coverage. Race 8, Fleet Indian. 3-year-old fillies going 2 turns in a mile and an eighth, and the 8-5 favorite landed for Wesley Ward. John Velasquez will ride. Let's go to Acacia.
And we'll start there, Greg, as you just heard in that interview with the Final Furlong team, a horse that they bred here, landed, making her a half-sister to both Espresso Shot and Venti Valentine, who we're going to see a little bit later on. Venti Valentine, who's certainly been quite proficient at a distance of ground. So I hear what you say about Wesley Ward liking the stretch out, and I could not agree more. I liked her in the Bowery last time, but I actually had some concerns about her cutting back to the 7 furlongs because I really thought that she looked physically much more like a horse that wanted more distance. She looks even better today. She's very strong. She has great leg to her. She's very calm as well. I like to see that demeanor with horses that are going to be stretching out in distance. I like everything I see from Landed, and I think this is a perfect spot for her. I don't have any problems with the distance, though of course they all have to go out and do it. The number 9, Caldwell Loves Gold, her lone 9 furlong try was on a wet track in the Grade 2 Demoiselle, which was wired that day by Life Talk on a track where you just had no option to try and close from off of it. So hard to gauge off of that, but she did win the New York Oaks up at Finger Lakes last time out, going 1 mile and a 16th, and she's a horse that maybe is not the biggest, but she has continued to strengthen overall, which I certainly do appreciate. And I thought that she ran very well last time, and a little bit of a change of running style when going longer. Manny Franco, who was aboard that day, kept her forward right behind the pace setter, Sweet Brown Sugar, who will be in here as well, and she was able to take over and kick away much the best. I think overall she meets a saltier field today, but I think you have to be encouraged by that performance last time. I wouldn't look at her and say that she's the most convincing to go the 1 mile and an eighth, but I do appreciate that she showed she could handle the 2 turns in that most recent effort. The number 4, Dolomite, I think is intriguing. She also ran in that Demoiselle in her lone 9 furlong try. That was 2 starts back for her, and she finished 3rd that day when being forwardly placed on that track. Last time out, I know that she won sprinting, but she pulled away much the best that day. She takes a little bit of time to get going in her stride, I've noticed with her. And I've always thought in her physicality that longer is better. Now, seeing her in the second start of her 3-year-old season versus some of these in here, she hasn't grown or changed a ton, but she's very laid back. I think this is a very interesting spot for her. I think the way that she moves and the way that she covers the ground, more distance should suit her. And also, Greg, she has the demeanor of a horse that can get the distance.
All right, Acacia, thank you. We'll get to the post parade coming up in a moment. This race named after a millionaire who won 13 times in her career, including 8 in a row with back-to-back Grade 1s in the Personal Ensign and Beldame.
She was a monster, a true monster. She won a lot of big races, but you won the Personal Ensign like this. She was a special horse.
What I loved about her was her natural speed and the way she was able to carry it at a long distance. She just run her competition right off the feet from the onset, and pretty much you couldn't keep up with her, and she doesn't slow down. It's a dangerous weapon when you had speed going long, and Fleet Indian had a lot of early speed.
Efficient. I mean, her stride is so efficient. We watch this replay every year on this day. It never gets old. I love watching her run.
13 for 19 in her career, $1.7 million in earnings. We get set for the post break. We'll kick things off with My Shady Lady. Comes off a win on a race that was taken off the turf last time out in that New York Stallion Series.
Yeah, and a horse that was trying, I guess, long for the first time going out of the Wilton Chute. I thought it was a good effort. Maybe could improve.
We think of Wesley Ward more with his 2-year-old sprinting. Here's Landed, who he says can go all day.
And she does look good doing it. She likes to make the lead. She's got a lot of speed, but she looks very, very good and full of energy when she hits the wire going further than she's gone in her career today.
Well, we talked about who's not here. My Main Squeeze, and Dolomite was second to that filly in her debut.
And if you look back at her last race, which of course was against easier company than what this race is, I mean, this is a horse that looked like the winner the whole way. When you see a horse do that from start to finish, you know you're talking about a horse that has some class.
4 in a row for Caller Bluff, who went by.
Yeah, and a horse that's in good condition, but you're going to really have to step it up.
Maggie's Palace, Dylan Davis.
I agree. Another one that has to step it up here.
Sweet Brown Sugar comes in from Finger Lakes and has speed.
Yeah, I would think be cutting the pace here along with the 2 Landed, at least be on Landed's back here.
And this is a multiple stakes winner for trainer Brad Cox. Caldwell Loves Gold.
And for Caldwell Loves Gold, this is a horse that last time heavy favorite came through, Paul, and won kind of the prep for this race, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I mean, Landed beat him 2 back going 7 furlongs. I wonder if Caldwell's Love Gold, you know, he's gone the 1.8 mile distance, but that was in the Demoiselle. Here's the Bowery, where he was second to Landed. Now, it was on a sloppy racetrack, but he was kind of getting to him after a bad beginning, Rashid.
Yeah, and in this sprint race, she kind of just got ran off her feet early. She was quite a few lengths behind, and you can see her on the outside in the yellow cap. Caldwell Love Gold, she had to eat a lot of dirt. Today, the dynamics of the race is going to be much more favorable to her. This longer race, a bit more moderate pace. She's going to be able to sit closer without having to chase. And I feel like she's going to be able to turn the tables. That's why I picked her as my top pick.
3 wins the last 4 starts for this filly right here for trainer Wesley Ward, who is thinking bigger and better spots going forward after today. But first things first, this is not, even though she's an 8-5 favorite, not an easy field.
No, the furthest she's ever gone, 1 1/8 miles. And, you know, it's funny, in horse racing, that transition from 1 1/16 to 1 1/8 miles, which is no more than probably a football field in terms of distance, it can make a big difference in how a horse runs. Some horses are finite to that 1 1/16 and they can't get that extra football field of distance.
Well, here's Dolomite for Chad Brown. It's her second start off the bench, and she has gone 1 1/8 miles, and she hit the board against Graded Stakes Company.
Yeah, she beat Landed in the Demoiselle, right? I mean, excuse me. She ran good in the Demoiselle. I was talking about one of the other horses in here, but I thought she ran well against Open Company. 1 1/8 miles in her 2-year-old year. Her race last time, I wonder if that was kind of a race to get her to go longer, and she won it. So I think she's the most dangerous horse to beat the 2 in here.
This race flow is going to be very interesting because Landed is a favorite and she's the speed from the rail. So when you're the favorite, you're a target. And I know Manny Franco on Dolomite, he's going to want to keep Landed at least a bit honest, if not pester her early in the race, because you can't give up an advantage to the favorite who has the inside speed. And also to throw number 7 Sweet Brown Sugar into that pace factor.
She's going to fly early, right?
Yeah, she could really be a thorn in the side of Landed. And I just see the race setting up where there's a bit of a duel, a hot pace, and they're going to pay for it late. And the best closer to capitalize on that at the 1.8 mile distance is the number 9, Caldwell Loves Gold.
4 minutes away from this Fleet Indian. Let's go back to Acacia.
I do really agree with Raj about that. If the pace does get really hot in the front end, Caldwell Loves Gold should come running. I just really loved what I saw from Landed in the preliminaries. But as far as the other main pace contender goes, the 7 Sweet Brown Sugar, she has been so revved up throughout. She was sharp coming into the paddock, sharp getting the tack on and saddling, just really, really on her toes. And while she's a speed horse, that's not the type of demeanor that you like to see for one that's going to try and go the 1 1/8 miles distance. You want to see them conserve their energy as much as possible. She has settled a bit more out on the track, which I appreciate. Jose Lascano opting to keep her with the pony, which I think was the smart move because she's definitely been on the engine throughout. Just kind of a go, go, go type of demeanor to her. The number 1, My Shady Lady, she did win going 1 mile last time out, but that race had come off the turf. It was a short field. she's just not the most convincing for the distance for me. She's a little bit smaller, a little bit more compact. She didn't grow or change much from 2 to 3. She's incredibly fit. She looks beautifully turned out for Carlos David, and you have to respect her. Since she broke her maiden first time out, she's been in nothing but New York-bred stakes company since then. So we'll see if she's able to get the trip. For me, that's my biggest concern with her, but she should be able to sit a nice trip as well. See if she has enough left in the tank, Greg.
See what happens with My Shady Lady. Carlos David barn, that inside post, and for those far outside, not a huge field here with the scratches just 6, but that first turn comes up very quick.
Yeah, if I'm Manny Franco here on the number 4 Dolomite, I cannot give up too much advantage as far as a pace advantage to the number 2 Landed. So I'm going to want to break really sharp, hustle my mount away to ensure that Landed doesn't just walk the dog on the lead. And that, I believe, is going to set up, because that's what I expect him to do. And I think that's going to set up and ensure that there's a honest or even a hot pace. Do I think Landed can wire this field? She definitely can, because she has John Velasquez on her back, and he's one of those guys that knows how to really ration out a speed horse in rhythm without overly exerting the gas in the beginning.
So 8-5 Landed, back-to-back wins, stakes win. The really big race, look, she's shown talent before too, but the big move forward was on a muddy sealed track. Do we trust yet that she's that filly?
I don't know that we do, but I think one thing's for sure. Landed is the fastest horse out the gate in this field. I think this horse clears, and I would have to assume, based on that last race, that they're going to try and slow the pace down so they can get the mile and 8th. But I don't see anyone in this race keeping her company on the front end early.
Unless it's 7, my Sweet Brown Sugar just persists to try to chase her. I'm kind of with Tom in here, and Dolomite is an interesting horse because she hasn't been a good gate horse. Now you're going a mile and an 8th. She has to now get out of the gate. Like, she was just so talented enough to win last time out of 6 furlongs, and I truly think that was a prep. It shows you that she's doing well, but she's got to be a little better at the gate.
What I really think is cool about Landed, when we look back at Fleet Indian, the race that is named after this filly, they have like a similar running style, right? There's a chance that Landed just goes out there and just runs fast early and just keeps on going, and nobody's able to catch her and does her best Fleet Indian impersonation.
We'll see if she's able to do it. You guys, you don't see the 7 trying to put all kinds of pressure on this one?
I do. That's why I included the 1 and the 9 in my pick 4 and pick 5, because Tom, I know you got the 1 and 9 just in case it does heat up, and the 1 and the 9 was.
I mean, Sweet Brown Sugar, Tom, connections-wise, they wouldn't be in this race if they're not trying to go forward, would they? Because that's the way she wins.
Yeah, I'm looking at her in the warm-up here. She's getting ready to go in the gate. She's much hotter than the other horses. A little bit edgy going to the gate. It's not exactly what a rider wants, but it suggests aggressiveness, as you say.
12-1. Big test for that filly coming in from Finger Lakes. Jose Lizcano will ride, so keep your eyes on the 7 if she can put any pace pressure on the favorite, the 2 Landed. It's the Fleet Indian on New York Showcase Day in our Fox Sports coverage. Let's go to Frank Miramonti.
Here's Sweet Brown Sugar coming up to the gate. And the last one to load is Caldwell Loves Gold. Going up. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Fleet Indian. And Landed breaks out smoothly. Dolomite up close and right on her in the early going. Those two head and head with Call Her Bluff in the clear, a bit wide third. My Shady Lady is fourth and 4 lengths off the speed. Then it's Maggie's Palace fifth in the early going, Caldwell Loves Gold, and Sweet Brown Sugar at the back. Around the first turn and Landed. Gets an easy opening quarter of 24 and 3/5 seconds. John Velasquez and Landed 3/4 of a length to Dolomite in second, who now comes to try and keep her honest. Another 2 to Call Her Bluff and My Shady Lady side by side. And on the inside, Maggie's Palace with the turquoise sleeves, just 3 lengths off the lead. Caldwell Loves Gold will bide her time. Sweet Brown Sugar at the back, the half in 50 and 2. Landed leads to the half-mile pole with Dolomite second the entire journey. Maggie's Palace at the rail in third. My Shady Lady alongside. Call Her Bluff outside of that pair. 5 lengths off the lead. Caldwell Loves Gold is hard-ridden, trying to make some headway. And Sweet Brown Sugar at the back. Landed, Dolomite coming to the quarter pole together. My Shady Lady running a good race in third. On the inside, Maggie's Palace and Call Her Bluff. Caldwell Love Gold still 7 lengths off the lead at the top of the stretch. Landed and Dolomite. Dolomite pestering Landed. Landed a length inside the final 1/8 of a mile. Dolomite still trying to get by, but Landed is now 2 in front as they pass the 16th pole. And Landed won this race in the first quarter mile and finishes full of energy to score in the Fleet Indian. Dolomite, My Shady Lady, and Call Her Bluff.
Pace didn't shake out like we expected. We'll get to why in a second. Landed in front all alone, gets to go pretty easy up front, goes gate to wire.
You know, you heard Frank Miramati say it. She won it right out of the gate, slowing down the pace up front. You know, if you've got a horse that can be tactical like Dolomite, the 4, and you're in position to take on a horse in the pace that's slow like that, you should do it.
Keep your eyes on the 7.
The complexion of the race absolutely changed when number 7, Sweet Brown Sugar, the expected horse with a natural speed, stumbles and gets squeezed out between horses and did no favors for the closers there. I mean, that horse was not able to apply any pressure early and Landed. John Velasquez on the number 2. He just puts him to sleep. You can see he breaks, puts his hand down, and I agree with you 100%, Tom.
That was what I was going to ask you. If you could put some pressure on her, shouldn't you do it earlier than they did?
I would have attempted to potentially steal a rally. If I saw Johnny going to take a rate and I'm on the next top contender like Dolomite.
Which the 4 was?
When I almost halfway broke next to him or almost broke him, I'm going to have to put pressure. I can't just hand him the race. So I'm not sure what the strategy was to say, let Landed take it easy on the lead and try to outrun him to the wire.
Landed easy time of things on the front end with that poor break from the 7, and as a result, 4 wins now in the last 5 starts. Lyle Stables, Wesley Ward, Johnny V, winning connections.
Johnny V having himself a nice couple days, but you know, Rajiv is so right. He just has such a good pulse on a lot of his horses too, and not many times you see Wesley Ward being confident with a horse going a mile and 1/8.
That's right.
New York-bred. This was a $500,000 purchase. Spectacular looking filly who is definitely, she's won races in open company. She won in Keeneland and she wins this stake today, the Fleet Indian. Really a quality New York-bred here.
He wanted to go longer. Should he go Cotillion? If he goes open company in that spot, he'll be facing Torpedo Anna. That might not be the next spot for this one. Kidding. 2-4-1-5. It's Landed the win. Mark Casse, what a sensational meet he's had, especially with his juveniles. He's got a lot more damage to do. This final few days of the meet will have his story when we come back.
Curlin's Grade 1 son, Solomini, New York's leading sire of 2-year-olds in 2023 and sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock.
Winstock's just the leader from Stronghold and Coach Prime and Winstock.
New York Stakes winner My Shady Lady.
My Shady Lady gets the victory.
2024 Stakes winners Solo Shot.
Solo Shot and also Geopolitics in a tight photo.
And Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates the Mike Lee.
Solomini, standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
We're back on Saratoga Live on our Sunday coverage. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing, for the love of the race. Visit americasbestracing.net today. Wesley Ward, trainer of Landon, said, I want to put her in very soon against Open Company, and it looked like that's going to come next after this performance. Gets to do it on the front end fairly easily. Gate to wire. She's now won 4 of her last 5 starts. Let's go to Acacia.
And here with winning pilot John Velasquez as Landon takes them every step of the way. Johnny, you were able to get her quite comfortable on the front end.
Well, I know that she's, quite a speed anyway. I was thinking the horse that Lescano was riding the outside. She's been on the leap and a slow pace. Knew my horse will be faster, so I'm going to let it go to the first turn. If he needed to go, he needed to run hard enough to, to go there. But once we got to the first turn, we end up there pretty easily, so it was pretty nice.
And even though she won going 7 furlongs last time, she has the size, she also has the demeanor of a horse that's good to go longer. She was very relaxed today.
And she won up in Company in Keelan. Obviously she's a NY-bred. She won over there going a mile and 16. So she's definitely a decent horse, though, and now she backing up a little bit with the NY-bred. So it was pretty easy for her to go to mile and 8. I was just telling, for the owners here, that maybe Open Company would be like the flat mile with perfect, right? Even if flat 1 turn or 2 turn, whatever it may be, whatever we are. I think it will be the perfect distance for her. Like she could stalk somebody and then kind of pounce a little bit, so I think that'll be the best distance for her.
Showing some class today as well, but speaking of class, yesterday we saw you picking up the Travers win with Fierceness. Reflecting back now, I guess almost 24 hours later, how gratifying for you was that victory with a horse that really put forth such a big effort?
We always know, obviously, he's a very talented horse, and when he runs his big races, he runs really big. I think he did that yesterday, and people always kind of question he can push the one good, one bad, one good one. I think, he has matured more, hasn't more the way he wants them, and I think that'll be the key. All the things happen between races, though, that he behaved badly in the gate and had to kind of put him into a spot and then grab him too much, and I think the whole key with him, and even if he breaks bad, let him get his own rhythm and get him going forwardly, though. I think the last 2 races that I ridden him, I just kind of let him do his thing and not be in his mouth, and I think that has helped as well.
He certainly showed a lot of heart yesterday. Congratulations on the Travers and this win with Landon.
Thank you very much.
A stellar weekend for John Velasquez continues, Greg.
Stellar career, really, for John Velasquez. Winningest rider in the history of this racetrack. He has done it all and continues, Rajiv, to produce. How impressed are you by him still at his age, riding at an elite level?
I consider him the GOAT of our jockeys, and the reason is consistency. He has done this at the highest level year after year, and every single race he rides optimally. He's a difference maker. He's consistent. You know what you're going to get. You're going to get a top class ride. He's the best to ever do it.
Does he age?
Doesn't.
He does age? I don't think he ever ages. This guy. He's something.
Up next,
on the big days, too.
Our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Spendthrift, home of North America's 5-time reigning champion General Sire, Into Mischief. It's the funny side, 6 furlongs for 2-year-olds, running for $200,000. And Moplex, yes, beat Open Company. It was a grade 3 win in the Sanford, but we'll see what happens here. Start number 3 puts that perfect record on the line against a lot of new faces, including one from the barn we're going to tell you about right now. Mark Casse got an early education in training horses, taking over the operation of his father's stable as a teenager. The wins have come consistently ever since, including 14 training titles north of the border at Woodbine, while developing champions like Tepin, Classic Empire, and American Classic winners like War of Will and Sir Winston.
I don't train horses for a race. I try to train them for a career. I always say it's like a baseball game. It's not how many runs you score in an inning, it's how many you score in the end. All right, you're just jogging her, right? All right. The first thing that starts very early in the morning, we go around and make sure everybody ate. And we jog all our horses before they go to the track. And we also check their legs to make sure that nothing's happened overnight. Everything I can do to, for safety and to prevent injury, I do it. Remember, they can't talk, so we have to do everything we can, to protect them. How was he? Good? That's full screen. So we're going to half, guys. You're just company for her, okay? We'll back up to the 7/8. Okay, back up to the 7/8. All right, let's go. I had my first winner when I was 17, so I'm 62. So, I don't know. You figure out the numbers. We're getting our stairs in. I wrestled in high school, and we had to run these stairs. I'm telling you, I still hate it. You can tell them a little faster. Well, I mean, how can you not love it? You come out, I've been around horses. My dad would say, if it doesn't whinny, he knows nothing about it, and that's true. On weekends all over North America, we run usually between 15 and 30 horses. You're a good horse. I was inducted into the Hall of Fame in 2020, which was, to me, that's been the highlight of my training career. I told my dad when we went, I was 10 or 11, I said I was going to be in here someday. I like we get to do our trade outside, and there's always something to look forward to. It's a roller coaster. It's been extremely good to me.
What a career, and what a meet he is having this summer. Mark Casse, really from the get-go, turned heads. He has not let up, winning at over 30% coming into today. He's got a colt moving to his barn, Paulie, in this funny side, Mibago, who is getting bet. I know there's a couple of scratches near, so that number was going to come down anyway, but a horse who won first time out at Colonial.
Yeah, private purchase from Mr. Barber and him. They're in long-time connections, so you'll see the Barber silks on Mibago. But a son of Vacoma that was privately bought and was very, very quick first time out of Colonial Downs. I think this horse might have a say in this outcome.
Son of Vacoma. He's had a hot start at This is a look what Mark Casse's done. We talked about, especially with his youngsters, so many young juvenile runners here having success. That's where the bulk of it has come for the Casse barn.
Amazing.
Wow, and a lot of them at numbers too.
Yeah, that's an exceptional meet, and even today, Charlotte's Heart, another impressive debuter. Mark Casse does such a great job. I mean, to be inducted into Hall of Fame in 2 different countries, I mean, that's absolutely incredible.
32% coming into today. Terrific meet. We'll see if it can continue here with the funny side coming up. He'll have Mibago 7-1 first start in his barn, as we mentioned. As we get set for the funny side coming up. That's the one to beat, though. 3-5 on Moplex. Winner against not just Open Company, graded stakes Open Company in that Sanford on opening weekend of the meet. Trying to go 3 for 3 now. We'll be back.
Introducing Gift Box, winner of the Grade 1 Santa Anita Handicap. He's a 3-time graded stakes winning millionaire with 4 triple-digit buyers and a 4 Ragazin to his name. He proved himself early as a graded stakes place 2-year-old, and now his career as a stallion is just getting started. From the first crop of the leading sire Twirling Candy out of a multiple graded stakes producing mare. Gift Box, only at Lane's End.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
He always showed up. From June at 2 and through 2 championship seasons, week after week after week of consecutive works. That's toughness. He always showed off. You know all about those 4 G1s. Here's his maiden on the Derby undercard. That's brilliance. Now his yearlings are at the sales. That's opportunity. Essential quality. Showtime.
Who's in for Mohegan? Obviously everyone. We're off to the races, and it's you for the win. A moment of calm before the dark and stormy. High score, one more, dance floor. Who needs skill when you have style? And feeling like it's the best time ever? Smile. Abs, craps, and nightcaps? Yes. Then it's down for the thread count to start it all again tomorrow. This is how it feels when you're all in for Mohegan. Mohegan Sun.
The wine steward comes in the center of the racetrack. Trust Fund is in between them. From the back of the field, what you're talking about is trying to get involved late. El Grandeo keeps going, a length and a half lead. The wine steward bearing down and getting close to him for the final 16th of a mile. El Grandeo and the wine steward. The wine steward, El Grandeo, the wine steward.
The wine steward, winner of the funny side last year, and then looked for a little bit, especially that next start, that he was going to be a major player on the road to the Kentucky Derby when he was second, beat less than a length to Locked.
A nice winner that day. And yeah, you're right. He had a bright future. And, you know, sometimes you have some hiccups. And the wine steward's kind of just been somewhat normal. In his last race, listen, he tried the Belmont. It was just out of his league. But, you know, he wasn't that bad in the Peter Pan.
Yeah, the funny side has been a very productive race of, you know, many horses from the past have gone on to win and do good things.
Trained by Mike Maker, this is Mike Maker's runner in the race this year. Stay, Smile, and Cheese.
Maybe this is the
Smile
horse
and Stay Cheese, excuse me. 3-1.
Oh, I thought we had a new entry in here.
One?
Yeah, so our
Ever
one
heard of
horse,
Karma?
Smile and Say Cheese. Maybe this is the one that can bring it to Moplex. Better post position on the inside, but really, if you want to try to beat Moplex, don't you have to try to find who can close in here? You give me a closer, and I'll take my chance.
That's why
with Moplex at 4 to 5.
I totally agree with you, Tom. That's why I picked Soon to Be King as my top pick. I think he's the most likely closer. Seems a little bit slower than them, but if the fireworks happen up front, I think he can capitalize and finish strong.
Funny side coming up. We'll get to the post parade in a moment. First paddock report. Let's go to Acacia.
And we'll start to the outside with your favorite Moplex, as we have some chatty 2-year-olds behind me in here, still showing a little bit of greenness, still lightly raced. But as far as Moplex is concerned, 2 for 2. And the interesting thing is that he is a graded stakes winner against Open Company last time out, now back in with New York-breds. And he was one that I had liked last time, but was a little bit concerned about how he had been acting because he had come in with a training saddle. He was kind of screaming. He got hot, but he was a little bit over the top in the paddock. Today, he's getting himself a little bit warm once again, but overall, compared to last time, he is much more contained, I think is the best way to put it. He looks tremendous once again, really well conditioned. He's forward, he is sharp, much as he was last time, which I appreciate, but it looked like he came out of that race and has certainly gained something from it as well. One thing to keep an eye out is that he was very quick last time, but was still showing a little bit of that inexperience, getting out a little bit on the turn. So with that outside post, we'll see if he's able to stay straight and true throughout, but I do think he is very much the horse to beat. But there are a couple of other fast horses in here, namely the number 1, Smile and Say Cheese, as Mike Maker's had a tremendous meet and been very good with 2-year-olds as well. This is a horse I was not in the paddock for his first race, so comparing notes with Maggie Wolfendale, she said that he was uber fit, which I see once again, and was very professional until he kind of got out on the track, and with the wet track and the slop that kind of hitting him in the post parade, that's when he started to act up a little bit. he's been acting up in the paddock today. He was a little bit vocal coming in. He's been tricky to get the tack on. That was their second go-round to try and saddle, and now he has been saddled, but he's gotten himself a bit hot in the process, and he is a leaner, muscled type of individual. I do wish he was carrying a little bit more muscle mass, a little bit more strength off the back of that first race overall, but he is a pretty good size and leggy type as well. And again, he was quick in that first race right out to the front. See what he can do with the inside post and the very fast Moplex to his outside. Now a new face, the number 1 Mibago, private purchase off that dominant score at Colonial first time out. It makes sense. He's a New York bred, run in New York, run against New York bred company, which is what he gets to do in here today. A son of the very impressive freshman stallion Vacoma. And this one, once again, showed speed, went right to the lead. He's one that I thought was a touch green in that race as well, had to kind of be kept to task, though he was moving forward, almost moving kind of like a turf horse would. But that's Vacoma when you think back. At first, I kind of was watching the replay and I said, I wonder if maybe he wants grass. Then I remembered Vacoma, he kind of had that paddling stride to him. And it looks like this horse does as well, so something passed on from his sire. But Mibago was very impressive winning that race, and again, will face New York bred company for the first time as he makes his first start for Mark Casse, as he's one that just ran on August 1st, so coming back, and he hasn't worked here in Saratoga, which I thought was a little bit interesting. So we'll see what he can do. He does stack up nicely, really well muscled, very solid, very well built, and he's been very professional, which I appreciate because we have had a couple of green ones here in the paddock. Greg?
Acacia, thank you. This race, of course, and there's the favorite, Moplex, named after a pretty good one for Saratoga stable. Barkley tagged the New York bred who took the first 2 legs of the Triple Crown, 12-1 when he won the Kentucky Derby back in 2003.
Yeah, and a great ride by Jose Santos. Then all the controversy after the race and all this and that. And then he won the Preakness. And then Jose showed everybody his hand again that this is a real horse. Obviously, he just failed in the Belmont, but what a New York bred. And he took Saratoga Stable on a great ride.
Yeah, it was on a bus ride, a school bus ride.
Yeah, right? Yeah, it's crazy.
The gutsy gelding indeed. 11-time winner. Became a grade 1 winner as a 4-year-old as well.
Yeah, he did.
Won 11 times in his career, and that was quite a ride on that Triple Crown. And then they struck lightning again.
I remember,
which is the law.
Yeah, I remember talking to Barkley Tag about Funny Side towards the end of his career. He said he's the smartest horse I've ever trained. I said, why? He goes, he's getting towards the end of his career, and he's not running. At the end of his career, he was not running well. He goes, because he knows he's coming back and still getting a bath, and he still knows he's going to eat. So he was that smart that he knew it, but he was a tremendous racehorse.
Well, here's the undefeated graded stakes winner, Moplex. 4-5 favorite. Beat the Sanford field going gate to wire opening weekend.
NY-bred was sent him hard from the gate, Raj. I think he's going to do that again today. Big warm-up and send hard from the gate and try to clear.
He has that natural speed, but there's something important to note about him, and also with the number 1, Smile and Say Cheese. Young horses sometimes have a trouble navigating the turn, and he had trouble on the turn. When he got into that turn, he was bearing outwards. He's on the 10 hole today, and I know NY-bred knows him a bit better now, but we got to watch out because he can lose a lot of ground, especially if he gets caught up 3 or 4 wide outside of the other speed horses. The same thing happened with Smile and Say Cheese, who was bearing outwards on the turn in his debut. There's a chance that these 2 horses might lose a lot of ground on the turn, and I hope that the jockeys that are going to be closing are keened in on that and looking to save ground and probably steal a few lengths coming off the turn.
Outside post meets leading rider. That was the second start of his career. He broke his maiden as dominant as could be against state-bred competition. And it was a short price right back in the Sanford. We'll see what happens here at start number 3.
Well, the other part about this is you do lose the 6 and the 7 who did show speed, right?
Right.
And now it's down to a 7-horse field, Tom. So now you're drawing the 7 hole. You're not completely drawn on the complete outside.
I don't think that's a big worry. I mean, I think their plan is to send from the gate and try to clear. That's how they won the Sanford in their last start. They were able to clear. Will they clear here? That's a question, but, I mean, it's all about intent, Rajiv. And, I mean, the intent of Moplex has always been go and push to go.
And he's an intense horse as well, and he has the natural speed. But that's why I think it's going to shape up for some fireworks up front. They're going to run fast early, and I think, you know, it's going to have a pace meltdown.
4-5 favorite, there he is. His trainer is with Acacia.
That's right, Maya Engelhardt joining me here. Is Maya Moplex so impressive winning the Sanford last time out? What have you seen from him since then?
He's been doing very well. You know, we kind of thought early on that we'd come back in the funny, you know, the New York-bred race. So, you know, thought that race just, not that it took a lot out of him, but just the way he did it, you know, going from start to finish, you know, kind of all out, and his gallop out was strong too. So, was hoping this would be an easier spot. You know, there's couple nice New York-breds in here, so we'll have to keep our fingers crossed again.
He is a really feel-good horse, too, but it seemed overall a bit more contained, a bit more mature today.
Yeah, Eric said that coming over. He's, you know, last time I was kind of worried. The first time I ran him, I was really worried about how he was going to be in the paddock. Last time, that's kind of what I was expecting from him. Today, he was a little bit better, so.
There could be some other speed. He's drawn outside. How do you expect it playing out tactically?
I don't know. I just told Irad, good luck, make me famous. So we'll see if he can do that.
I like that. Good way to be. Thanks, Maya. Best of luck.
Thanks a lot, Acacia.
All right, Greg, we'll see if Irad can indeed make him famous.
This horse trying to remain perfect. We'll see if it happens. We start our post parade with Smile and Say Cheese, Mike Maker.
Yeah, really good. First time out, it was on a sloppy racetrack. Will it equate to a fast win here?
This horse looking for his first career win in Stakes Company, the Toner.
Yeah, he's had a couple problems at the gate in his last two. You do it twice in a row, it kind of becomes a habit.
So is Gary Barber Silks for the trainer we showed you the feature on. Mark Casse first started in his barn with Mibago.
Won very easily last time, and a horse that's definitely going to challenge on the front end early.
McDiesel, I'm not so sure this horse isn't quick early.
This horse was hollering behind us. Son of Twirling Candy, owned by the late great Dreamwalking Farms. Toby Keith, we miss you, Toby.
In the chase, Manny Franco for Carlos David.
He wants to be quick, this horse does, from the gate, and he did it in his only start, but these are quick horses in here.
George Weaver, this horse really just got eliminated in the Sanford against Moplex out of the gate.
Yeah, I can see where Rajiv's going. This horse has made up some ground in a couple starts, and if they do go crazy up front, the 9 could be rolling late.
And Moplex, wow, even money on the Grade 3 Sanford winner.
He's moving up in the odds. He was 4-5 earlier. I mean, a deserving favorite. He's 2 for 2 lifetime and has won an open stake going against state breds now.
Back to the 9. This horse was in the Sanford against Moplex, and yes, he was a big price that day, Raj, but he really had no chance to run early.
Right, he got bounced around in between and got shuffled back in a race where that was dominated up front. So the dynamics of the race didn't suit him. He got, you know, they have some legitimate trouble in there. And today, it's going to be a flip of that. It's going to, this race is going to really be suitable for a closer. I'm just hoping that Eric is in tune with the fact that, you know, get to the rail, save ground. He can cut a few lengths on Moplex by saving ground if Moplex is stuck wide. And he only beat him by 5 lengths last time. So there's a case where this race is more suitable, saves a bit of ground on him, and able to turn the tables.
I mean, he's run 3 times. He hasn't left the gate cleanly in any of those 3 starts. With a young horse, after you see him do that more than once, you begin to wonder if they're ever going to leave the gate cleanly.
Keep your eyes on that 9 to see if today's any different. As you look at it in the chase, he's got upside, Paulie, in his favor. He won first time out. He did it forward, and he took money and was expected to do that first time out.
He's kind of the dismissed horse, right? Because when you look at the one, maybe they're just looking at Mike Maker. The horse won at 11-1. Okay, the 8 in the chase was bet, like you said, at 3.5-1 and handled his business. So are we just forgetting this colt at 8-1?
Well, he looks beautiful on the track, but I think what's going to happen is he's going to be in between of the pace battle, right? And that's not a very favorable pace to go. I just think from a dynamic standpoint, it's not a suitable race flow for him, but it looks like a quality horse.
The 4 is the wild card. What are we going to get from the 4?
That's the shipper from Colonial, who now goes to the Mark Casse barn, who, as we've shown you, has just been on fire with his juvenile runners here at this meet. Let's go back to Acacia.
Yeah, I liked Mibago coming in here. I thought he was very intriguing facing New York-breds for the first time. But talking about the horse that we just saw out on the track and the number 8 in the chase, this horse is stunning. He's so beautifully put together and getting a lovely warm-up from Manny Franco out on the track as well. My one concern is that he's gotten a big warm-up, and he, as you guys were talking about, like many others in this race, has been forward in his lone start. He broke sharp, went right to the lead, and just was able to hold on late. Also, the other thing about wins like that, especially for horses that have only started once, is that they've never had to handle any sort of adversity yet. They haven't had to overcome anything. For young 2-year-olds, you always wonder too, did they learn enough coming out of a race like that, especially as they step up to face stakes company for the first time, where not all of them can be on the front end. But I really liked what I saw from this horse physically in the chase, caught by Weekend Hideaway. So an interesting pedigree, homebred for Ron Lombardi's Mr. Amore stable. As far as the 9, Soon to Be King, another one who had a big warm-up out on the track. One thing I will say about him, I saw him in his debut and in his last start. Both of those races, he was very laid back in the preliminaries. He saddled outside today and was just much brighter, a little bit sharper overall than especially what he was last time out. I don't know if that's maybe a good sign that he's really starting to catch on about this racing thing. He's a horse that does carry good weight, but he's strengthened behind, which I really appreciate too. He's a generous price, and I appreciate what Rajiv is saying about him potentially closing. Hopefully that improved demeanor today will be a sign that he's going to be a little bit more focused in the gate and hopefully get out a bit better as well, Greg.
That'll be key. We'll see what happens here if he can do that for the first time in 4 career starts. Soon to be King, the 9. Eric Cancel has known him well. He's been on board for all 3 of those poor starts.
Yeah, I mean, when you know the horse, you know his tendencies. So I think Eric is going to be very mindful of trying to get him to break better. Ultimately, if a horse doesn't like leaving the gate, well, there's not much more a jockey can do. You can warm them up good. You can have them standing as best as you can. If it's an habitual thing, then you can just got to play the hand you're dealt from there. He didn't break well last time, and he only lost by 5 lengths. So even if he doesn't break well, I still think that he can be effective.
This horse here, the 1, Paulie, aggressive rider who has the inside post, showed speed first time out. You would think he has to go, right?
I would think so. I mean, he's got to be the horse in here. I'm surprised I picked the 9. I thought I had picked the 1, but maybe I did pick the 9. Smile and Say Cheese, I thought was good first time out, but you got to answer the question. I will say this. The bottom side of her pedigree is one of the best influences when it comes to slop. So the 1 is a tricky read, but a lot of these horses are tricky reads. We don't know which
the debut win came in the slop.
It's in the slop, yeah. So it's a tricky read because you don't know which horse is going to be the quickest. We're going to find out very quickly here in a few seconds.
So the 1 is the horse that I think could close. I mean, that horse got pushed on the lead last time and still kicked home strongly. I'm not so sure the 1 has to be in front early, so it'll be interesting to see.
It's just a tough. When you're on the inside post, you kind of have to commit a bit to getting running out of there.
Don't let the 10 be on the lead after an 1/8 of a mile by himself.
Oh, if he clears and gets an easy lead, the race is over, right?
Seems like it.
Even money on the Grade 3 Sanford winner Moplex, won here on opening weekend, July 13th. Now dropping in against New York-bred company here in the funny side in a short price, trying to remain a perfect 3 for 3 for trainer Jeremiah Engelhart, with the meet's leading rider, Arad Ortiz Jr., trying to get his 2nd win on the Sunday card from the outside post. Let's go to Frank Miramati for the call.
Thanks, Greg. They're moving in for the funny side. Mibago going in. Funny side is presented by Rude and Riddle Equine Hospital. McDiesel goes up. Here's In the Chase. Soon to Be King. And Moplex. They're in the gate. And they're off. safe in the funny side presented by Rood and Riddle Equine Hospital. And in the chase, once again, bounces out and takes command in the first few jumps. Mibago, soon to be king, Moplex on the outside. Smile and Say Cheese is 4 lengths off the lead. McDiesel is next, and it's another 3 back to the toner. The opening quarter in 22 2/5 seconds. Manny Franco and In the Chase take him to the 3/8 pole as Moplex moves into second to try and challenge now. Just in behind them, Mibago is on the fence in third. McDiesel moving up on the outside of Soon to be King. 4 lengths back to the toner. Smile and Say Cheese has been pulled up. They turn for home. In the Chase in front by 2 lengths. Mibago coming through along the inside. Here's Soon to be King, and Soon to be King is up to take the lead. Moplex is on the outside as In the Chase drops back in third. 16th pole, Soon to be King or Moplex. Moplex is coming at Soon to be King. Soon to be King, Moplex, Moplex! A determined win from Moplex in the funny side, presented by Rood and Riddle Equine Hospital. Soon to be King lost a heartbreaker.
Moplex remains perfect, runs down this long shot. Soon to be king, now 3 for 3.
Yeah, Moplex, we talked about a horse, the pace being vulnerable and somebody getting Moplex. Moplex played the demon here, laid off the pace, and was the one to catch this big pace setter.
It was one of the great things about being on the outside post. You don't have to commit to anything. And Arad had some trouble with him early because he was attempting to drift down the backstretch, and he was just focused on just trying to get him into a good position and, change tactics. I love his composure, Arad Ortiz. He didn't panic. He just kind of guided him around the turn, got him in position, and even when Soon to be King passed him, you could see him feeling like he still had the race, re-rallying and just nailing my top beat.
I think
Right on the
Irad
wire.
just made Jeremiah Englehart famous. Unbelievable. And listen, the 9, Eric Cancel gave the 9 a flawless ride. And it was a good call by you, Rajiv, saying the 1 and the 10, pay attention. Because the 1 was lugging out of the race. And watch the 10, we're going to get the head on here. And you can see the 10 was kind of losing it early, Tom.
Yeah, he broke outward away from the field. Young horses will tend to do that. The 10 is going to break towards the outside for sure here, right when they leave the gate.
Both those horses show tendencies in their races. Both the number 1, Smile and Say Cheese, and the number 10, Moplex, that bear outwards. And it was on display here. Look how wide from the rail Moplex is. And Irad is pulling on the left rein, trying to steer him towards the rail. And this is a tough situation to be in because you don't want to overly fight with the horse and start snatching on his head. But it's also scary that you think he's not going to make the turn. Once he switched leads, he had him enough where he stopped bearing outwards, and just a bad habit from a young horse.
You know, Moplex actually stumbled a little bit leaving the gate.
Yeah, he did a little bit leaving the gate. And there you go, Irad changing the plan. And, the 8 broke sharp like he did in his debut. And, the other horses, the 9 came after him. The 2, the toner ran a giant race too.
Rajiv, you're not going to fist bump after you lose a race, are you?
I don't. I mean, I guess it's good sportsmanship, but when I get snapped off on the wire like that, the last thing I want to do is I'm just like thinking, what else could I have done to win the race?
Good single by you, Tom.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Never
I didn't see it going that way. I didn't see him come from off the pace, I can tell you that.
I mean, he proved he was best with a lot of stuff that was going on.
Overcame a lot. 2 wins today. For Arad Ortiz Jr., 42 at the meet. Moplex now 3 for 3, undefeated. And Jeremiah Englehart makes the right call, putting him in this funny side here. We'll be back with more right after this.
$1 million, did I hear? $1 million, $1 million, $1,400,000 a pie, $1,500,000 and $1,600,000, $150,000, $1,550,000 and a half, $1,500,000. Jody, thank you.
Please hold your applause.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Back with you on Saratoga Live, and saying his prayers indeed. Someone was looking out for him in that win, just up in time after that bad break. It works out, though, for Moplex and Arad Ortiz Jr. For Jeremiah Engelhardt, 42 wins at the meet and counting, and Moplex keeps that perfect record.
Yeah, congratulations as we go back to the stretch here. And Rajiv, you were talking about it. It's just a duel down the stretch. You see Eric Cancel on the 9 and Irad Ortiz Jr. on the 10.
You know, the top horses, they find ways to win. They overcome adversity. They don't make excuses. Right here, I think if Eric Cancel would have just picked it with his horse's head and switched sticks a little bit to the left and made his horse engage Moplex, he might have been able to make the difference between winning and losing. But Moplex, he finds a way to win the race. What a good horse, and Irad Ortiz just timed it to perfection.
Give that horse credit, certainly in our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Break did not go well for him. Floated out incredibly wide early and able to overcome it.
Neck, nose, eighth of a mile, they still pay for the win.
That is true. I always said anyway, it doesn't matter how hard you hit him. You got to hit him where you aim. Better be lucky than good.
So Moplex, 3 for 3 now. Owned by RNH Stable. 2-win day for the meet's leading rider. Let's go to Acacia.
And I'm here with Irad Ortiz as Moplex gets the victory. Irad, talk me through your trip. Not the best start for this horse.
He broke good. I was a little wilder than what I want to, but he kind of like start getting out a little bit. He's been doing the last couple starts. I was ready for him, and I let him pick it up, let him get his stride, and then I start graduating, come down, and he seems like he was acting really well, and it was time to run. A horse get through, but I can't do anything. You know, he was drifting a little bit, so I tried to make the turn, buy my time at the same time, and when we hit the stretch, he was there, he fight back, and he got the job done. He's a nice horse.
Has to be fun, too, when you asked him, he re-rallied in the stretch. For a 2-year-old, to be able to show that, and a little bit of a new dimension today for him.
He's a warrior, you know, he's a fighter. He fight back. I mean, I don't see too many young horses do that, and he did because he has some ability, and we have a lot of faith on him.
I like that. He's a warrior. And also saw, was it Eric Cancel giving you a fist bump past the wire?
Yes, he told me he rode a good race. I mean, he get through there. He was closer today, and I know his horse likes to finish, so I was a little aware of that. But I mean, like I say, Moplex deserves a lot of credit because I don't do anything crazy. He just his ability. He get there because he's a nice horse, and he deserves all the credit, to be honest.
A nice win today. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And love seeing that sportsmanship past the wire, Greg.
Moplex to win. Pretty sure,
I don't know.
Reversal of Irad Ortiz Jr. would not be fist bumping if it were the other way around.
No, it'd just be like maybe like, you know, guy hits a grand slam.
Right.
Hey, high five while you're going by. Yeah.
They hit a walk-off homer on your pitcher. You wait for him at the plate and give him a little fist pump. Good job.
Only if they throw the bat.
Yeah, they want to win. They're ultra competitive.
I'll be waiting for him at the plate if he threw the bat.
That's changed.
Yes, that has. You can't do anything anymore. God forbid you throw at a guy anymore.
If I lost a race in that margin like that, my first reaction after the race is I'm going to be very upset and thinking, man, what else could I have done to win? So I don't know if I'm going to be like cheering the other person on.
We're in 2024. Everybody needs to be happy.
But that does show good sportsmanship from Eric.
We had some big ones. 5 grade 1s on the Saturday card. And Susan Garrett putting all these beautiful flower blankets together. We're going to show you who took them all home when we come back on our Sunday coverage as we continue here at Saratoga Live to close out Travers Week. Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With NY-bred. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials
expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
The sun shines bright on Casse. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
The sun shines bright on this value sire.
Fair down 25, fair down 25, fair down. Thank you. Right here, 525,000.
Casse, standing at Gainesway.
Program trading in naval power. What a thriller. Photo! In Italian to win it.
Big F has won. And it will be McCulloch's domestic spending. Ocean Road.
Victoria Road, Digital Age, and Pearl.
State of Rest. Newspaper of Record.
It's another 4, back to Raging Sea. Raging Sea is coming with a stellar bid in the center of the racetrack, has to get to Idiomatic. Raging Sea and Flavien Prat coming with each and every stride, and Raging Sea! And they're off to the Resorts World Casino Sword Dancer. And Far Bridge gets the first call out of the gate. Silverknot and Far Bridge as the field turns for home. Measured time. Far Bridge will not be denied. All the way. Money's Gold makes it over to the rail, and Society in hand coming after her a length back second. And Society has her mind on business, quickly going right by Money's Gold at the top of the stretch. And Society brought her A game, and she's much the best in the ballerina under Tyler Gaffleone. Cagliostro had a bad stumble in his last. Mulligan, on the other hand, came away beautifully and straight to the front. They're at the top of the stretch. And Mulligan turns for home, full of run, 3-length lead. Mulligan outclasses them in the forego, wins it by almost 6 lengths. Timberlake with the green cap, joined between rivals by Domestic Product. Here comes Domestic Product as Prince of Monaco takes the lead. Domestic Product and Flavien Prat just in front. Domestic Product. And they're off in the DraftKings Travers, and it was a beautiful beginning. And a quick one for batten down Torpedo Anna along the inside. And Dornick is headstrong up and on the pace once again. Fierceness settles beautifully in 4th. Batten down leads the way by a length over Dornick, with Fierceness in the clear 3rd. And Sierra Leone is revving up 5th. He's 4 lengths off the new leader, Fierceness. Torpedo Anna running her heart out and coming with every stride. Fierceness, Torpedo Anna in an absolutely dramatic conclusion. The champ is back. Fierceness holds off a gallant Torpedo Anna.
What a Saturday it was, and the creme de la creme, Fierceness, Torpedo Anna really separated themselves from the rest of those 3-year-olds. They were sensational. They put on a show.
Best 3-year-old colt against the best 3-year-old filly, and you're right, they put on a show, and it lived up to everything. And there you can see Mr. Rapoli's colors now colored in the canoe. Mr. Pletcher already took a ride on it. It was very, very smooth, I would think.
He was up the creek with a paddle when he got on that canoe. He had a paddle to work with. But this is a race we're going to remember for a long time. It really is embedded in my mind. It was a beautiful, beautiful race. It reminded me the last big time we saw this, Zenyatta, the girl, taking on the boys in the Classic and going against Blame and catching him with every stride to the wire, but just not quite getting there. She gained a lot in that defeat. I think
she wound up being Horse of the Year that year.
Yeah.
And let's make everything clear. She did get a standing ovation when she came back.
That's true.
She did. It was great to see. I was there, in the grandstands watching, and everyone just stood up, and it was an emotional moment.
I think one of the best moments ever was I was sitting there with Jason Worth. Rajiv was actually right with me, and Jason's watching the race, and he's like, "Okay, we sitting in a good spot." He's asking me, and he's like, "Oh no, Fierceness just went by this." He's like, "Screw this! Come on, Torpedo! Come on, Torpedo!" He even started rooting for Torpedo Anna, even though he knew that his horse Thornock was it was not his day. So it just shows you that Jason even was rooting for Torpedo down the lane.
And look, this was not just, look, Fierceness won the Jim Dandy. He didn't win the Jim Dandy with his best race ever. This might have been his best race ever, and she was still right there.
Oh, my goodness.
That just shows you how good she is as well. But all the credit to Fierceness. What a performance. Let's go to Acacia. Not allowed to pick the Travers Acacia. So outside of that race, which was your favorite on Saturday?
Well, this is definitely an emotional pick for me, but that would be the Sword Dancer and Farbridge for my father-in-law, Christophe Clement, getting the victory. This is a horse that has definitely taken everybody involved on quite a journey back in Christophe's barn this year, and now getting into the Grade 1 winner's circle again, but wiring the field, and it was an audible pulled by Joel Rosario. It had been a conversation with the owners and with the trainer and assistant leading up to it. And then Christophe told me that he told Joel in the paddock before the race, both of the Godolphin horses are really sharp. If they decide to go, don't get in a fight, just relax, be comfortable. But Joel said he just broke so well, they weren't aggressive, and he took the lead. And this was Joel Rosario at his finest, able to get Farbridge to relax on the front end. As we've discussed many times, a very quirky horse that tends to lug in a little bit, prefers to be inside of horses, keeping him on the rail. When you could see Farbridge's ears pricked up and the way that he was traveling, just so encouraging, and Joel always leaving a little something else for the stretch. I was nervous, I will admit, when measured cut time came along his hip and thought that we might get run down, but he certainly showed his heart, and Joel showed why we see him in the Hall of Fame this year. So a very special, an emotional win for me personally, but a deserving win for a talented horse, Greg.
Yeah, obviously we saw the champ get beat. I think that Sword Dancer was the more shocking upset of the weekend. Those two from Charlie Appleby's barn getting beat by Farbridge.
They both have tactical speed, if not controlling speed. It's 40% of the field. It was a 5-horse field. At what point do you look at Farbridge on the lead going 117 for 3/4, Rajiv, and not use one of those horses to try to take some steam out of them?
I was dumbfounded that neither one of the horses, even from the gate, tried to go to the lead. I know that with two horses from the same stable, you're never going to want to have a duel, but they were clearly the pace setters, and I was shocked that neither one of them took the initiative from the onset. And once that position is established, going this long distance, it's kind of hard to change, because then you're going to be making an early move. So it was right away from the gate, they decided not to want to be on the lead. I didn't see that as any way a part of anything that could be possible, but that's what happened, and Farbridge capitalized from that and took control and won the race, stole the race.
That's why they won the race. I mean, I think the two Godolphin runners and Charlie Appleby runners were confident.
Yeah.
This horse can't beat us. We got two horses that can go right by them, and they couldn't.
Great point.
Yeah. We're going to move on. Yaddo coming up next. Mile and a 16th on the turf, but let's wrap up some more Grade 1s. Domestic product in a loaded race, guys. A Prince of Monaco, Bookham Dano. It's a big win for him.
Another Grade 1 winner that was a homebred, just like Fierceness, for a stable that has won the title here many, many times, and a proud moment as they walk into the winner's circle.
Him and Domestic product and Bookham Dano. Bookham Dano came down on the rail. The three best horses ran 1, 2, 3 in the race. Let's be honest. I mean, Prince of Monaco turned the tables on Bookham Dano, but this horse was prime on the cutback.
Yeah, this is a horse that I've really held in high regards, and I was one of my short lists when it came to the Kentucky Derby, but the connections have made such a shrewd decision to cut him back in distance. For me personally, watching him run early in his career, I thought he was more of a router, and they identified that he's going to be most effective sprinting. They made that decision, and it paid off big time for them winning this Allen Jerkins.
He was Sierra Leone's workmate all the way up to the Derby.
One of the great days in this sport, and it lived up to expectations. What a day we had here on Saturday as we get set for the Yaddo coming up. And this race centers around this filly right here, Silver Skillet. She was sensational last time out at Belmont at Aqueduct, winning by 7 lengths, jumping out to a 6-length lead from the outset. Can she do it again? Let's go to Acacia.
And she has been incredibly consistent overall, Greg. Silver Skillet winning in the off-the-turf Mount Vernon 2 starts back on a track where you did really want to be forward, but using that speed on the main track. And then on her preferred surface last time where it was a short field and she had the tactical advantage, but she didn't break that great and kind of dragged Joel Rosario up to the front, and he just let her run, which I think is the right way to go. Now you see that she's accompanied by the pony. She has cotton in her ears. She came in with a training saddle, all steps that are very typical and usual for every race that Silver Skillet runs. Back when she was, I think, even the early 3-year-old, she used to get a little bit revved in the paddock, but every time they've taken these steps and it has kept her calm. She's carrying terrific weight for her too. Sometimes with frequent racing, she can get a little bit more drawn up. It looks like she's doing well right now, and she is very much the horse to beat, but I do think that she has some intriguing competition in here. The number 3, Lisa's Vision, was a big price last time, and of the others besides Silver Skillet, she was the one that I liked best because I saw a huge difference in her from the Mount Vernon to the Port Washington 2 starts back during Belmont weekend. Yes, it was off a layoff. She was really revved up and just so much more of a turf horse. Got back on the turf last time, and obviously it's much quieter over at Aqueduct than it is here up in Saratoga, and she was so much calmer, so much more professional in the preliminaries leading up to the race. Now she's gotten pretty sharp here today, but that being said, she's not over the top, which she sometimes can get. So she's trending in the right direction. She looks strong. This is the right spot for her. And as long as she's able to keep things together mentally, I think should be able to put forth another big effort. Now, the number 4, What Love Looks Like, is very intriguing because we last saw her finishing 4th and actually running a very solid race in open graded stakes company in the Long Island, going 1 mile and 3/8. Now, she is by English Channel, so obviously with that pedigree, distance is her friend, but coming back now off of a layoff, not having run since last November. She's one that also kind of typical of English Channels, sometimes can get a little bit hot. She cannot carry the best weight. She looks like she's really done well coming back off this layoff. Maybe could be a touch more defined in her barrel, but overall, I think she's very fit for her. And again, her getting warm and getting sharp is not out of character. If she can run some of her better races, she's very intriguing as well, and she has some tactical speed. She looks like she should be ready off the bench, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. We'll get to the post parade coming up in a moment. Before we do, Mr. LaDuca.
Yes.
Let's do it.
You speaking to me? Yeah, I'm gonna go with a bankroll play. It's been a tough one for me. It's been a lot of nose beats. We had Power Nap just miss. I like spinning colors in here, the 1. And the reason why is since this horse has gotten blinkers, she's been a different horse. And in her 4-year-old debut off a 10-month layoff, I thought she was very, very impressive. I think she can actually move forward. Where I think Silver Skillet's last race, like Andy would say, dressed up. Easy lead. The buyer figure, I think, was a little bit inflated. You go back to some of the other races in that 80 to 78 buyer land, the 1 spinning colors is right there. So I'll take a chance here. 9-2, and I think this horse got a big shot today.
What do you think, Tom?
So I think Silver Skillet is vulnerable for exactly the same reason. The soft pace in the last 2 that she controlled, she's got speed to her inside in what looks like silks. What Love Looks Like, the 4. And on the outside from Moontage Daydream. I think it makes it difficult on our big favorite.
Here is spinning colors, so 9-2. John Velasquez for Mark Hennig.
And Mark's been having a very good meet, too, as well. Blinkers have changed this horse.
Long shot, Lisa's Vision, coming off a distant second behind Silver Skillet.
Yeah, I mean, you got to give this horse a little bit of credence, chasing Silver Skillet all the way around there. At least have some courage.
What Love Looks Like, coming off the bench, 5-year-old debut.
Cutting back in distance from her last start, but as you say, Greg, coming off the bench, should have her sharp, and she looks edgy on the track.
Even money favorite. Here is Silver Skillet. She was tough to beat last start.
Yeah, and there's no knock on her. She is the one to beat in here. I just think that the 1 and the 5 are closer than you think.
Stonewall Star, 14-1, Ricardo Santana Jr.
Took the blinkers off in her last 3 starts. I think it's made a difference. I think she's run more consistent and higher buyer numbers.
First time on turf for her. Here's Moon Age Daydream at 11-1, Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, tried outside of New York Company last night and went to the lead. This is a horse that might show some speed and could be dangerous at 16-1.
First time on turf for this stakes winner as well, Venti Valentine.
Venti Valentine, first time on grass. I like the Medaglia d'Oro on the female side for the grass.
And Chad Brownbarn, Rad Ortiz Jr., Marvelous Maud, distant third behind Silver Skillet.
She might have needed that start. She was second choice behind Silver Skillet. I think she makes a better count of herself today.
Well, race goes through this filly right here. She's even money, and we're going to show you why. This is what she did in the Port Washington.
Yeah, I mean, she crushed this field, but she's able to go 113.49. Her quality, she's going to do this to a group, Rajiv.
Yeah, and I pick her as my top pick in this race. I think she's gonna win the race. She's the best horse in the field, but I'm not using it based on this race. This race, she obviously dominated by controlling the pace and run away from her rivals. But if that race wasn't in the cards, let's take this race out, that she got an easy lead and all that. Her back races make her so much the horse to beat, and I don't think she needs the lead. I think number 7, Moon Age Daydream, is actually going to be the pace setter. Silver Skillet, who inherited the pace last time, is going to track her and just get first jump on all the closers.
On several occasions, the even money favorite has sat off the pace to win.
True. But I also think the one, Spinning Colors, has also got some tactical speed on the inside. It's going to be very, very interesting how this race plays out. I'm in agreement with Rajiv. Silver Skillet does not need the lead to win, but then now you got to navigate instead of being in front by yourself.
How about a crazy Rajiv type pick coming from me in the 3-horse, Lisa's Vision? I mean, she was put in a position where she had to chase last time, and she really fought hard throughout the race. I mean, I just think at 26-1, that is a big price on the 3-horse.
Crazy Rajiv-like pick? Is that what you said?
I did. And I think Rajiv embraces that. Do you not?
Well, whenever I see vulnerability with short price horses, I like taking long shots. I feel like, there's a lot of value in being right when you do hit the long shots. And I'm looking for races to find where a long shot might have a similar chance of winning as a favorite. Just like the previous race when I picked the number 9 at 12-1, and you picked the 4-5 shot, and you beat me a nose. I didn't feel bad about that pick because I think my horse could have won.
I meant that as an absolute compliment.
By the way, you're still...
No, he didn't, Rajiv.
No, he didn't. But by the way, you're still alive in your pick 5. Who do you need here?
Oh, so I got the 1, 3, and 5 in this leg.
So you do have the 3 in your pick 5. Ooh,
I do.
I would spice it up.
28-1, but an even money favorite is one everyone's got to beat in this Yaddo coming up. Let's go back to Acacia.
Tom, I like the pick. I talked about Lisa's Vision in the paddock. I think she looks great yet again, and it's too big a price. But a horse who took money last time and is taking money again today out of that same Port Washington is Marvelous Maud. I just thought in her last race, she was incredibly dull in the preliminaries, just very quiet. She didn't have much of a warm-up. She didn't have much energy in the preliminaries at all. And while she was quiet again back in the paddock, and I do wish overall she looked a little bit better in her coat, she had a much better warm-up today. Irad Ortiz took her right away from the pony. She perked up a lot on the track. So there is certainly a possibility that she's going to run better than she did last time. Just a big difference in her energy, especially in that warm-up. Now, the number 1, Spinning Colors, last time out she got the win. I did not think that she looked fit off the layoff. I thought that she was really going to need a race, and you could even see it there. She's a big girl. She carries a lot of condition, and Mark Hennig even remarked to me after the race when I interviewed him that he wasn't 100% sure if she was totally fit last time. So once again, she's carrying a lot of condition, but that's obviously typical of her. But you'd have to imagine she's going to be stronger and fitter second off the layoff here, and saddled with the pony much as she did last time. But she finished pretty strong in that race, beating some nice horses, including Can't Fool Me, who came back to win with an 82 Beyer speed figure in her subsequent start. There are a couple of horses trying the turf for the first time, and we heard some insight about Venti Valentine not having many opportunities and why she's running here. Stonewall Star, though, I spoke to Horacio De Paz the other day, and he said he's really wanted to try her on the turf. She's actually the half-sister to What Love Looks Like, who's the number 4 in here. So you have 2 half-sisters running against one another in this race. Obviously, English Channel, the sire of the 4, is a much better turf influence than Flatter, the sire of the 6, Stonewall Star. As much as I love Flatter, just not known for his turf progeny, but there's plenty of of turf on the bottom side, what love looks like, of course. And there's also making her a half-sister to Citizen K, who's a 4-time turf winner and Horacio trained at the start of his career. I think she should handle it, and if she does and carries that speed over, she could also make things interesting on the front end, though, as Rajiv mentioned, Silver Skillet, not a need-the-lead type, Greg.
Yeah, we'll see what we get from a couple debuting on the grass here in this Yaddo coming up, named after the gardens here in Saratoga Springs, Sanctuary for Artists. I consider handicapping an art form.
It used to
be.
be.
Can we apply to be in residence there?
100%. I mean, figuring out, when I read a racing form, nothing more satisfying when you solve that puzzle.
That's what got you hooked, right?
100%.
That's what got me hooked.
Yeah.
You know, you kind of picture that race in your head, and then it unfolds right in front of you.
Yeah.
And you go to the window and say, hey, I was right, pay me. That'll
It's
get
pretty
you
incredible.
going.
These Yaddo Gardens, 66 Pulitzer Prize winners, 70
What?
National Book Award winners,
Wow.
and a Nobel Prize winner have all come out of there.
That's crazy.
It's amazing. Open to the public. Take a walk around those grounds.
We're going to know a lot about this race from the jump. The first jumps out of the gate going into that first turn is really where the positions are going to be established and what's going to determine where Silver Skillet winds up. That all depends on Moon Age Daydream, who I feel is the pace setter. She is the fastest of all. She has Jose Ortiz, that he's an aggressive rider. He's going to want to take advantage of that pace. And Rosario, I think he's going to call an audible and just track her.
I think the 6 is key, too. The horse getting on turf first time has shown speed, whether he can show speed or not, too, as well. Or
Yeah,
she can show
sprint speed
Yeah.
on dirt. That's the turf debut coming up for the 6, as well as for Venti Valentine, the 8. And Acacia went through that turf pedigree. 4-5 now, odds on Silver Skillet for the Clement Barn with Joel Rosario. Let's go to Frank Miramati for the call.
Thank you so much, Greg. Here is that daughter of Liam's map. Silver Skillet. Marvelous Mod to the outside. They're in the gate. Some movement there from Stonewall Star. And they're off. Stonewall Star breaks smoothly and goes right to the front. Moon Age Daydream comes away in good order, spitting colors along the inside, and here's Venti Valentine. So there's plenty of pace on. What Love Looks Like is just behind this group as they move into the first turn, some 4 lengths off the lead. Outside of them, Silver Skillet. At the back of the field, Marvelous Mod and Lisa's Vision trails. It will be Venti Valentine, who was intent on getting to the front and leads it by 2 over Moon Age Daydream, the opening quarter in 23 and 4/5 seconds. Stonewall Star is racing in third. Silver Skillet is on the extreme outside, just 3 lengths off the lead. Spinning Colors is racing in between horses. They are followed by What Love Looks Like, 2 lengths in front of Marvelous Mod, and Lisa's Vision at the back. The half in 48-1 for Venti Valentine, who takes him into the far turn over Moon Age Daydream by a length. Silver Skillet is racing in third, getting a cue now to come after the top pair, and is responding as well. Then Stonewall Star, who's been on the inside throughout. From the back of the field, What Love Looks Like, Marvelous Mod, Lisa's Vision trying to mount the widest bid in the blue there at the top of the stretch. Moon Age Daydream is up to take the lead. Silver Skillet is under pressure now. It's been a good trip for Stonewall Star, who moves into second. Outside What Love Looks Like and Marvelous Mod, 16th pole. Moon Age Daydream with a 3-length lead. What Love Looks Like and Stonewall Star. It will be Moon Age Daydream to win the Yaddo. 3-way photo for second between Marvelous Mod, What Love Looks Like, and Stonewall Star.
Moon Age Daydream, 4th win, 10 tries on the turf. Jose Ortiz for Jorge Abreu.
Well, no one wants to take the initiative around here, and Jose Ortiz did, and that's just the bottom line. Everybody is snatching and grabbing. Listen, the 1 was not interested in this race. The 7 wired this field. You just let people go by themselves on the front end, horses are going to get brave.
Well, it was a weirdly run race, and one thing to take into factor is the 7th sat second outside of the 8th, who was on the lead, but they were from the same stable, the same trainer, so they're not going to apply pressure. The one person that could have applied pressure would have been Joe Rosario on Silver Skillet, but since, as soon as the gate opened, he already committed to wanting to take her back. So by not letting her run out of the gate, the flow of the race completely turned upside down.
Well, this is where the race is run, right here,
so
right out of the gate. You know, Jose Ortiz is in a position where he's like looking over. He has the ability to look over and see what everyone else is doing, and knows it's going slow. He probably knows that in the first 5 seconds of the race, and he's going to take advantage of that.
Watch number 5, Silver Skillet with Joel Rosario. He left there already committed to take him back. He had no intention to establish a forward position. So this was the second most likely pace setter. This really went right over last time.
In fairness, he had to check. The 6 did come over on him.
Right, that was 3 jumps after, but when he broke, he outbroke the 6. If you saw the pan, but he was very passive. He didn't want to be up front. So he allowed the 6 to take his position and force him backwards. Which, if that was his plan, that's fine. I just feel like that wasn't really a good plan with a horse that has natural early speed.
And as a result of that, it was forced wide early. Non-factor in this race is an odds-on favorite, Moon Age Daydream, 13-1, 7-9-4-6 finish. And this is going to shake up a lot of people's multi-race wagers.
Yeah, and that's a hat trick for Jorge Abreu. He's going to be looking for the golden sombrero in the last race with capital spending. So having a nice little day here. And listen, Moon Age Daydream, this is a horse that just took the initiative and just kept on going. You got to give her a lot of credit. She battled off a lot of different horses, and the 2 favorites did not fire at all.
13-1 upset in the Yaddo. Moon Age Daydream. Jose Ortiz takes the initiative, and it pays off. We'll have more on this and be back for the nightcap next.
A reputation of excellence isn't built overnight. Day by day, year by year, decade after decade. For over 100 years, Claiborne's commitment to quality has led to unrivaled success. 10 Kentucky Derby winners, 6 Triple Crown winners, 17 Horses of the Year, 23 Hall of Famers, and over 300 champions. Building on the past, building for the future. Claiborne Farm. The tradition continues.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the management and staff of Kingdom, I would like to welcome you to the September yearling sale. Good to have you back with us.
It is the marketplace.
It's electric.
Quality in quantity.
Some of the absolute best horses.
These are the horses we're going to be cheering on in the next 4 or 5 years to come.
A shareholder to win the Norfolk.
Dornick win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Randomized in a dramatic photo finish in the Ogden Pit.
Back on our Sunday coverage, Saratoga Live. It's brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Yaddo in the books, and it's Moon Age Daydream. Jose Ortiz, Jorge Abreu, owned by Chris Larson. And this 4-year-old filly wins for the 4th time and 10 tries on the lawn.
Well, Teenage Daydream by Katy Perry's got to be one in your playlist, I would think, Rajiv. But Moon Age Daydream gets the job done
Bowie
here.
fans all over it.
Yeah, for the Yaddo area, congratulations
My
to the kids.
playlist.
$29 for the win. Let's go to Acacia.
And it's been a good day for the Abreu barn as well as Jorge Abreu joining me here. Moon Age Daydream. She got very comfortable on the front end today and was able to see it through. What a nice performance.
Yeah, I told Jose, because last time at Aqua, I was stretching her out from 3/4 to a mile and put her on the lead, and she got a little tired towards the end. And I told Jose, whatever you do, just don't put her on the lead. Do whatever you could do. And she kind of set up off venting a good trip and turning for home. Jose made the lead, and her was up, and she was home free.
A nice effort from her. And as you mentioned, you'd stretched her out. She's not the biggest, but she does have a lovely stride to her. What was it that brought you the decision to go longer?
Well, because when she went with Pride going the 3/4 of the layoff, like she galloped out super, super strong. And Pride said, I don't know how far she wants to go, but I think you could stretch her out a little more. So I took my advantage of that, and I pointed her for this race.
And it was the right choice. And winning today with New York breds, and I know you're a New York race trainer, you have a lot of New York breds in the barn. How important are these races?
Well, they're pretty important and pretty hard, you know, and I've been going to second-itis over like an 8-second, 9-second. I was like, something had to turn around today. And today was the day.
And a good day for it. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Acacia.
Moon Age Daydream getting the win and turning around some of that second-itis, Greg.
Yeah, with 3 wins on New York Showcase Day, showcasing his training skills. Silver Satin in the 3rd busy morning as the favorite in race 7, and now the Yaddo with Moon Age Daydream with impressive performance here, taking the initiative.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, if you're alive in these pick 5s and pick 6, good luck. You're alive for a nice little score.
I'm picking him to win his 4th race on the day, and I'm going with the other Abreu, the number 12, Cide at a big
either
price.
one. I mean,
Yeah,
he's got the
impressive works.
favorite in this race in capital spending for his possible 4th win.
That's the lowest payoff capital spending, but if you're alive to a lot of other horses in here, my goodness, some of the pick 6s, I always like to read them out. 5, 7, and 11. Please be alive. It's 114,000. I always like to just read it that you're alive for 114,000.
Going to close it out. Mile and 16th on the turf. New York bred. Maiden special weight coming up. And they'll have a chance in this last race. And good thing, according to what he said, was being too stubborn to quit. Because the last couple of years, it has been an amazing renaissance for David Dugen. We'll have his story when we come back.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Godite.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's going to win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the Forgo.
Complete package.
You have to be here to feel the rumble from 40,000 race fans. Mixed with the Pacific breeds, you have to be here to taste extravagance and witness greatness, race after race after race. You have to be here to take home a memory you'll have forever. This November, when the world's best come to Del Mar, you have to be here.
These New York bred foals represent many sires. War Dancer, Salamini, Honest Mischief, Central Banker. But they all have one thing in common. Starting in 2026, they'll be running for the same purse money as Open Company 2-year-olds at NY-bred tracks. That's nearly 20% more than they run for now. Learn more about it at nybreds.com.
The spirit of Bushido. Courage, respect, integrity and honor. With honesty and sincerity, we hone our spirit to a winning edge. The way of Bushido runs straight and true. the soul of racing.
Trainer David Dugen has always had horses in his life, starting from an early age in his hometown of Tipperary, Ireland.
We were on ponies when we were younger. We grew up as farmers now. My uncle Matt had a couple of horses. He was a permit trainer and there was always ponies around. I went to the apprentice school in Ireland. Some gravitated towards being jump jockeys or flat jockeys. We got into a good yard and they got us on horses and had like a mini career as a jockey for a while.
An injury ended his career as a jockey before he arrived in the United States, but that did not derail his dream of working with racehorses. Dugen would go on to assist trainers Neil Drysdale, Owen Hardy, and John Kimmel. A purse increase at NY-bred emboldened Dugen to go out on his own.
We saw opportunity in New York when the slots came here, and we thought that, if we were ever going to take a chance, it was obviously here, and we had a history of being here.
Dave's not the only Dugen destined to work with horses.
I was born and bred into racing. My dad used to ride. He was quite a famous jockey in Ireland and in England. So I've been riding since I was 3 years old and involved in racing all the way up. We lived on the car, so my sister and myself were totally spoiled. We had our own ponies. We took off on the car and did whatever we wanted to do. We were really lucky.
Since the very beginning, the Dugen barn has been a family affair.
We think along the same lines probably 95% of the time, and I think that just makes things work. As I always tell my kids, Dad's the boss at the barn, I'm the boss at home. So he basically does all the set lists and the plans for the horses. We do discuss what's best, go back and forth a few times that way, but mainly Dave's the main decision maker.
Port Bonheur! Port Bonheur! Poke that head in front. Can't hurry, love wins the Dancing Renee. It's Sunday Girl. She's gonna win impressively.
Here's Drafted coming on to win the Grade 3 Run Happy Stakes.
Through it all, Dugen strives to compete with the best in the game.
You have to keep on upgrading your quality as a trainer and how you communicate with people and the service that you put out. To be consistently good at what you do and keep on churning out the right kind of horses for New York, because New York is very competitive. You look at Chad, you look at Todd. Why are they successful? That's the reason you keep on trying better every day.
Well, it's been an incredible turnaround. Acacia 5-6 years ago was thinking about hanging it up, and now 2022, 2023 have been two of the best years of his career in earnings.
Absolutely, and it's great to see for a tremendous horseman, and I loved that piece because it really did highlight how it is such a family affair between Dave and his wife Lara, and just the work, the passion that goes into it. And I think you see that with a lot of families on the racetrack, that it's hard for just one individual to be involved in racing. It's kind of like it gets in your blood. It's a shared passion, it's a shared lifestyle as well. All of us that surround ourselves with horses, it really does dictate where our life is going in many ways. And when the results are not happening on the racetrack, it can make a lot of other facets of your life difficult. And so when things do turn around, it is something that the whole family can celebrate in, as you've certainly seen from the Dugens. You think back to a horse they had in Drafted, who was so fun to follow and so successful in some big races here on the NY-bred circuit, even having a retirement ceremony here for him last year on Aftercare Day up at the spa. But Can't Hurry Love, another horse that the Dugens have done a great job with just recently. So great to see that success and great to see that passion throughout the family paying off, Greg.
Yeah, Drafted a horse who really helped turn things around for this barn. If you've not seen his toboggan from a few years ago, you should look it up. It was a tour de force performance, and that's the other David Dugen horse in this race. Well, that 10 horse for David Dugen has a real shot here, I thought.
I agree. We watched the replay on that horse. Laid second last time. Still kind of running green. Only had a few starts. I'm with you.
12-1 right now.
Yeah, David's a very good trainer. I mean, it's just, I had some horses with him at one time. Very, very honest trainer. Gets his horses right. Always puts them in the right spot. I'm agreeing with you. I think the 10 got a big shot in here, and Katie Davis is riding well.
14 minutes away, finale on this Sunday card. As we close out New York Showcase Day, there's one of the two runners from the David Dugen barn. That's Bobby M's girl. I'll also send out Luna Patina. We'll be back with the post parade next.
Volatile, winner of the Grade 1 Vanderbilt at Saratoga, is the sire of two promising first crop 2-year-olds. In Saratoga Maiden's special weight winner, Reliable Source, who will make her start next in the Grade 1 Spinaway.
And scores by 2.5.
And first out winner, Incentive Pay, a $315,000 yearling who will make his next start in the Grade 1 Hopeful. Look for yearlings by Volatile at the upcoming Keeneland September sale.
You just have to get in the seat of a John Deere Gator XUV 835M. Not because of the spacious cargo box.
We're always picking up rocks out in the field, and the hydraulic bed has been really nice.
Or because it can tackle any terrain.
It can handle anything.
Not even because it tows up to 4,000 pounds.
We can pull things around easily.
You just have to get in the seat, because something about being this productive just makes you smile.
It's made life a lot easier.
Learn more at johndeere.com/get-in-the-seat.
Back on our Sunday coverage, Saratoga Live. For more information on the New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund, go to NY-breds.com. Look at this New York bred purse increase, another reason to get a New York bred. 2-year-old maiden races, $90,000 this year, and starting January 1st of next year. 2-year-old maiden races will have match purses or New York bred races in open company. 19% purse increase for New York breds from 2023. A lot of money on the line. Get involved.
Did you enjoy the sale there, Tom?
I did not participate. I mean, this sale's a tough sale. It's a limited amount of horses. You've got all the best buyers there, all the big money's here. You're not going to find anything to slip through the cracks.
Yeah, right.
You know, you go to Keeneland, they're selling over 3,500 horses. You know, you can find some deals.
Paul, how about you and I buying the New York bred? We get Tom to train it. I might even shed 20 pounds and come back and ride one time.
And Greg can be the hot walker.
And Greg could hot walk.
At least I'm involved.
Yeah, I'd be down. You know, who's going to be the racing manager?
Ooh.
Lafitte.
Well, I mean, let's get somebody that really knows the business.
No,
Andy can do it.
No, that's the worst decision we can make. I'll give that to Sarah.
Andy
Sarah
should be
the
the
racing
jockey.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Sarah
How about
racing
Andy
manager,
being the jockey?
9 minutes to post. Here in the finale, let's go to Acacia.
I would just say that would be a very fun group to own horses with. But talking about these New York breds here in the nightcap, wanted to start down to the rail with the #1 North End Lady. I was not in the paddock last time, but comparing to what I saw from her 2 starts back in particular and just throughout her career, they are taking a lot of equipment off. 2 starts back at least, she was wearing a Houghton bit or a cage bit, probably the strongest, one of the most aggressive bits you'll see on racehorses. Now it's a ring bit, so much softer. They have also taken the noseband off. There's kind of nothing on her face to inhibit her. She used to wear a figure 8, which basically crosses over a horse's face and around underneath their chin, keeping the mouth closed and certainly helping them to breathe through their nostrils, but nothing on her face today. And also the blinkers are coming off. She is a quirky filly for sure, one that's very attractive, but one that can get really revved up, get hot prior to her races, and as we saw last time out in particular, getting quite headstrong and hard to handle as well. So I think very interesting with a lot of the equipment coming off, kind of going back to basics for Barclay Tagg, and right now she's doing very well in the paddock and she looks tremendous. I think that we're going to see a stronger effort from her. Hopefully she can keep settled throughout the running of the race. That's been quite a day for Jorge Abreu, and he has 2 in this nightcap. We'll talk about both of them, starting off with Capital Spending, who, like we just saw with Moon Age Daydream, had been sprinting and then stretched out in distance last time out, finishing well in a common race that we'll see a couple coming out of. She was closing well, and I think really hurt by that far outside post as well. She's one that does carry a lot of substance and conditioning as well. I think taking a little bit of time to kind of get her feet underneath of her, drawn much better today towards the inside, and hopefully be able to sit a ground saving trip, and I think will not be as far back as we saw last time out as well in her first race going long, which certainly was intriguing. The other horse for the barn, though, is a first-time starter, and the number 12, Sinead, who will break to the outside, and plenty of turf pedigree by Mendelssohn, and out of a Declaration of War, mare Declaration of War, very strong turf influence, and that mare, and Darda herself, a 2-time turf winner. We talk about sometimes a turf foot, a turf hoof. This is the perfect depiction of it. A flat kind of pancake-like foot on her. And she's just built like a turf horse as well. She's quite lanky, a little bit angular behind. She does debut with shortcut blinkers on, but I think she's in the right spot. Definitely one that wants to go a distance on the turf, which is what she gets to do. So an intriguing first-time starter who's been very professional throughout, Greg.
6 minutes to post. In this finale coming up, 3-1 favorite, Capital Spending. So Jorge Abreu, chance to have 4 on this New York-bred showcase day. That's pretty incredible.
He kind of deserves it, doesn't he?
Greg, get your crew under control. You are basically the manager here.
I've lost you guys. This ship is out to sea.
Here's the thing about Jorge. Like, he's had a lot of seconds. This was coming. And, you know, he's had 7 second-place finishes, and now
too good a trainer.
Yeah, 100%. You're right.
And I'm going with the other Abreu here, the number 12, Cide. And Jose Ortiz just endorsed it to me.
I'm thinking it's Sinead.
Like Sinead O'Connor. I don't know if you ever heard that song before.
No, he only listens
to reggae. I'm going back
to
Jamaica.
He only listens to reggae.
I'm going back to Jamaica. I'm going to listen to reggae and talk patois.
Put it this way.
Because this English language is getting really tough.
Put it this way, Rajiv. Nothing compares to you.
Oh, I like what you did there.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
This one does have...
Until she got booed off stage.
Yeah.
And then when she got booed off stage for not making fun of the Pope, well... that didn't go so well for her.
Good work still from this first-time starter.
So here's the
thing.
thing.
So you're looking at the board here, right? A deep post on the outside there. You watch the board. It's pretty mild here, is it not? On the 12.
Touching on that workout on July 14 from the DRF Clockers report. These are the comments: in blinkers, ran away from Terror to Win and Capital Spending. She pulled away from Capital Spending, who in this race is her stablemate, number 2, the current favorite.
And what was the date of that?
July 14.
July the 14th, you tell me, huh?
On the grass. Ran away. That alone right there for me is very intriguing.
Those are only turf work since, by the way. Yeah, interesting, no question. At 12-1, I think you should pay attention. We'll get a look at her in the post parade here coming up. We're going to start things off in a moment here with North End Lady, Barclay Tagg, and Luis Saez, and the blinkers coming off.
This horse has been knocking on the door, so now the blinkers come off. You do get Saez, and I would think would be part of the early mix.
Here is the favorite, Capital Spending.
It was an attractive last race. From the outside post, was hung wide in the first turn, showed good finish.
First time on the grass for the 3. The dam produced runner-up of the Kentucky Oaks.
Yeah, I think this is the dangerous horse. Tyler Gaffalione aboard. from Mike Maker. Gets Lasix too.
That was Gambling Girl, one of her offspring. Atta Girl Addie, long shot.
Long shot. Needs some pace up front.
Luna Patina, 28-1.
You know, this horse hit the front last time out in June 14 with the blinkers on, so may improve.
That was 1 of 2 for David Dugan. Here's St. Chapelle, Christophe Clement.
I think this horse has a shot. I'm really surprised to see the 6 at 14-1. Was behind a slow pace last time. Should improve here if we can get some pace up front.
Stretching back out the 7 with Florent Giroux.
Yeah, you know, Florent Giroux hasn't ridden a lot for Linda Rice, but I thought that last race was better than looked.
Autumn's tried to do it on the front end the last couple of starts.
Yeah, here's some speed right here, but I'll tell you what, this horse lugs in badly. Was on the rail last time, so was able to finish. If she's in the middle of the racetrack, she's going to be all over the place.
In All My Dreams, this one's a player, blinkers on.
Yeah, on her toes a little bit, maybe because the blinkers are going on, but a good race first, and she's been betting both of her starts.
The other David Dugan, here's Bobby M's girl.
You know, made a great position, but really kind of lost the race by not finishing well.
Top of the table, 35-1, Johnny V.
Yeah, showed some speed last time out and hasn't been seen since June 8th, 35-1.
And Sinead, the first-time starter and stablemate who's apparently been out working the favorite at 10-1.
No, she has indeed. But, you know, it's a funny thing about works in the morning as a trainer. You put a horse out of its game, make him go too quick early and take him out of his style of running, he can have a bad work and still be the right horse in this kind of race when he gets to run his style or her style.
There is Autumn. Jose Lezcano back aboard, was aboard last time out. Before that, it was Eric Cancel. Last couple of starts, he's tried to do it on the front end. This was last time out here at Saratoga. Had a 3-length lead in the stretch.
But, I mean, it's hard to ride this horse. Watch this, Reggie. This horse is lugging in badly. When the horse is actually looking at the camera, laying at you, he can't ride this horse. He's trying to get her to run straight. She won't do it, and it's going to end up being something that's going to cost her. If she's not on the rail, and she doesn't have to be with an outside post today, she's going to be more difficult to ride.
It's not like she doesn't have the ability to win, but she's a victim of her own demise because you're trying to ride her going forward and she's trying to run towards the left. And Jose Lezcano had to spend so much time correcting her so that it doesn't make impact with the rail. And she just is not that much better than them to be able to do that and get away with it in this race.
And with the rail helping her, doesn't that help her finish as opposed to being in the middle of the racetrack? Won't she be a lot more difficult to handle?
Absolutely, because if she's off the rail, she's going to be looking for the rail, trying to lodge towards it, and it's going to even be more difficult for Jose Lezcano to be able to keep her running forward, running straight, without her trying to dive to the left.
Now, they put blinkers on her twice, and she has responded with 2 good races. Now, I'm trying to see if they put a little bit more of an extension blinker on that right side, Tom?
I'm trying to get a better view. It doesn't. It looks like a good
No,
3/4. Well, I tell you what, it's the inside cup you're talking about. And you're right. There's a lot of blinker on that inside cup. Is it? Not necessarily. It looks just like a typical blinker.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe I just wanted to think so.
So 5-1. We'll see if Autumn can stay a little bit straighter and not struggle so much with her rider today. 5-1 here with more on the equipment of this horse. Let's go to Acacia.
Okay. Yeah, she's just wearing a regular short cup blinker. Maybe she needs a little bit more of a blinker cup or a kind of extension blinker because, as Tom was touching on, she is a quirky filly. She's also one, or I should say mare now, she's also a horse that does get pretty revved up prior. I don't know if it's the blinkers, but she does wear a cage bit. That's what I was touching on with North End Lady taking off back in the paddock. This is the type of bit that we discussed a lot with Sierra Leone going into the Jim Dandy. And Tom can talk about this more, or Rajiv as well, from a rider standpoint. But what that bit does, ideally for horses that have the tendency to lug in, is it provides extra steering for the rider. So if the horse is drifting in and they pull on the reins, it's going to be added pressure on that side to help them navigate keeping the horse straight. It's also a bit that does not bend in the middle. A typical snaffle bit will clasp in the middle of the horse's mouth and bend and just be a lot more mobile, whereas it's a straight bar that goes into the horse's mouth with a Houghton bit or a cage bit. So that is definitely a piece of equipment that is key for a horse that tends to lug in and can be a little bit difficult as well. I will say though, as far as Autumn's typical pre-race emotions here, she is a little bit quieter than she usually is, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. So we'll see how that translates to the running of the race. 5-1 with Autumn. The 8 will keep our eyes on her. We expect her again to be forward as she has been the last couple of starts. Favoritism has shifted to North End Lady for Barkley Tag on the rail.
Did you see this coming? This horse being favored?
No, not really.
Blinkers
Start
off.
number 8.
The horse I think that's getting vastly overlooked at a big price is number 7, Stars in the City. This filly just got a race sprinting last time where she was squeezed back, but her last route race at this level, she almost won. Was a runner-up finish last year in November.
And the 9 as well, only 2 starts. Equipment she just missed. I know it was not a very fast race, but then faced North End Lady and Autumn. Ran 4th behind them. Start number 3 coming up. Has been working with a stablemate who I believe just won the other day.
And she's been betting both of her starts.
Here we go with the finale. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati, the call.
Sinead to the outside. They're in the gate. And they're off. Stars in the City, Gallant Greta broke alertly. Out on the outside of them comes Autumn. And now Autumn is on even terms with Stars in the City. Sinead is moving into contention, 3 deep in 3rd. They're followed by Capital Spending, 4th through the opening stages. Bobby M's Girl, top of the table on the outside of her, racing 6 lengths off the lead. In All My Dreams, Blue Silk's in between rivals. It's another 2 lengths back to North End Lady, who's a 12 lengths off the pace. Behind North End Lady, 4 more back to Saint-Chapelle. And at the back of the field, the 2 trailers are Atta Girl Addie, and inside of her is Saint-Chapelle Now. In front of those 2 is Luna Patina. 23 seconds flat for the opening quarter, and it's Autumn, the leader by 4 lengths. Stars in the City is racing a joint second on the inside of Sinead. That pair is followed by Bobby M's Girl in 4th, 6 lengths off the lead into the far turn. North End Lady launching a bit on the outside of In All My Dreams. And Capital Spending is inside of that pair. They're followed by Gallant Greta as they move around the far turn. It is Autumn, the half, 112 and 1. North End Lady is making a nice bid. Red cap on the far outside. Sinead is currently 2nd as they come to the 8th pole. Autumn getting tired. North End Lady has all the mojo, and Bobby M's Girl is in between them. Bobby M's Girl, North End Lady. Bobby M's Girl is tough. She is still under a hand ride. North End Lady trying to get by. North End Lady, Bobby M's Girl, Bobby M's Girl, North End Lady. Here is the line. Photo finish. It's close. Bobby M's Girl resilient on the inside of North End Lady. In behind that, finishing 3rd was Gallant Greta. Top of the table was in a photo for 4th with Luna Patina.
Who got the nose down at the right time? Was it Katie Davis on the inside?
Yes.
With Bobby M's Girl, or on the 1, Louis Sias North End Lady?
I'm calling it live.
Give it to me.
10-1.
I have no idea who won this race. I am not going
The
to be
10
that
takes a little
brave
funny
guy.
step with about 100 yards to go in the race. I don't know if there was contact between the 2 horses because we've only seen the pan, but something made that horse take a little awkward step.
The 10 definitely bobbled and lost momentum a bit.
10 in front. 1 in front. Wire's coming up.
When's the wire coming up?
10 in front.
Oh, wow.
Paulie,
That's
I
close.
think now I might pick
I'm
the
going
one.
to give you a chance to save your bet. What do you think, Paul?
But, you know, it's kind of like we never know where the wire is, right? I do think now the 1 did pop the 10. I was trying to call it live. But the thing is it in the front of the mirror or is it in the middle of the mirror? We never really know. And the 1 did pop the 10.
Wow.
North End Lady 3-1. 110, 3-8. Wow.
Wow, Katie.
Bobby M's Girl, Katie Davis. Such a big effort, just comes up short.
It was just a misstep by the 10 with about 100 yards to go that cost her that nose.
Yeah, mid-stretch, it was a slight little
Bobble,
hiccup.
yeah. I don't know if the horse went to the other lead or what, and Katie was going left-handed. And there it is right there, Tom, right there when we just saw it.
He does it one more time.
Kind of like just hitting, or is she carrying her head nice? Or is she carrying her head low?
The horse definitely lost her rhythm and her momentum. And
that is a brutal
when
beat.
you lose by an inch.
I'm surprised that wasn't one of your plays,
It was closer than the Travers
This is how you've been
yesterday.
getting beat all all weekend.
I know, right?
Oh,
yeah.
God.
Wow. That's a tough
Heartbreaker for the connections of the 10, who ran so good.
And again,
here's the
Okay,
head
here we
on.
go. Let's see if she does it, if there's any contact.
So
I'm not
white
seeing
cap
the
to 10, Katie Davis. Red cap to the outside.
There you go.
Your
See that
eventual
bubble?
winner.
Those 2 bobbles right there.
Oh, and again right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's crazy, huh?
The bobble was because the 10 kind of
And
came
she's
out
drifted
a
out.
little bit.
Katie came out quite a few pads and actually made contact. And when the side-to-side contact is what caused the horse to lose her momentum and bobble a little
Had
bit.
she won, inquiry sign would have gone up.
100% disqualification had she had won.
Okay.
But at least she
110,
tried to
3,
engage the
8.
horse to the outside, no?
She tried, but crossed the line a little bit.
North End Lady closes out this card. Luis Saez, Barkley tag. Appropriate that a man who had one of the best New York breds of all time, a couple of them actually,
right?
With Funny Cide and Tis the Law, closes things out on New York Bred Showcase Day. What a weekend we had.
Oh, we had a great weekend.
Put into perspective what we saw in that Travers real quick.
Well, I just think you saw a race you're going to remember for a long, long time. It was a classic race between a champion and 2 champions, filly and a boy, and the filly, Torpedo Anna. I mean, you guys, what do you think?
Well, I think Mig hit the nail on the head what he said. Torpedo Anna makes you feel like a kid again.
It was a Travers for the ages. The stars showed up, and I put Torpedo Anna now in the same frame as the Rachel Alexandras and the Zenyatas.
Kind of race that just makes race fans. Just an incredible performance. Panda Gate with another performance, beating Doc Sullivan again. Moplex stays perfect in the Funny Side, and an incredible stretch run between the 2-year-old champ and the queen of the 3-year-old filly division at Fierceness, your Travers winner.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire, is on fire at the Big A with Dancing Buck wire to wire in the elusive quality.
Dancing Buck is almost there. Dancing Buck.
Power Attack with back-to-back wire to wire wins.
It's going to be Power Attack.
As well as 26 Black.
Here's 26 Black surging by them all to win it by a neck.
And Roos.
Torrigo trying to catch them both. Roos to the inside of the red blinkers. Roos gets the victory.
Breed to a winner. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
And clear off in the NY-bred Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
Right as the field turns for home. Mind frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
They're at it again. The 2 Belmont first and second place finishers.
Will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stakes.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.